Okay. Are we live on YouTube now? Dun 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 dun. Are we? Uh-huh. I think it worked now. Alright, let me know. Do you ever miss the older TBD with all these new changes? I feel like I'm losing interest a bit. I think that's very, very natural and you shouldn't feel bad. I think it is kind of insane that a game can keep someone's interest for like 5 or 6 years. Like, I do miss old TBD because of how it made me feel, but I don't miss old TBD for what it was. Old TBD was fucking ass, man. Can you prove this is not pre-recorded? No, honestly, no. How could I? Hi, odds. Hi, Shadows. What's up? Thanks so much for watching on YouTube. Finally, I can see the chat. All right, guys, if you want to join, use command join for instructions. Super simple stuff. I'll take 6 more people. We play 1 match, and then I'm done. I'm playing killer. Hi, Chia. Oh, sorry, Sinya. Thank you. Welcome in. How do we know that question isn't pre-recorded to ask? I mean, before we joke about this, let's remember that there was one YouTuber that murdered his ex-partner, like horrible crime, and he tried to cover it up by pretending to be live. So the police call him, hey, this person that that you have some relationship with was murdered. What were you doing last night? Oh, I was live streaming. I was live streaming on YouTube. Oh, okay. And they left him alone for a bit. But then upon further watch, they realized it was a pre-recorded stream. So that's terrible, man. That's fucking terrible, man. I remember that one case. How terrible? Yeah. It's a shame there's no way for console players to join. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, chat. Hopefully they'll do something about it in the future. Every single time someone talks about pre-recorded streams, yeah, I know. It's just... He even said he couldn't read streams due to complications. It was very sloppy. It was very sloppy. I wonder what would have happened if he actually did a good job. Like, would they have ever caught him? Like, I'm not an expert on faking streams and stuff like that. Thank you, Awan. Thank you. You're an expert supporter. But what if he had like a bunch of like fake bots set up to send messages? Like, he could have made that very believable. I don't know, man. I'm glad. I'm very just watching true crime stuff. I'm very glad that people that commit horrible crimes are generally speaking very clumsy. You know, please don't murder someone. How do we know you're not pre-recorded, huh? There was footage of him getting on the bus in areas. He would have been caught anyway. Yeah, I know. Like, I know it wasn't just his sloppiness on the stream that got him caught. Eventually, you know, like it would have come out, but damn, dude, damn. You only hear those who are clumsy? That might be true. Yeah, that might be true. One thing that really scares me is that when you watch a lot of documentaries, the police sometimes are so absolutely inept, you know, and it's like, oh yeah, this guy had done something similar in the area, had done something similar to someone else, and the only reason they caught him is because his neighbor just came to the station and reported him. If it was up to the police, no one would have asked any questions. It's super fucking disappointing. How's everyone doing today? Anything fun? Hi, honey. I was playing some Night Rain. I'm so excited, man. Like 3 weeks and we have DLC for Night Rain. How incredible is that? Can you say Pinhead is the best and coolest killer in the game to prove it isn't pre-recorded? No, sorry. I can't say that you're a favorite killer. Guys, please, ready up. Thank you. Let's sign this profile real quick. Crime media is a polarizing subject. Yeah, I personally do not like it at all. I've seen some of it, I consumed some of it, but I do not want to support that anymore. Alright. There you go, Alvaro. Alright, good luck, fellas. Thank you so much for playing again with me. Hi, Ghost, Pirate, welcome. Read this if you are pro-empreg. I can't. You can only say that on YouTube. If you say it on Twitch, I'll take a screenshot of it. You ever play League of Legends? No, I have not played League of Legends. Can you sign my profile too? Alright. Alright, let's sign this person's profile too. That's the last one I signed today. What do we say? Plus rep. Thanks for lending me your... I don't know. What's a really shitty car? Honda Civic 2003. for the weekend. Odds. Sorry, some of the error has occurred. There is an error communicated with the network. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, okay, there you go. Second time. The charm. That's probably a really good card, actually. Wasn't there a Japanese politician that bought a car in like the 90s and was still driving it, and she was famous because she was so proud of it? Oh man. How do you drive? Yeah, just not very often. Like I got my driver's license when I was 18, and I think I drove more back then to go to like college and stuff. Well, I didn't start driving at 18 because I had the license, but I didn't have a car, you know, but you know what I mean? Like I drove more when I was young. So nowadays I drive little, and I'm gonna be completely honest, man. When I drive, I'm fucking terrified. Not like crippling phobia or anything, not like some people that are really, really scared of driving, maybe because they had an accident or it's PTSD. But within the normal range, I am pretty scared. The people in this country are pretty fucking crazy with cars, man. Everyone is like, it's almost like the maximum speed limit is the minimum speed that people go at. There's no one ever driving under the limit. Everyone is at the limit, at the very slowest, and very often way, way above it. And I've seen people do like the most dangerous maneuvers just to get ahead and save 3 seconds around the corner. Absolute maniacs, man. Absolute maniacs. If you've ever seen like a BMW driver and you thought, wow, that guy is a weirdo. Yeah, everyone here drives like that. I feel like Spain and Mexico are crazy for driving. I don't know about Mexico. I think Spain is, like people go fast, but Spain is fine. I don't have a problem with Spain. You do see some crazy bastards, but the country that I'm talking about is Andorra, which is a tiny country. It's a pretty wealthy country. It's, I think, the country with most cars per person, and you see a lot of expensive cars here. I don't know if it's the culture, I don't know if it's the wealth, but yeah, like people love driving expensive cars and fast cars. It's very common to just see, you know, high range cars everywhere, and everyone's driving them fast, man. Everyone's driving them fast. Anytime I look at the news, like there's at least one piece of news about, oh, you know, 15,000 speed ticket fines have been issued this year, which is like, how do you get that many thousands in a country with so little people? How does that even work? You know? Yeah. Where can I expect driving lessons? I need to speed stream. Like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't feel like I'm the best driver, you know? Like, I'm not the absolute, but I am very careful, and I am very, very considerate, and I'll never do something super reckless, at least not on purpose, just to save 1 second and possibly get someone off the road, you know? If public transportation isn't good in Andorra, that's definitely the wealth. Public transportation is decent in Andorra, but the problem is that it's a mountainous country. There's no train, because how do you make train here? It's difficult. There's not even an airport in the country itself, you know? There are some buses, but yeah, like, it is a bad country for public transportation, but for a pretty understandable reason. Like, yeah, the way the country's set up. Within its limitations, it does an okay job. It does have like some nice buses, and I take them sometimes. Do you drive automatic? Yeah, unfortunately I do. I was not keen on driving an automatic, but I was eventually, you know, convinced. Yeah. So now I do. And honestly, it's super nice. Like the first 2 days I drove it, like, it was awful. But after that, it's fine. It's alright. I still do the motion sometimes a little bit. When I was visiting my best friend in Canada, she drove me through the mountains, and I missed that cold mountain air. Yeah, it is nice, isn't it? Do you get recognized in Andorra? I've been recognized a couple times, actually. Yeah. Last time people asked me that a few years ago, I always said no, but yeah, in the last year? In the last year, it's happened a couple times. There was a delivery guy that was by a restaurant that I was attending, and he recognized me. And I also got recognized in a cinema once, and I got recognized in a pawn shop. And don't ask me what I bought in the pawn shop, it was funny. Hi Jorvik, what's up? Thank you. Hi Riz. Oh, thank you. You have to tell us now. What do you guys think I bought in a pawn shop? I asked them what was the oldest, most awful TV that they had. And they had a TV that was like almost 20 years old, or probably 20 years old. It's the type of TV that in the early 2000s probably costed so much money. They gave it to me for 20 bucks. And I broke the TV, which I feel a little bad about. I hate breaking things that are still... I mean, obviously not a lot of... Like, I don't think there was much use for that anymore. It was such an old TV, right? But I don't know. Maybe it could have been in a retirement home somewhere. I don't know. So I feel bad a bit bad about breaking it. But, we did make a very entertaining skip. And I also donated a little bit to match my... Yeah, well, I don't remember what I donated to. But I donated, like, the equivalent price to some environmental charity. Just to deal with my conscience, if nothing else. Hello. Wow, don't you love it when there is a window next to a strong pallet? Oh man. Uh-oh. Drop it, don't even think about it. Nice. Oh, I thought that Sable was the Billy. I was so confused. Oh, that hits? Shit, okay. Damn, I'm sorry. That's my bad. No way you went to the pawn shop for that TV. I did. So yeah, thank you so much to the really nice guy that sold it to me. What is even a pawn shop? A pawn shop is like a second-hand shop. Yeah, you buy things that are second-hand, much cheaper than you would if they were sold retail. And you can also go in and be like, hey, what'd you give me for this? $50. No, $20. Okay, $10. Okay, $1. Okay, you pay us to take this. Okay, here you go, $10. Okay. Yeah, that's typically how it works. That's my understanding. Hello, Loonfizz. Hi, Slashy. Hi, Geminix here. Hi, Rashi. Happy to see you guys. Welcome. What's up? This team's doing really well. Is that the same gen that Sable and Steve were working on? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's Bargo, wash at haggling. Oh, man. In America, a place to sell stolen goods. Oh, yeah, I never even thought about it. I guess that might... Yeah, I could see why you would have a bad reputation. I thought... Oh, Jesus Christ. I thought the reason why you might have a bad reputation being a pawn shop is because... my guy? Oh my god, he is clean. Because people that need quick money by selling things sometimes might be drug addicts, you know what I mean? Like, you take something from your family, you bring it to a pawn shop, you sell it for 2 pennies just to get quick cash to, you know, to get your fix. I feel like that's a very common stereotype. I don't know if that happens very often. Yeah. It's also a short-term loan place against the item you pawn. Yeah, that if you're at the point where you have to sell something you own just to buy food, that is generally so fucking bleak, man. I feel sorry for you if that happens, man. Hello. Oh, maybe it's okay if we just go. I forgot we have silent. Yeah, I have the swimmers. Oh, no way, right? No, maybe from the other side. Not even sure. Sorry guys, we really are dropping the ball a little. That Oni's just harassing the Johnny and Shaq because we're not leaving it alone. Alright. To worry a little bit. Okay, lots of people on gens. Oh. Sure. Wait a second. Wait and see which side the killer comes from, real quick. He's probably going back to Shag, isn't he? Gosh, we're getting them insta-downs left and right. Yeah, he's coming to Shag. He's still regressing, so maybe now he'll give up on it? We'll see, we'll see. I'll stay on it just in case. Oh, they got the last gen, actually. Seems like they did anyway. Okay, open this gate, then get Adam. But don't get Adam first, because maybe they don't know about it. Stevie-O, yo, this is maybe not ideal. I hope that gave him a speed boost. Doesn't have power, but... Uh-oh. That's good, that's really good. That's not good, but it's not horrendous either. He might go straight for the gate. Shit, Steve, crawl. Okay. Shit. Okay. Alright. Okay. The bonus comes back to me in like 5 seconds. Let's finish the heal. Okay, that's not ideal. Oh, no. Wait, did you give me this? Oh, shit. Okay, that was confusing. I actually could have sprint bursted, chat. What she gave me was the heal bonus. Okay, I was confused. Oh, my bad. Hi, China Shop. What's up? Thank you for the prime. Do you think Fear and Hunger 2 is harder than the first one? I mean, it started out really hard, so maybe it's more of a knowledge check, like the first game. I've heard it's more fair than the first game, so let me give you my opinion on it at the end of today's stream. How about that? Just guys. The heal bonus should have a different colors here? Yeah, maybe, dude, maybe, or some kind of on-screen indication or something. How are you? Hi, Skills. I'm very, very excited to get a lot of stuff done today. Hey, I decided to watch your stream 9 days ago, and there was a moment where a guy with Free Palestine nickname donated or something, and after that your chat was exploding with Free Palestine messages, and you didn't say anything to them. I remember a live where Russian and Ukrainian guys wrote in chat 3 messages about war in Ukraine, and you immediately said, guys, please no politics in my streams. Yeah, chat, I understand that. The thing is, if someone has well, first of all, super quick, right? If you have a name, and that name on Twitch gets moderated or gets banned, that's for Twitch. If you have a name and it's not moderated by Twitch, and it's not something that it's a new account, I'm not gonna give you shit for your name. I don't know the background behind it. That was a very generous thing they do. I do think that saying Free Palestine is a lovely sentiment, and unless you are very deep into this conflict and you feel it on a very personal level in a very twisted way, I think that if I say Free Palestine or if I read Free Palestine and you take that as an attack on you, that's more on you than it is on me or on whoever says that. I have donated on behalf of the stream to the Palestine Child Relief Fund. I don't beat you over the head on it because I don't think it's something that's super relevant to my streams. It's not something that I have any, I don't know, like, hey guys, I was a wartime reporter and here's everything I know and I can educate you in a unique way. I have nothing to say that most of you don't already know or don't already believe in, so I will be preaching to the choir. As for the Ukrainian thing and the Russian thing, that does hit a little bit closer to our content because unfortunately, it is something that's closer to home. There are Ukrainian refugees in my country. There are Ukrainian members in my streams. There are Russian viewers in my streams. There are Russian players that I play against, and it's something that comes up a bit more often. And because it comes up a bit more often, I think that time I did feel like, hey guys, let's calm down about this. Sometimes I might not be 100% consistent with my rules. I might be like, guys, let's not talk about politics. And sometimes I will talk about politics myself for 5 minutes. Mostly it comes down to whether or not I think it's worth talking about and whether or not the mods are okay dealing with that situation in the chat. And whether or not I'm busy and the mods are going to have to deal with a lot of messages that are very complicated, that are very deep, and that are not necessarily, this is not necessarily the place for them to be shared. It's not a place where we're going to be able to discuss and maybe agree on these things. So if that answers your question, awesome. If not, I can try again. I found out that the murderous bear skin has voice acted by an actual person. Wait, the person that voiced the bear was actually in our stream the other day. He was a really nice guy. Thank you guys for the games, by the way. Can you wish my brother a happy birthday, please? His name is Macaulay. Is he? I feel like that's a Candace moment. Anyway, happy birthday, buddy. Thanks so much. Big hugs to you and your brother. Oh, Kaylis. Well, it's also your fucking birthday? How many fucking people were born today? Happy birthday, Kaylis. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for understanding. And if you have any questions and stuff, please understand. Like, I'm not a perfect person. I don't handle difficult topics on stream perfectly. And I don't think I can, especially when you have a community that has a lot of people. You're going to see paragraphs that are like, I cannot engage with all of this, And maybe it's not the place. But, yeah. I don't mean to make anyone feel discriminated or feel like I'm not taking things seriously. Newer to your stream, 10 out of 10 so far. I appreciate it, dog. That's real sweet of you. Alright, chat. Yesterday, quick summary. We played Trapper, we played Wraith, we played Billy, we played Nurse, we played Myers, we played Hag. It's now time to play Doctor. I'm gonna walk. You notice how bright some of his eyes are? Check it out. This is like bright, but you can see the space around them, right? But then this is so bright. What's up with that? Yeah, look at this. Look at the difference between red and green. What the what is that? I swear that wasn't like that before. Oh, look at that. What the fuck? Dude, I'm so confused, man. I'm so confused. But the skins in this game, I swear, like, change from patch to patch. Just because of other changes. Anyway, let's go, like, relatively default Doctor if possible, so he doesn't look super odd or something. Yeah, something like that is fine. Let's just give him a normal head. The hell is a normal head, man? So stupid. It's not a normal head without the glowy eyes. My tongue, chat. I can't find it. Where is the normal fucking Doctor head? Where is it? I can't find it. I don't know. You know what? Fuck it. Give him this head. This feels like the canonical head anyway. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's at the bottom? No. Wait, is the blue the default? Is this the default now? Oh shit, it might be the default. I thought the default didn't have the sparks on top. Oh shit. Oh, this is the Dude, the default should not be that bright. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't even like it. Never mind. I'm going back to this. Fuck that. Fuck that. Alright. He's so ugly, I hate that. Yeah, honestly. Jesus. I don't like the bright legs being so bright. He looks like a traffic pole. Yeah. Okay. Normally I like to play the killers on the map that they are from, but I think in this situation I'm not gonna do that because it's much easier to show you on some like normal maps. Okay. Yeah, let's do some gas 7. This is perfect. Ooh, why the hell do I have so many perks and stuff? Okay. Alright. Anything? Oh yeah, actually. I'm gonna put on this add-on just to show the shock distance. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll tell people, okay, you can run it a couple times if you wanna get used to it, but then get rid of it. Okay, that should be it. You guys excited? I'm excited. Random question, do you have any plans playing the new peak update? Yeah, actually, maybe. It's one of those games that I actually enjoy quite a bit. What happened to the killer and the 2 survivors that were released this month? I think you might have missed the fact that the developer said that they were postponing some content. They kind of wanted the game to be in a better spot, so they delayed some of the new content to stabilize the game and make it better and change and fix long-standing issues. Anyway, we'll see if that happens even. Okay, it's time to play the Doctor. Doctor is a difficult killer to play against for beginners, but not an extremely difficult killer for beginners to play. He has a lot of moving parts, and at a higher level, you really need to make them all work well for this killer to be worth it. But the thing is, this is a killer that, at its core, without using any of his special abilities or powers or anything like that, is an M1 basic killer. As we explained in the previous videos, let me light up my camera a bit. An M1 killer is a killer that primarily downs people with their M1, their basic attack. So if you've played Trapper, if you played Wraith outside of cloaking, if you played Billy without the Chainsaw, this is a killer that plays just like that. So he can be played perfectly normally. Do keep in mind that every time you use one of your powers, you will reset your Bloodlust. So if you just want to play him in the most simple way, just chase survivors normally, you build Bloodlust over time, which makes you a bit faster, and he is perfectly normal. Now, How do we talk about the skiller? Where do we begin? Let's talk about the simplest power. This is one of the easiest ones to understand. You can almost not really do it wrong. We have a timer on the bottom left that restarts every time we use it. And as you can see, it's called static blast. If we hold the left control, we will charge it up. And I need you to understand that when this static blast hits, everyone inside your terror radius, which by default is 32 meters, but it can be more or less depending on perks, everyone that's inside your terror radius will scream and gain 1 point of madness. What is madness? We'll talk about that a little bit later. However, there is one exception. If a survivor goes into a locker, could you please demonstrate that for us? If a survivor goes into a locker, they will be immune to this. That's not something that you need to worry about terribly. It's fine, but something to keep in mind. If you know that a survivor is nearby and you shock and they don't scream, do you have any perk that makes your terrorists go away? No? So your terrorist was there. Maybe they're in a locker. So figure that out. You will notice that if you use your blast and you don't hit any survivor, the next cooldown is a little bit shorter, right? So the best idea when you start the game as a doctor is not to immediately blast, because survivors typically don't spawn close to you. So if I were to spawn right here, for example, it is pretty natural to expect survivors to be across the map from you. So what I would first do in the start of a game would be to go across the map, get towards the center, or maybe a little bit further if it's a bit big, and then I static blast. Bam! Wow, I found this survivor only. Okay, let's go chase them. And that is one great way to never lose your north and always know where you're going. You're always, because you have the ability to flush survivors out of hiding and reveal them around you, you will have a killer that constantly finds people. So say I go on a chase with this girl, I put her on the hook, right? And then my static blast is ready again. Same thing. I'm not gonna walk to a corner of the map. I'm gonna go to the middle, or what I think most of the gens are left, and I'm gonna use my blast again. And the blast will let you know where survivors are, but it also builds up madness, and as we will see, that is important. And we'll see exactly why later. Now, one thing that's quite important is that the blast does not have any use in chase. This blast, outside of inducing madness, doesn't really help you. It doesn't slow them down, it doesn't injure them, it doesn't prevent them from doing actions. So you don't want to use blast in chase unless the survivor is in a really bad spot. Fengmin, please follow me, please. Let's say that this survivor was in a horrendous, and I mean horrendous spot. Let's imagine the worst spot imaginable. Yeah, let's say that she's in this corner over here or something, right? And I want her to be madness tier 3 because that prevents her from using items. Spoilers. In a situation like this, yeah, sure, I can blast. Because after I blast her, what is she gonna do? Fly away? No. I'm still gonna be able to hit her, right? But if I was chasing her in a normal situation and she's beating me to shack, could you please run to shack and drop the pallet out the window? Like, using a blast here is a bad idea. Because look, I'm losing distance and she dropped the pallet. So do not use the blast in chase. Get your hit first, corner the survivor first, or use it before you enter chase, or after you enter chase, after you hook the survivor. But when you are in a tight chase and you need every meter and you need every possible second closing the gap, do not use your blast to catch up to the survivor. Isn't that wrong? It doesn't prevent them from doing the actions? Yes, it is. It is not wrong. It is correct. You literally just saw this survivor get blasted, and they could still drop a pallet. And just to drive that point home, I'm gonna do it again. Geminixia, please, when I shock you with my blast, I want you to drop the pallet immediately, okay? Let's do it. So say I blast her like this. You know, she even dropped it without her hands. So yeah, this does not help you in chase. She's now in madness tier 3. You can tell that she's in madness tier 3, by the way, because there are different lines on the HUD. Do you see that she has a lot of static? That means madness level 3. When she gets rid of it by doing a certain action, she will go back to madness level 1. And then you're gonna see static that I think is horizontal. Let's see it. There you go. And if I blast her one time or shock her twice, she will get vertical lines, and that's madness tier 2. There you go. And it's a little bit thicker as well. So we've already seen what the blast does and when to use it. It's very, very simple. You can almost not go wrong. But the doctor also has another ability that he can spam much more frequently, which is the shock therapy. Now, the shock therapy does half of the madness damage that a blast does. And as you can see, if I hit a survivor twice, they go to the next madness. If they're in madness 1, they go to madness 2. If they're in madness 2, they go to madness 3. In their madness 3, that's it. That's maximum. If they do a certain short action, they will have return to madness 1, but there's no leaving madness 1. You cannot go back to 0 madness. Once you have some madness, you keep it for the rest of the game, and that is fine. But more importantly, the shock therapy prevents survivors from doing any action for a little while. Now, much like holding the blast, you do lose a bit of distance. So please, Fengmin, could you please run in a straight line and demonstrate how we will lose distance? Yeah. Look, I'm gonna shock. Do you see how she's gaining distance every time I shock? It's very little. It's not a lot. But every time I shock, I am losing a bit of distance, right? So you do not want to spam shock mindlessly. You want to do it deliberately, right? Now, why would you want to do it? Very simple. If this survivor goes to this pallet and I shock them before they drop it, if I don't, obviously she'll drop the pallet. She will be, for 2.5 seconds, unable to drop that pallet. Let's see it. She can drop it, can drop it, can drop it. So I now just go for a normal hit. Ta-da. And the same thing with windows. Let's, I don't know, or a pallet that's already dropped. Like, if I shock her as she's going around the pallet. There you go. She can make it, and now I can just hit her. So this killer sometimes doesn't need to deal with pallets as much because he can deny them. Now, I have a brown add-on called the Maple Knight or something. It's a chess piece, everything with Doctor's theme about chess. And this add-on highlights the range of my shock. As you can see, I personally think it's really ugly and it's very intrusive. I don't think you should run this add-on basically ever, but you can run it in your first game or in a custom game with bots to understand when your shock works. So for example, this is not gonna hit her, but this one will, and this one will as well. But if I go any further, like here, it shouldn't hit her. Oh, that was still on the edge. So that's, oh wow, it's pretty generous. There you go. That's the limit. That's how far you can go. With some add-ons, you can make it bigger and change shapes. So don't worry, we will take this add-on off, but I'm just letting you know that it exists so that you visualize it. So what is the big idea with Doctor? Very, very, very simple. At the start of the game, we shock people. Super, super easy. We find them, then we enter chase, we try to, we blast people, then we try to use shock to make the chase as quick as possible. We put them in madness as much as possible so they have to waste time getting out of it. Also, madness has other effects, and we're gonna spend just a few seconds showing them. But before we do that, I'm gonna show you some basic ideas of what happens when a survivor plays certain types of pallets, okay? The pallet that is not so safe for a survivor is something like this. Could you please go and drop this pallet? Okay, so what happened here? I made a, seemingly I made a mistake, right? Could you please stay on that side of the pallet? Seemingly I made a mistake, right? Because I'm chasing the survivor and she managed to vault the pallet or go through the pallet and then drop it. So it seems like here I failed, but actually she's the one that's in trouble. Because if I just shocked her, she cannot vault back, which means the only thing she can do is run away. So, Fong, could you please come by to us and then vault the pallet? Yeah. Come to us and vault the pallet. I'm gonna be a bit late. Oh, don't worry, because she can go back. So, I just go back and hit her. You know, she couldn't go back any sooner than that. So, pallets like this, where the survivor gets trapped, can be used to your advantage if you shock them, and even if the shock is late, you catch them on the other side. But there is a worse type of pallet than this, which is this one right here. A pallet that is against the edge of the map or against a wall. Against this sort of pallet, we can do a much more extreme version of that. We're in the main building if you didn't see us. Perfect. So first thing we're gonna do is force the survivor to drop the pallet. Okay, do they drop it? Do they drop it? Perfect. And now, look, all I need to do is shock them. Oh, she actually vaulted and she's dead because she couldn't vault any sooner. And if you do it even nicer, there you go. She can go and bam, I can hit her now. I just don't want to hit her, but yeah. Or the other way around. There you go, and she can vault. So if you have a survivor against the edge of the map like this, your shocks become really, really powerful. Your shock is kind of like a disc, and sometimes when there's a bit of elevation, you can hit someone mid-air, but yeah, it doesn't go down. So Now that we have a hill here, this is a really good time to showcase this. For example, as you can see by the preview, I will not hit. Yeah, you see it, right? Like the particles are super, super easy to see. Yeah. So a survivor that is by that car will not get hit by this. One thing that you might notice, and you might have been really quick to notice if you have a keen eye, is that when I shock, there's a small delay before the shock kicks in. So when I shock, yeah, you see how the lightning like appears a few like a second afterwards, or a bit less than a second. Yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. Like, look, you see that delay between me finishing the action and her screaming? This means that you cannot shock survivors at the very last minute. This is a very strong window right here, right? Fong, could you please, I don't know, get Chase from like here and vault it? If I shock her last second like this, it's worthless. So for a window like this, you would need to do it way, way earlier, okay? And keep in mind that there's ping and lag and latency and things to, you know, things to consider. So you can shock them last second. It needs to be a little earlier, like that. And now she's trapped. She cannot do it. Perfect. Now let's have a look really quick at what it looks like to have madness from the survivor point of sight, all right? Because it's quite important for you to understand it as a doctor. Otherwise, you don't understand your power. All right, I'm gonna ask our helper to switch to doctor, and I'll play Fong, and I'll show you. Oh, American Heart Association, what's up, guys? Welcome, welcome. Please be extremely welcome to the chat. How nice. All right. Where is prestige? Where is prestige? Okay, that's just for everyone. Where is it, guys? Help. Prestige. There you go. Excellent. Right, this is perfect. Let's go. Oh, thank you, Slashy. That's real sweet of you. Yeah, the American Heart Association are not doctors themselves, but they are a charity that we work with pretty much every year. We do something with them or surrounding them. And this year we're also going to do something to benefit them. They help families of people suffering from heart conditions, which is still one of the #1 killers in the US and otherwise. And they also fund research, or help to fund research, which is awesome. New plushie coming? Yeah, version. Okay. Hey, chat. Hi, Bing Bong. Happy to have you. Hi, he's on. Oh my god. Okay, very cool. We're playing as Survivor now, and as you can see, we have no madness. But I'm gonna make the mistake of running into the open, and the doctor's gonna blast, which he can do at the start. And if it's a blast, you're gonna go up 1 in madness. Uh-oh, 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 bam. So what happens when you have 1 madness? Not a lot, not a lot. Leave us alone, doctor, for a second. You can do everything that you normally can, and there's basically no big downside. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that every skill check that you do now has a chance to, a 1 in 3 chance to be reverse or randomly on the screen. So we're gonna be on a gen for just a second and see if we can see a skill check. Just so that we can showcase it. It's only a small chance. There you go. Oh, what's that? That was a reverse skill check, right? That came in the opposite direction. So that can happen in all levels of madness, but basically a bit less in madness tier 1. Can we please get shocked twice to be in madness tier 2? Okay. Okay, now we're in madness tier 2. Literally the same as madness tier 1. Except the rare skill checks are going to be even more common. And you're going to occasionally see visions of the doctor. I don't know if that's gonna... Yeah, that's a skill check in reverse, blah, 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 perfect. Yeah, that is an illusory one. Don't worry about it. The doctor doesn't see it unless he has a certain add-on. So it doesn't give away your position normally, but it could. Now, let's see what happens when we go to madness tier 3, which is the more annoying one. Again, we need to be blasted or shocked twice. I think blast. So now I can use my flashlight, as you can see, no problem. Can we please get blasted, Mr. Doctor? Oh, I can no longer use my items. Very important. This is important from the survivors, but it's also very important from the killer point of view. I get a constant sound effect that is really annoying, and I will get illusions of the doctor that last longer and the doctor himself can see. Right? And I need to snap out of it. And snapping out, it's okay if you don't finish it because you get interrupted. You can continue it later. It's an action that you have to do. I would be really careful. This goes both ways. You don't want to be doing the snap action in an area where you generally don't see anything. Like, you don't want to be doing this, you know? Like, where is the doctor? We don't know. Like, you want to do it somewhere where you can see, because with certain add-ons, you might not hear his stereo radios, and he could creep up to you while you're doing that, because it's all very overwhelming, right? Okay, so we've snapped out. We're now back to tier 1. As a doctor, it is a really good idea to put someone in tier 3 if they have a flashlight, and you are annoyed by that, or if they could go for a flashy save, or if they have a medkit and you think they could use it in chase, you know, put them in minus tier 3 to waste their time and prevent them from using items. Super, super important, right? Now, the other thing that the doctor can do is shock you, as we've explained. I want you to pay attention to the bottom of my screen where my perks would be. Doctor, please, could you please shock me? Oh, I dodged that. Perfect. Yeah, you see that pacified? That means that for 2.5 seconds, I cannot drop or do any action in chase. Oh, no. Now, it's very important, okay, as a survivor and as a killer, to understand that what a bad survivor will do when they get pacified is this. Could you please shock us? Oh, no. Oh, I need to wait here. Oh, I took a hit. What a good survivor will do, and what you need to be ready for as a doctor, is if you shock them, they will continue to run. They will continue to run. And sometimes make it back, sometimes not make it back, right? That's quite important. Okay, let's snap out. If you're in Madness tier 3 and he shocks you, you don't go into Madness tier 4. That's completely fine. Okay. What else? Oh yeah, when you're in Madness tier 3, you can unhook other people and you can open gates. That's super important. And you can do everything that you normally can in chase. But you cannot heal yourself with self-care or a medkit, and you cannot heal others. Either on the ground or when they're injured. So if I'm in Madness tier 3, I cannot pick up a teammate from the ground. And if I'm Madness tier 2, I need to be careful about the possibility of suddenly finding myself in Madness tier 3. Super important. Yeah, you can drop pallets in Madness tier 3. But not if you get shocked. Right, so let's... please shock me, Doctor, and try to play this normally. Right, so here, right now... Oh, I'm getting the stick. So that's what it feels to be in Madness, alright? Very, very simple stuff. When you see it from the survivor point of view, you hopefully understand a little bit better. Just don't forget they see visions, and there's a lot of add-ons that we're gonna get into that also add extra effects. Let's talk about the add-ons a little bit and what build you can run on Doctor, even as a complete beginner, to maybe increase your chances of doing better or having easier games. Alright. See ya, loser. Alright, let's go check some builds. Thank you so much, our helper. We'll be back in a few minutes. We don't need you anymore. Why is Mindbreaker still disabled? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe they forgot. What does he see illusions tier 3, or is it now only 2? No, in tier 3 he sees them always. I hope I made that clear. Hi Jackson. Why is the sky blue? Because that's the part of the light that he doesn't filter out, I guess. Okay. Okay, I normally don't take a lot of time to explain what add-ons do for each killer, all of them. I do have a part of my website that lists every single add-on from generally the best to generally the worst. And if you click on them, it explains what they do and a little bit of commentary on when to use them and how and what they pair with and everything like that. So please check my website if you need super specific add-on. But the thing about the Doctor is that his add-ons are really important to his gameplay. So we're gonna talk very, very briefly about some do's and don'ts and some important things that are not very well explained in the game, all right? Let's start with the simplest add-ons, the ones that change the shape of his shock. Not the big blast, that's always the Terror Radio shape, but only the shape of his smaller shock, right? So we have the interview tape. This one makes the shock much longer, but also thinner. It's good to interrupt people from afar, but it's worse in close proximity. It's not bad, but you really don't need it. Then we have a really weird one, the scrap tape. Instead of making a cone, it makes it into a ring. Super weird. You can pair them together if you'd like, but I don't really recommend it. We then have 3 add-ons that increase the range. It just makes it bigger, right? And you can use the Maple Knight if you want to see how big it is. You can test it in a private game. The Moldy Electrode adds 2 meters. The Polished Electrode adds 3 meters. And the High Stimulus Electrode adds 4 meters. These add-ons aren't bad. They aren't bad. Typically, there's not a lot of point in shocking people that are that far. But every now and then it is welcome. So you can put them on. Nothing wrong with that. These add-ons are fine. The tapes, I would stay away from. We then have the 2 other Queen and King pieces. These 2 are really easy to run, and they're very, you don't really need to worry too much about them. They are popular in Doctor. The Queen is a bit more complicated, but basically every time you shock or blast a survivor, they kind of carry a electricity charge, and they apply it to other survivors that come in contact with them. So basically, it's a way for survivors to put each other in madness and accidentally put each other in madness more often. Super, super simple. What the Iridescent King does is it takes a bunch of secondary effects from other add-ons and adds them all together. So if you want to play him very mindlessly and just do a bunch of random things without any control, these add-ons can be all right. So now what's left are his main add-ons. The add-ons for the Doctor are a little bit strange, okay? There are 4 families, and each of them has normally 3 add-ons that have the same thing, and you generally don't want to stack them together. I'll explain why. So each of these families has 1 main effect and 1 secondary effect. The main effect can be stacked. The secondary effect happens, and if you have 2 of the same type, it doesn't stack. So let's talk first about the Calm family. It is Purple Calm, Green Calm, and Brown Calm. There's 3. What these add-ons do with the different degrees is they make his terror radius bigger when he can blast, and then you hit more survivors, but also smaller when your blast is on cooldown. This is actually really good. If you put 2 of these together and you blast at the start of the game or shortly after, for the longest time, you will have minus 14 meter terror radius, which will make you like a semi-stealth killer. That's awesome. So yeah, you could use one of these. Just don't forget that if you have a smaller terror radius, that can affect some perks. Keep in mind that the secondary effect of the Calm nodes is that you make survivors hear a terror radius like a fake terror radius occasionally. And remember, that part does not stack. The minus 8 meters and plus 8 meters and the minus 6 meters and plus 6 meters, that part will stack, but the secondary effect does not stack. So it's maybe best to have one of these and one of another if you want to get most out of each add-on. Okay, the next family is Discipline. These add-ons are the best add-ons for Doctor generally. They do something very, very important. Whenever you shock a survivor, it reduces the delay before they actually get hit by it. You remember how I mentioned that when you shock, there's a small delay? This makes the delay smaller, and it does stack. So let's put on 2 disciplines. With these 2 add-ons, I now make the cooldown 20 and 15% shorter. And the secondary effect is also really good. In Madness Tier 2, survivors don't see your red stain, and the red stain instead is in their character during chase. And in Madness Tier 3, that happens at all times, which means that a survivor in Madness Tier 3 has a constant terror radius and a constant red stain, and it's really hard for them to know where you actually are. You can actually mess with them. Discipline add-ons are very, very, very good. Having at least one is almost never a bad idea. There's 3 of them again. Then we have Order add-ons. This one makes it so that your big blast has a shorter cooldown, but it's such a small effect. It is a very, very small effect. I do not recommend that you stack these. Like, even without any add-ons, where's the other order? Even without with both of these add-ons, saving 5 seconds on a blast is not that important. Like, it's already a very short 45-second cooldown anyway. And the secondary effect is okay. The secondary effect is that survivors occasionally see fake pallets. They're not extremely convincing, but every now and then it can mess with a survivor. Remember, if you pair these 2 add-ons together, the shorter cooldown, that will stack, but the illusory pallets, that doesn't stack. The secondary effect of these add-ons of each family does not stack with themselves, right? It also doesn't stack if you pair it with the king. If you pair it with the king, you're just going to have the secondary effect of all the families of add-ons. Next, Restraint. This is actually one of my personal favorites. every single time you make a survivor go up in madness by shocking a couple times or blasting, you see their auras. It doesn't seem super useful, but it is really, really, really good. And the secondary effect is really, really strong as well. The secondary effect makes the illusionary doctors actually visible to you in madness tier 2 as well. So you will see a bunch of white outlines of your character, and that will let you know that there's a survivor there. And if you're smart, you can figure out who it is as well. So these are really, really good, all of them. So that's awesome. And that's it. That's all the families. So basically, they have a primary effect and a secondary effect. The primary stacks, the secondary doesn't. And if you want to do all of the secondary effects at once, then you can put on the king. The king does random fake palettes, random terror radius, random illusionary doctors that are more that can be seen by the doctor, and everything that the other add-ons do. But the downside of using this add-on is that you don't get the primary effect of each of the others. Could you have this with the primary effect of calm? Yes. But then you have, the secondary effect doesn't stack. Is that more or less understandable? I hope so. It is quite complicated, but I hope so. Now, let's talk about a beginner build. For add-ons, we're going to be super, super simple. We're going to go for Restrain, seeing the aura of survivors for 1 second. Even 1 second is pretty good. And seeing the illusory hallucinations even in tier 2, which is awesome. And Discipline, which makes our shocks happen a little quicker, even though green one is pretty good. So we're going to run with that. Now, because we are a killer that attacks with basic attacks all the time, Sloppy Butcher is great. Slower heals with madness and everything is awesome. If a survivor, for example, is healing themselves, and they are 90% healed, and you put them in madness tier 3, they cannot finish the heal, and now the progress from the healing with Sloppy Butcher is going to go back to 0, which can be pretty powerful. Then we have No Holds Bar or Deadlock, depending on whether or not you have the Cenobite. This perk has a different name. This is awesome. It just makes people waste time on gens and without you having to do anything. And Noid at the end of the game is also very powerful, allows me to insta-down, and keep in mind that anytime you blast survivors, you interrupt them. So if a survivor is cleansing my totem, and I hear it through a wall, I can shock them or I can blast them, and then they'll have to start over again. So you can deny people doing totems. Also, if they're in Madness tier 3, they can't do totems. So this could be really powerful. But this perk here is interesting. Plaything, Plaything doesn't seem so good. Because if I hook a survivor, then they're not going to hear my terror radius because they will be oblivious. And if they don't hear my terror radius, then when I blast, are they inside my terror radius? Shouldn't they kind of ignore it? Actually, that is really good logic, but for some reason, the blast ignores obliviousness. It says it at the end. Static blast immediately negates the oblivious status effect. But because this add-on reapplies oblivious continuously, because this perk reapplies it, this perk is still really, really good. And it goes really, really well with Restraint. Because if I blast, they get hit by it, they gain madness, I see their aura, but they don't necessarily know where I'm blasting from if they don't see me directly. So this build should work out pretty well on Doctor, and basically everything we have plays really well with the add-ons and with this base kit. Let's play a match and see how it goes. And for some reason it's not the case for Legion. Yeah, for Legion it's not the case. Those fake palettes sound really strong. When you understand the specifics, you'll realize it's not that insanely good. And even though the fake palette is a good secondary effect, the main effect of that family of add-ons, which I think is Order, is not good. It's just not good. Can you use the bulky Doctor? No, chat, I'm gonna play normal skins so people don't go like, who's that killer? Oh. Hi, Padko, sorry. Hassan Piker's favorite killer? You guys want me to go to TwitchCon and be ostracized by every single person in there, right? Like you guys want to close every business opportunity, every networking chance. You just want me to be the black sheep of this fucking website. You cannot help yourself to not say something offensive every 5 fucking seconds, man. Oh my god. You guys are awful. Oh, man. Oh, dear. What kills are you doing today? Starting with Doctor, and we're gonna try to make it to Ghostface. We'll see if we get that lucky. Don't forget those who don't have DLC plaything is called Fortune Spill. Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully they'll see the icon. Fuck. And I mean, if you look up Fortune's Fuel. Like, it does show up. Like, if you look at Plaything, it does show up. Like, it's in the metadata of the perk. Like, hopefully... Yeah, I forgot to clarify this time. Have you ever considered placing each killer's guide separately? No. No. If I post each guide killer separately, then each of them, I think needs to be really, really good. And if it's really, really good, that would take me 2 years. And in the time I take 2 years, like, every killer's change. I think this guide it's like a good thing to binge watch, and it's a good thing to learn, but it's like a simple guide. And I think part of the charm is that you go to one video and it's got all the information there. And I like that a lot better, honestly. Thank you for the drops. With Blake being your favorite to play, what's some of the things about her that makes her fun to play for you? I don't think she's one of my favorites to play anymore these days, for the record. But back in the day, I just really enjoyed doing crazy things with her power. Like, it was fun to puke over obstacles and stuff like that. And it was a nice way to feel powerful without playing necessarily one of the 3 super popular meta perks, meta killers that everyone's already playing, you know? Will the tips go on YouTube? Yeah, I'm gonna make a video that will compile all of this stuff together. Do you think that there's value in doing this for Trickster and Scully, considering they're gonna do work soon? Yeah, I mean, it takes me 10 minutes set, I'll do it. Who are some of your favorite killers to play nowadays? I love Unknown, I love Nemi. I have a lot of fun with Artis, for example, when she's not buggy. Some of the newer killers like Animatronic and Darklord I find really fun. I had a lot of fun with Krasu when she came out. Now I don't know if I love playing her as much. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's a few that I've always enjoyed. Like Clown, for example, I've always liked. Stuff like that. Do you like the Handmaster? Yeah, I do, actually. I really do like her. She's just a bit buggy. I feel like half the times I play her, I end up resentful and angry. But if it wasn't for that... How long until there's a rework? We don't know, Chad. Maybe early next year, actually. Yeah, maybe 3 months from now or something. Next mid-chapter. Oh, that's great, Zenny. Yeah, I like Krasu. It's just, I feel a little bad because people still similarly dislike her despite being nerfed pretty severely. I don't know. Which killers don't you like? I don't like the super meta killers. I really don't like Ghoul at all, man. It drives me a little bit mad. Although apparently he's in a much better spot now that they've patched a few things. And yeah, that's it mostly. Why are the 25s bright red and the 26 gray? The colors switch. They go gray, bronze, silver, or like golden, red, and then they repeat. And the only thing that changes is like the shape. There's like different colors and shapes combinations up until Prestige 100. Are you interested in playing Dispatch? I don't know, chat. I might need to see someone play it. I wonder if it's the kind of game that's kind of like a movie, and you could just watch me or watch anyone else, or if there's actually some input that you do. Would my playthrough be different from yours? Like, or is it like kind of the same thing? It's more like a movie that you experience together. I'm not sure if it's my type of game. I'm thinking about it. Do you think the 2026 Paladins is going to be behavior rolling back the changes? Yeah, I think maybe. Didn't Mandy in the forum say that they are taking feedback and possibly doing something about it? I wouldn't be super worried about it. I'm sure they are. Like, that seems to be something that they are taking somewhat seriously, so we'll see. Slashy, I'm sorry, okay? Alright, let's go. Awesome, lots of blood points. Oh, so I'm watching the stream after a very long time pass. Hi, Shinryu. You mean since the last time you came? That's alright. Happy to have you, man. Is there a good skill check builder on Doctor? Yeah, I'm sure Merciless Storm this, Lullaby that. Hi, Ella. Okay. Okay, so one thing that really helps when playing the Doctor is to know the shape of the map that you're in, so that you know more or less where to go. But no matter what we do, whenever we spawn, we're gonna look at the furthest couple gens. So more or less over there, right? They could be all on the left one, or they could be all on the right one. So we could make a shot. We could make a call the shots. If it was a smaller map, maybe I would be blasting already. Let's do it right here. Okay, that's pretty good news, right? We found 2 people in main, and oh, this is a bit of a nasty one. Yeah, I'm gonna shock her here. Yeah, she's doing something pretty smart. I think that's life. Let's see. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna check her right there. That prevents her from dropping this pallet. She has another pallet right here for some reason. And unfortunately, I have a difficult decision here. I can commit to this girl and get a quick down, or I can go back and bother all those people. But because those people are main and it can be strong pallets and whatnot, it's a little nasty. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna trick her into dropping this pallet. And now she's trapped. Remember what I explained earlier? I knew that I was not gonna shock her in time, but I still managed to shock her in a way that made her think that she was in control. And by the time she dropped the pallet, she was trapped. If she had been super smart, she would have not dropped the pallet. Now, my blast is already off cooldown, so let's very quickly blast away. That's very unfortunate. Imagine if I could have put both of these guys in tier 3, they would have had the gen really close to being done, but they cannot work on gens if they're in madness, so that's alright. Let's shock him. He cannot drop this pallet, so don't panic. A normal hit here will do. Does he go for the stun? I think he does. He made a mistake here. I might need to do it. I might fake this. Yeah. Because he's shocked, he cannot fall back, so super simple stuff. Awesome. Alright, let's just not overthink it. Just pick him up real quick. Remember, Laurie is in Madness tier 3. If I decided to chase her now, she wouldn't be able to use an item. I see an illusion of a doctor, which, I mean, it tells me something that I already figured. But there was a survivor here. Oh, did you notice? Right, this is not going to put her in any higher level of madness because she was already really mad. She wants to use this pallet, but I shock her right before it. Let's wait for a dead heart. I'm an idiot. I forgot she has life. She looked at me in such a way, I really, really believe she had dead heart. I mind game myself, I'll be honest. Luckily, that shock was awesome. I will shock her one more time here. No, I'm too late. I'm too late. This is just really unpleasant, man. This pallet here with this whole loop around it, she's just gonna go. I did put Steve in Madness tier 3, which was awesome because he can work on that totem for a bit. But yeah. I'll fake this. Oh, that was smart of her. Okay. This isn't the worst thing ever, but yeah. It's not the worst thing ever. We have a person that on hook, especially with endgame stuff. I'm gonna blast actually, because I do think they might be doing that totem just in case. It's also possible that that totem is just her plaything, and he cannot physically do it, because plaything is a special totem that only one person can do. But after a while, then everyone can. Oop. Right, so we have a person that on hook, which is awesome. If you have the perk Overcharge from the Doctor, which by the way is a great beginner perk, kicking gens can be quite worth it, because if they miss a skill check, they will lose quite a bit of progress. I might get him with one hit and just leave him, chat. I'm gonna shock him so that he cannot get the window. Beautiful. He will have to drop me this pallet, and I'm okay with that. That was very weird looking, but it's okay. I could have tried to shock him there. The only problem is I kind of want the pallet out of the way, especially with Noed and... this is not so good. Oh. Okay, one hit on this guy and I think he just drops it. Oh, we did it so early, he actually got faked. There you go, one hit and we're probably out. We want to go for... That's just so unlucky, man. That's just so unlucky. This guy's doing really good. I don't know how he's handling this. Well done. Well done. He looks so funny when they're in Madness tier 3. Leave him. Leave him. Leave him. Leave him. We're gonna lose the game chasing him. He's in Madness tier 3. He cannot use his medkit. We have gens around here. Shock people. This is perfect. If we go for her, we win the game a lot quicker than if we go for him. So it's very tempting. She will want to use this window with life. So yeah, we were a bit of a step ahead of her. Awesome. Could I shock this guy real quick? Unfortunately not. Here's what I want to do, Chad. I want to put this guy in minus tier 3 just to waste his time. If it gives me a free hit, awesome. And now that he's minus tier 3, look at that illusion. That is 100% Laurie. The other two guys are in madness tier 1, which does not have illusions, so... What was that? Was that a pebble, or...? Right. I'll show you how to play Shaq. It's a little tricky. Awesome. Nice. She vaults. It looked a bit weird. And she does not have decisive or anything. She was working on a generator. Oh, that's a bit unlucky for me. Oh, no, that's lucky for me. They don't have a flashlight. Unlucky. So now we've kind of tunneled the person out, but we've done it in a very responsible way. She kind of waited at the pallet, which can be really bad against this killer. But against this killer, you almost always want to stay in the move. We're going to blast her. Oh, beautiful. I know exactly what build this guy has. And this is a little bit unrelated to what I'm doing at the moment. But this guy has a toolbox, and he went into a locker. And what that tells me is that he has the perk built to last, and he is redoing... Oh, very nice, actually. And he is rebuilding his toolbox. And I can already make some assumptions that this guy is not going to have an anti-tunnel perk just based on that alone. So for that reason, when this guy comes off the hook, we're going to tunnel him, aka go after him immediately upon hook. Very aggressively, I think. Huh. I guess I killed a girl here in the middle, because there's no other hooks. Wow, that's unusual. This gen is done. We see illusions. Who could this be? Either of them. They're both in madness tier 3, so we don't really know. Let's find out. This is Steve. Honestly, Steve is further from the hook, which means that if I chase this girl, Steve has to waste time going for the hook. And I have to be honest, he played very well. Okay, why did this girl make such a blunder here? Because of the discipline add-on. The discipline add-on, as you can see, is making a red stain appear on top of her, and it's making the terror radio sound like chase, chase, chase. So when I actually got close to her, she couldn't even tell I was there. So that was, even the green discipline add-on was this powerful already. Interesting, right? They both are in minus tier 3. They can't even heal each other quickly. And remember, this guy, I've already guessed, has no anti-tunnel perks. Yeah. Oh, darling. Oh, darling. Oh, darling. We're giving up. We're giving up. So seeing the illusions means someone is nearby. Without the restraint set... If you don't have a restraint add-on, one of the three, not the king, but one of the three, then the truth is you don't know. Oh, the king also, I guess. But yeah, if you have a restraint add-on, you can see illusions in tier 3 and in tier 2. Tier 1, there's no illusion, so obviously you can't see them. Without the add-on, by default, the doctor only sees them in tier 3. So if I see a white illusion, I look at the HUD, then I know that it's... In this case, it would be 100% her. You see? Her. It couldn't be Steve because he's madness 1. There's no illusions. And it couldn't be Steve because even if he was madness 2, if I don't have add-ons, I don't see that either. Only... Oh, fine. Bye-bye then. Yeah, these guys have given up a little bit, but you know what? This makes me realize I could show you how to play Shaq, which is a really common place to be chased as Doctor, and it's quite weak against Doctor. Doctor can do quite a lot around Shaq. Otherwise, it's a strong place for survivors. But yeah, that more or less covers everything, I think. We've seen a little bit of everything. Now, one of the hardest things with Doctor is finding the perfect timing to shock. If you shock a survivor too late, you might as well not even bother. If you shock them too early, they will outweigh the effects and still drop the pallet or still vault the window or something, right? So finding that perfect in-between of like shocking them right at the perfect time with the correct amount of times, that's the difficult thing that you will develop over time. Let's shock, see if we find Steve. We didn't find him. By the way, a survivor cannot do any action for 2.5 seconds, including going into the shack. So if I saw Steve in front of me and the shack... The hatch, sorry, was in front of him, I could shock him, and then while he's unable to do anything, I walk up to hatch and then close it myself. So that's a pretty advanced trick that you probably will never ever use, but if you do, you're gonna feel really smart about it. Okay. I think he's just waiting at the hatch. Maybe. Oh! Did I see a bird come back? Alright. Almost. He was waiting on top of it. Yeah, so I could have shocked him there and then he would have probably died. Let's see if Ace had a build to last build. Yeah, of course. I told you he wouldn't have any anti-tunneling perks. Every person that does this has like 4 perks to do gens fast. But it's not so easy with Doctor sometimes, especially with all of this stuff. We were well prepared. GG's. Let me show you a couple more tricks before we move on to the next killer. Hi Zambru, I already have, don't worry. What about impossible skill checks? Don't worry about impossible skill checks, chat. Don't worry about impossible skill checks. This is Doctor. It's fine. Like people greatly overestimate just how important it is. You know, you don't need to worry too much about it. What's my favorite band? Lately I've been listening to a lot of Cassiopeia. Okay, sorry. Let's go custom game. And we could play once again on Gas Heaven or something. Right, I wonder if our helper is available right now. If not, that's okay. We can always do it with bots, but... Is our helper available? Yes, she is. Hi, Sisu. I really love your videos. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Awesome. Thanks so much, Jess. We appreciate you. Could you please bring any mutants necessary, just in case we accidentally waste a shag or something? That's the only thing. Thank you. Can you show the position to shock the crane window, maybe? I don't think it's that important, chat. Yeah, Chucky did get a big fat nerf, but he's been improved since. He's in a decent spot. He's pretty good. He's definitely one of the better killers in the game. It's not bad. Hi, 90. Welcome. Do you do Hillbilly already? Yeah, I've been doing killers in order, chat. Everything before Doctor, we did yesterday. Oh, hi. Thank you, Draken. Right, so please let's go to Shack. Oh, right, so let's talk about some things that we can do at Shack. The most common thing that a survivor is going to try to do, Fong, could you please come out? Could you run this anti-clockwise, go around and then into the window? Like not here, but like around and into the window, like most survivors would. Yeah. No. Through there and you run into the window. Yeah, this is what you're always going to see survivors do, right? And then you chase them and oh no. And then maybe they drop the pallet, or better yet, let's try that again. They go around and then do the exact same loop one more time, right? So obviously I have a lot of bloodlust right now. Let me just shock to get rid of it. So yeah, run that thing that you just did, and then when you vault the window, you go around and loop it, like same exact thing. So this is what a normal killer sometimes sees happen, right? She vaults the window, go for it. And then she goes to the left and then loops it again. And if I follow them, they just vault this window until it gets blocked 3 times in chase, right? Now it's blocked. Now, how can you prevent that as a doctor? Very, very, very simple. If you're approaching the shack, you are going to try to shock them, and you need to be a little smart, okay? So, Fong, please come outside. If the survivor is beating me to the shack, what I'm going to try to do is shock the inside of the shack. We know more or less how much space we take, so even if at the moment of the shock I don't see the survivor, it should still work. So can you please go and try to take the window the same way you did earlier, as quickly as you can? So I'm gonna shock them like this, and she cannot take it. She cannot take it. She will most likely panic, go to the pallet and try to drop it, and sometimes it won't even be good enough. So let's try that one more time. Vault the window, go around it or whatever. Yeah, go for it. And you want to shock them like this, more or less aim at the center, bam. Now some high level survivors might try to do a little silly, and they might like they might try to dodge it, but at that point, that's something you can play around. You pay attention to how they play and what their tendencies are, and you can be a bit patient. You can try to guess where you're gonna hit them, right? Something very similar happens if you're approaching from a different angle. Fong, could you please run into the shack from where I am, more or less, from this point, and try to use it in any way you can? Use the pallet, use the window, whatever you can. Go for it. See, even if I'm really far, I can shock here, and bam. She can't drop it, can't drop it, can't drop it, and now she's gonna get hit here, no matter what, right? So this is a very simple way of playing it. There's also a really, really cool trick that if you can pull it off, works very, very well, right? So, for example, let's say that Feng Min is planning to go around here, and her first plan is to go through the window. right? But we're not gonna let her do that. She's gonna get shock around here, and because she cannot take the window, she's going to try to keep running, right? And then the next thing she's gonna do is come around and then drop the pallet inside to be safe. And I'm gonna show you a little trick that you can do when this happens. What we're gonna do after the initial shock is we're gonna follow, we're gonna see that she's around the corner, and we're gonna shock her like this. When she gets shocked, the pallet will have been dropped already. She will not be able to vault it. And right as she's getting shocked, we will vault, and she will be stuck here. This is called the Dre tech, because a doctor named Drejalgia is the one that found it out. And it's really cool. So please, Mrs. Fong, could you please come here? We're gonna shock her. She's not gonna be able to take the window, right? And then she's gonna drop the pallet like a fool. Go for it. Right. No. Through the outside. Sorry. Go for it. And so we're gonna blast her, right? Shock her. She can't take the window. She might beat me to the pallet. So what I'm gonna do is... bam. And look, she can't vault. She's trapped. So that's something you can do in Shag as well. Most other buildings and most other tiles are just simpler versions of a pallet and a window. And it really comes down to playing in a very simple way. Now, the one mistake that you could make, right? For example, in this pallet, I don't want the survivor to drop the pallet, right? I will shock them so that they don't drop the pallet. I will take possession of the pallet, be on top of it. And now here I go very carefully. Go, maybe left, maybe right, maybe left, maybe right, maybe left. Shock them, and then there needs to be a moment where you're confident running them down. If you keep shocking, you slow yourself down so much, you never catch up. So you need to have a good sense of how long 2.5 seconds is, and when is a good time to, okay, I've shocked them, they cannot drop the pallet this loop. Now I go through the pallet, I go a little bit, and before they make it, bam, I hit them, right? So that's where I think experience will come into play. But I've pretty much told you everything you need to know. Now, there's one more thing that someone in the chat asked about, and it's something that you see a lot of information on the internet about, and I think it's maybe worth talking about, which is impossible skill check doctor. Now, if you watch some old videos, some absolute maniacs would do things such as send themselves to a small indoor maps and then have some crazy big terror radius or something, and then distressing, boom, huge terror radius, right? And then lullaby, oh my god. I mean, this is a good perk, it's not bad. Very difficult skill checks, right? And they lose more progress. And then overcharge, oh my god, very difficult skill checks. And then oppression, oh my god. Even more difficult skill checks. And maybe merciless, which also gives difficult skill checks with doctors. Any one of these perks is okay. But keep in mind, these builds, they have limitations. Map offerings, they no longer work 100% of the time like they used to. So if you get this build and you go to a big map, immediately your chances to win get halved, right? And when you have really gimmicky builds like this, if you don't have everyone in Madness 2 and Madness 1, Madness 2, the skill checks can be nothing. These builds are very hit or miss. They're okay, experiment with them if you want, but I don't think you need to go crazy. Doctor can be played in a variety of ways. He's actually quite a versatile killer, so don't get pigeonholed into only playing with one playstyle because you think it's best. Some of that advice might be outdated or might not apply to you. Let's now play the next killer. And I don't know why I left the lobby. It's Cannibal! Yippee! Okay, this is fun. Okay. What map for Cannibal, guys? Farm map, right? Avatar? Alright, this is gonna be exciting. Let's get Jess back in here. Right. That's it. Perfect. Let's go. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. I might actually take you up on that if Jess has to go. Thank you for your vids. I got a nice start in DVD years ago. What you're doing is a blessing. Oh, it's my pleasure, Trapstar. I have fun making these, honestly. Please put the lipstick back on. Oh, those masks are gone, Chad. They don't exist anymore. Oh, unless you mean the other one, actually. Yeah, I guess the other one does exist. Hi, Jess. Yeah, I know you're offering to help too. Don't worry. I don't take it for granted. Okay, friends. It's time to talk about the Cannibal. Many people call him Bubba, because that's kind of like his in-movie name. And this is a killer that a lot of people love to play, and a lot of people love to play against, but I'm going to teach you how to play him in a way that will make people not love you. Now, first things first. This is very much like Hillbilly. This killer has a lot of similarities to Hillbilly. I would say overall, he has more room for mistake. He is not as strong as Billy, but he's a little easier to play, and survivors making mistakes are punished even more with this character. But much like Billy, he is also an M1 killer. You don't need to play this killer using only his power, or even only using his power predominantly. You can play him like a normal killer. So if you're a little bit confused and you don't know what's best, it's completely fine to just not use your power very much and just play him like a normal character. He has the normal lunge, the normal 32-meter terror radius, the normal stun time, the normal terror radius and red stain. Everything is the same as Trapper, as Wraith, as most basic attack M1 killers, right? So that's the most important thing to keep in mind. But then, on top of that, this killer has a chainsaw, and the chainsaw is pretty cool. Now, one thing that you can immediately start using the chainsaw for is just cleanup. Fong, could you please come over to the middle of the map and drop this pallet for us? While you are finishing a chase up and hooking a survivor, every now and then you're gonna have pallets that are maybe down, right, from the chase. Could you drop this one here as well? And sometimes there's also breakable walls. So if you need to break breakable walls, or if you need to break pallets, you can just, as you walk towards them, you can just charge your chainsaw and bump into them, and bam. Without you pressing anything, automatically you get vacuum into them and you break them. This is a really good thing to do in between chases, and it takes very little time. Bam. Super simple, right? And if you can tell that a survivor is dropping a pallet ahead of time, you can also do the same thing. Now, much like the Hillbilly, just because you can break a pallet with your chainsaw doesn't mean you should. Fong, please run to some pallet somewhere, like over there, and please drop it if you like. Drop it as quickly as possible. In this situation, for example, oh, I got stunned. Does it make any sense to use my chainsaw here? Nah, just break it. Just break it. It's completely fine, right? Now, there are some situations where maybe you want to use your chainsaw to kind of fool the survivor. Like, do we have a pallet? Yeah, for example, here. Here, for example. If she drops this pallet, I could begin to, in this situation, if she hasn't left, I could begin to charge it and then realize, oh, you know what? Okay, sorry, that's the tantrum. I was hoping I could avoid it. You know what? Maybe I fake using my chainsaw so she runs away, and then I end up not doing it. So you could start, and then she runs away, and then you're like, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna chase her and get the hit or whatever. So don't just because you have, what I'm trying to say in few words, just because you have a chainsaw doesn't mean you need to use it every single time, right? But that's the simplest thing that you can use the chainsaw for. Now, what are some of the more complicated things that you can use the chainsaw for? The first thing is this that you need to understand is that while you are revving the chainsaw, you are a bit slower, and also you fill up a certain bar. Do you see it? Do you see how I'm filling it? If you fill that bar completely, you're gonna enter tantrum. Look, I'm gonna do it. Tantrum is kind of like a stun where you really don't move very much. Now, interestingly, during this tantrum, you do down survivors and insta-down them at that. You can even multiple of them. This also happens if you bump into something. So if I use my chainsaw and I bump into something that's not breakable, yeah. You know, if you bump into something, don't worry, it's not the end of the world. The only thing I would tell you to do is look around yourself, see if you can hit a survivor. And another thing, look if there's a pallet or a breakable. Could you please drop this pallet for us? So if I make a mistake here and I hit a wall, look. Do you see what happened? You can sometimes save yourself a little bit of time. If you move yourself while you're in tantrum, you might get a hit on a survivor or a hit on a pallet and then immediately break it. So that can save you a bit of time. Let's just show it again, just, I don't know, for the sake of... Do we have another breakable here? I don't think there's a second breakable. But just for the sake of demonstration, yeah, if I were to like... Yeah, she dropped the pallet for me. If I were to make a mistake, I can try to correct it by doing that. You know, like, oh, look, you just go to the middle of the pallet, bam, you break it. Now, how do you use your chainsaw? The first thing to notice is that it has charges. Each charge gives you a little bit of distance. And if you hold your M2, you only use one. So let's do that right now. Hold M2, hold M2. And look, I lost one charge and I go for a while. And this is good enough. This is good enough. Many times, this is good enough to break a pallet. It's good enough to hit a survivor. If I catch a survivor in the open, I don't need to do anything else. So, Fong, could you please run towards Shaq in the open? Let's do it. Look. That's enough. Look, I'm gonna catch her. I'm not gonna do it to save us a bit of time, but that would already instant down her. Right? So, if you're already literally touching a survivor, and you start revving your chainsaw, you don't need to do anything else. But the wonderful thing about this killer, even though he slows himself down and the start of his chainsaw is a bit slower, is that he gains speed and he never loses it. He only gets faster and faster and stays on a consistent speed. So if we tap the power button during the chainsaw, we can make it longer. Let's do that right now. You see, I'm gonna tap it. Oh, it goes longer. Oh, it goes longer. And we made it all the way to the tree from the starting of the building. But what I did there was not very optimal. We can actually go even further than the tree. And I'm going to show you. We're going to regain our charges over time. Instead of tapping the power during the middle of the swing, I'm going to tap it at the last second. I'm going to wait until I see the chainsaw timer more or less arrive at the number on the corner. You see the number 3? When I see that it's around there, a little bit later, I will tap it. So I'm gonna, let's say I'm walking right, prepare my chainsaw, and okay, tap it now. Wait, tap it now. Wait, tap it now. Oh, I don't have any more. You could have waited even a bit longer there. So look, we made it a lot further than the tree, right? So that's how you want to do it. There will be some add-ons that will change this. There will be some add-ons that will give you more distance, or we'll have upsides and upsides, but this is the basic idea of the chainsaw, right? It's a very, very basic idea. You hold it, and if you need to just down something immediately, imagine this is a survivor, then I only need to use it once. And if you need to go a bit further, you keep tapping it, and you have full control. Look, I have full control. So let's see what this looks like in some sort of loop, right? Let's say that I am close to the survivor, and I'm gonna ask the survivor to run to some loop somewhere, and we'll use our chainsaw and see what happens. Go for it. If you find a window or a pallet or whatever, that's fine. Now here, this is a really bad idea. Because look, she finds a window, and windows are our enemy. We will often bring perks to block windows, because we cannot throw our chainsaw through them. I mean, to be fair, if a survivor is a little bit cocky, you can't hit them through a window. So if you find a survivor that is actually vaulting and you do that, you can hit them through it a little bit. But that's it. If they made it through the window and they clear that distance, you're not going to hit them. It's much better to go towards a pallet, because either they don't drop it and they go down, or they drop it and you get rid of it. Also, you might have noticed that if you bump into anything, you lose all of your charges. So if I find myself about to bump, it's better to just let it go, and then I start getting my charges sooner. If I bump into something, look, I lose all of my charges, and it's going to take me a little bit longer. If you lose all of your charges, you can use your chainsaw now, but not for distance, only for a short distance. So I would need to wait, right? There are some add-ons that speed this process up, and we will probably be running them. So the basic idea is, ask yourself, is the survivor injured? Can I just tap them? If you can just tap them, just tap them. No reason not to, right? Is the survivor healthy? Should I use my chainsaw? Okay, can I chase them away from windows? So okay, let's chase them. She's gonna find a pallet. And I'm gonna press this. Okay, bam. All right, that's pretty good. You got rid of a pallet. She's got a window here. No worries, we go for the M1. One of the things that you need to do with Hillbilly and Cannibal both is not get obsessed with the idea of using your chainsaw too much. If a survivor is constantly vaulting a window, sometimes you tap them and they'll go down quickly enough. It's fine, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. If you can get an insta down, even better, but you don't obsess over it. So that is the basic idea with this killer. This killer, in some ways, is the simplest one on this roster that we covered so far. He really is very simple. The complexity, almost all of it comes from how well you use your chainsaw, and the implications of the chainsaw becoming faster over time. Let's see if we can find a loop where we can see this implication a little bit. Let's find a loop, right? That's a little bit normal. Oh, this could be perfect right here. It's a little difficult because we don't see super well. So how about, yeah, this right here would be even easier, right here in this corner. So let's say that we arrive at this pallet and the survivor doesn't drop it for whatever reason. They loop and they go immediately to the left of the pallet. Could you please show us that? Okay, so in this situation, we have a problem, right? If I chase them in a normal way, they will reach back to the pallet and they're gonna drop it and stun me. At best, maybe I'll get an attack, an M1, right? Maybe if I'm lucky, I hit them, but right as I hit them, they're gonna drop the pallet and stun me. So what I can do in a situation like this, and this is where the complexity of this killer comes by, is I can rev my chainsaw, I can start my chainsaw, and then turn around, and then maybe turn around again, do some sort of mind game, and by the time my chainsaw has gone a little bit back and forth, it's gonna go so fast that she's not gonna be able to reach the pallet. Now, I want you, Mr. Survivor, to play this to the best of your ability, all right? You play it, don't give me the hit, just play it to the best of your ability, so... And something like that. Unfortunately, they really did play this to the best of their ability. But that's the idea. You wanna trick them into thinking you're going one way, then trick them into going the other way, and maybe a double fake or a fake, and that should work. Let's try it again, see if I can get you. I'm not the best Walla, and it's honestly quite difficult to do this. You can see how fast I am right there, but I use too many of my charges. And this is something that with add-ons gets a little bit easier. But something like that. That's the idea. I will try to pull it off in game, maybe with some slightly better add-ons, but that's the general idea. Maybe I don't need to do the double fake. Maybe one is good enough. Let's try. You can also theoretically just stand still in one area, because you are building up the speed anyway. Something like this. Look, I didn't even need to use my third one there. So that is what you can do on some loops. Just keep in mind that this killer, just like Billy, can bump into things, right? And when you bump into things, you lose so much distance if the survivor runs in a straight line. So you really must find a good balance of using the chainsaw enough that you're getting utility and you're having fun, but not using it so much that you are basically shooting yourself on the foot, right? That's the thing that you need to aim for. If you never use your chainsaw, you're never gonna learn, and you're never gonna take advantage of it. If you use it all the time, you're gonna frustrate yourself. And don't forget that when you down a survivor, your power doesn't end. With Hillbilly, hitting a survivor or a pallet, your power ends. With this killer, hitting a pallet, your power ends. But hitting a survivor, you can go through them, and if there's two survivors, you can mow down through them like a freight train. So yeah, don't forget that that's an option. Let's bunker and go make a build for this bad boy. Thank you so much. What do you do if the survivor goes into a locker? Ooh, that's really smart. How about we talk about it at the end, maybe? Yeah, let's talk about it. If it doesn't happen in game, we'll talk about it at the end. That's really smart. Thank you. I really should be talking about it. Thank you. Okay. Let's go. All right, we're gonna put together a build for Bubba. Now, one thing that is very common to see in Bubba builds, very similar to Billy, and almost very similar to any killer with an instant, especially the Chainsaw Boys, is a perk to block windows or vaults. The most common perk that you're gonna see that does that is Bamboozle. Bamboozle is an amazing perk from the Clown. It also comes with another amazing perk from the Clown named Pop Goes the Weasel. So, for example, if you want to have an amazing build for this killer, get the Clown, get Pop Goes the Weasel, get Bamboozle, and then you could go on Hillbilly, which is a free killer, right? And use Tinkerer and maybe Enduring, or maybe some other perk, like, for example, Fortune's Fuel, or... I need to remember how it's called. No Holds Barred. And bam, this is a kick-ass build, and it's so good, right? Because you have a bit of generator information, a little bit of stealth, which is huge for an instant down killer, a little bit of gen slowdown, something to deal with shack windows and other windows that are really powerful. Thank you, Altair, for the raid. Welcome in. And more things to regress gens, which are really useful with Tinkerer, because you know the gen's about to be done. So this would be such a good build. And I really recommend you go for something like this if you can. But if you don't have the Clown perks, no worries. This thing that we have right here is also pretty good. We still have some gen slowdown in the form of Deadlock / No Holds Barred. We have Barbecue and Chili, his own perk, great perk. Every time you hook a survivor, you're going to see people from afar, so you know more or less where to go. And then Scorch Hook, which is going to make Scorch Hook Whipping Wounds, or Gift of Pain, depending if you have the Pinhead DLC, which is going to make them heal slower and do gen slower. And it will work in basement because of Monster's Shrine. This is a killer that it's a little difficult for him to pressure multiple survivors if they split up. So hopefully this will also make them want to unhook a little bit sooner, because the hook timer will be shorter. And if you can hook someone in basement, this is one of the best killers, because coming out of basement against Baba is so difficult. As for add-ons, there are 2 or 3 that you could look at, okay? The simpler ones that are good at every level, and I always recommend, are the 2 add-ons, the Primer Bulb and the Spark Plug, that increase your charge time on the chainsaw. If you use your chainsaw to break this and down this and break that, you get your charges back quicker, so you can use your full-length chainsaw sooner. This is always good. If you bump into something and you lose all of your charges, with this, you also get them quicker. So these 2 add-ons are amazing. There's also 2 add-ons that allow you to have a shorter tantrum if you bump into something. I don't think this is such a big deal. You could run them. But it's not such a big deal. I would stay away from add-ons that are memes, like the speed limiter, and any add-on that has a downside, except for the knife scratches and the beast marks. These two add-ons are really, really good. They do make you a bit slower because you have to charge your chainsaw for longer before it will go. But honestly, I'm a little bit afraid of playing without them because at high levels, the chainsaw of Bubba is a little bit... Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to use it in the open because survivors don't get caught in the open. And survivors are already really smart at playing around windows. So yeah, it's playing without this can feel a little bit bad sometimes. I think as a beginner, you don't necessarily need it. But as you become more advanced of a player, you might want to run at least one of these add-ons. There's also one add-on called the Carburetor Tuning Guide. This add-on makes you slower, which is bad. But it also completely nullifies the entirety of managing the charges. Instead of having 3 charges that you have to manually use one and then replenish one and then replenish the other, with this add-on, they all become one big charge. So if you find yourself really unable to manage the charges and you always like use them too early or use them too late and you mess that up, one way that you can play this killer in a much simpler way is to simply run this add-on. And then it's just one big charge. It takes way longer for you to charge. But yeah, so that's one thing you can do, one alternative. If you're going for the achievement, the adept achievement, and you don't want to learn this killer at all, that's one option that you have. As for me, I'm going to simply use faster charges and this thing, which makes my chainsaw, as I said earlier, begin moving a bit slower, but also makes me move a bit faster, which that 2% makes quite a bit of difference. We don't have anything to cover windows, so we'll have to be very choosy about who we chase. If we see someone in shack, we understand that might be a little difficult for us and we might need to go for someone else. Let's hop into a game and see how it goes for us. Alright, chat, remind me, if I never have a situation where a survivor hops into a locker, remind me to showcase that at the end. Bubba is unplayable without speed add-ons against slightly better survivors, confirmed by a Bubba main. Yeah, it's just like, it does feel bad to tell people they need this add-on, so I hopefully made it clear enough. And yeah, Ace, if by the time I'm done with this match, you think there's something important that I didn't address, feel free to say it in the chat and we can always cover it at the end. Thank you, Altair, by the way, for the raid. Sorry. Hi, Pigoin. Yeah, I'm gonna upload it very soon. Unfortunately, my render failed overnight, but yeah, soon. Hi, Trujano. Thank you. Appreciate it. Big hugs. Oh, right. Perfect. We play a super open map. It feels like it's at home. Now, this killer doesn't have any amazing detection or any amazing stealth, so you really have to put in the work. You really have to find in people, unless they scream and make noise at the start for no good reason. Hi, what's up? Remember, we don't have anything to deal with windows here, so... Was that live? Ah, I kind of psyched myself out. What are you doing? That's such a bad play. What are you doing? Oh, that was pretty good. Now, as I told you earlier, there's nothing stopping you from downing multiple people at the beginning, and that's one of the strengths of this killer. Now, don't think that this is gonna happen to you very commonly, but I mean, the survivors were a little bit silly, so yeah, this girl had plenty of opportunities to save herself or force me into just attacking him with a basic attack, but yeah, that was really strange of her. Alright, if we can, we prioritize the white hooks. This survivor, when unhooked, will have a bunch of debuffs to his healing and generator speed. And also, when I'm far away from him, he will die on the hook sooner. Like, the sacrifice is happening faster, which means... who's the unhooker? Wow, that gen got done fast. Which means that... That would have been nice if we could have hit her through the window. You, generally speaking, cannot do that very effectively. Yeah. I think Bayless is going for the rescue. I will leave this girl, most likely. Yeah, by the way, Hex Fortune Field would also be really good on this build instead of Monster Shrine. I was 50-50. I kind of wanted to use Monster Shrine because who uses it, right? Nobody. Alright, this fella's run away. That girl just has a bit of safety there. It was worth seeing if she made another mistake, but we don't need to commit to her. Normally speaking, as a killer, it's always more attractive to go for someone that you have out of the hook, especially if they're injured. But it's not like this killer is like insanely good at ending chases super quick. This guy does have a toolbox, which means that if I leave him alone, he's also going to be a little bit difficult to deal with. Okay, awesome. Never mind. In his screen, he was a little bit closer to the pallet. I'm going to use the chainsaw from really far. This is something that you generally do not want to use. You generally you don't want to do this because look, like I'm embarrassing myself here. Especially considering that he can chain this window into other pallets and stuff. We might have to leave him as well. Oh wow. Yeah, you see the effects of using your chainsaw poorly. I would love to break that, but I also am really afraid of losing this guy and then not having anyone else. And the fact that the first gen went so quick in the background by Jeff is really scary as well. Well played by this guy. Yeah, that's no surprise. Here's where I would block it if I could, but I can't. Nice. Okay, I think he did make a mistake. Okay, very important. If a survivor is medium vaulting a window, and that was a medium vault because he didn't like come with distance, right? That sort of hit is really consistent and really easy to do. Now you all understand the difference, right? Slow vault is when they don't press shift and it's very slow. Medium vault is when they press shift, but they are too close to the window. And fast vault is when they press shift, but they also run at it perpendicularly and get the quick animation, right? So the fast vault, it's almost impossible to hit them unless you're already on top of them. But the medium vault like that, it's easy to hit them. There's also a little trick that I do think works really well. Damn, dudes. Okay, this is going to be a little silly, but... Oh, come on. And then there's a fourth type of vault, which is the finesse vault, which is with a perk from Lara Croft, which makes this even more difficult. But that's alright. That's completely fine. Can I... Oh... Yeah, let's just get rid of it. In that situation, since I already have my chainsaw half charge, I might as well go for it. Otherwise, I would just break it with a normal one. Okay, this is actually kind of crazy. Big fumble from Leon. He's under a pallet, but he should crawl under the pallet. If he crawled under the pallet, this could have been really difficult for me. Might be a good idea to put him in basement, because I can stay relatively far out of basement and make the unhook really nasty. And I also have a perk that will apply the other Scorch Hook from basement. Let's put him right here. Now remember, as a killer, if you stay very close to basement, like if I stay right here, yeah, sure, they can rescue, but I give the survivor anti-face camp. There is a system that allows the survivor to escape by themselves, even without help. This is Swimmers. I did not need to see that he had a toolbox to know that he had a toolbox. Yeah, there's a system that makes them unhook themselves if you are camping from really close. And, you know, we don't want to trigger it. But camping from here? Ah, that's completely fine. And the fact that we can kind of defend the gen while we do so? Yeah, it's really nasty and not the most elegant part of this killer. But honestly, make them work for it. Make them work. Oh, deadlock. Okay. No hold barred. This is fine. I could... Alright. They don't want to go for it. They don't want to go for it. I'm gonna show myself. Maybe he vaults. Oh, are they going? No, that was just Bill. Yeah, my perk is blocking that generator, which means I can... Yeah, no, this person's dead. I don't know why they even tried. They're gonna die here. Okay. So, the timer is going to kill Leon. He's gonna die to the entity, and I'm gonna get another hook. Now, do I want to go basement? Or hook right next to the gen? I think both would be okay. I'll go here, just in case Bill still has charges on his toolbox and he sabotages that or something. I'm gonna use Chainsaw from ability here, which is something you can do if you're insane. Yeah, you see? You actually kind of gain distance over time. But that's alright. That's completely fine. We didn't catch him. That's okay. We're gonna kick this. And because these people have been so focused on doing gens fast, at the cost of literally everything else, this is kind of nasty for them. All we need to do is, like, bait them into giving me a quick down. Is this a quick down? There's a pallet there. I don't think so. Nice. That was good of them. I will break this. I don't have my full charges. That girl is dying in the hook closer, faster than usual because of my perk. Do I use my chainsaw here? Will this work? Let's find out. That's unlucky. That's about the limit, chat. That's about the limit, unfortunately. I do notice that she didn't come out, though. Probably because she has... Oh, she's giving up. Okay. I'm not gonna do my job. Your job for me. Okay. Yeah, that's about the limit. Anything slower than that or anything closer than that, you get the down. And about that distance, you simply don't. Barbecue and chili is showing me the aura of these survivors, which is awesome. I'm gonna go for Bill. Oh, I'm gonna go for Bill because we've already hooked him, so he cannot have any perk to unhook himself. Alright, and I think I can use my chainsaw here, unless he has a pallet. He does. Nice. Sometimes you can hit a survivor as the Volta pallet. Here, I want to zone him. I know that... Okay, we're gonna do the same thing we practice. Okay, guys? Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Oh, unlucky. To be fair, this guy is pretty smart. He wants to go very desperately into that gate. Can we let him, or can we stop him? I don't think he'll make it. Yeah, he made it. He made a mistake. Very important, after you get it down, if there is a breakable or a pallet, you don't need to just stand in place. You can just go into the breakable wall or into the pallet to get a 2-for-1. Always makes you more efficient, right? There we go. Now, there are a few things in this match that I didn't really get to cover that might happen to you in your Baba gameplay. So we're gonna have a quick look at their build, see if we can learn anything, even though we've kind of sussed out everything in this lobby, right? We kind of know everything. We know that 2 of them had dramaturgy. We know that 2 of them had very chase-oriented builds. I'm not so sure about Lara, and then the Jeff, I can tell you already, he's gonna have 4 perks to do gens faster, I suppose. That's why he was not involved in chase. Yeah, not quite actually, not quite. He had a pretty normal build without any particular goal. Yeah, no, I got a little bit carried away. I think. GG's. Yeah, this wasn't quite the obvious thing you'd expect. Good for them, good for them. And yeah, Bill didn't even have dramaturgy. He just screamed from scene partner for some reason. Yeah, I will show you a few things that we didn't see in this match that might come up. They're quite important. Oh, they use a map offering. Interesting. Thanks, actually. Yeah, what else have we not seen, chat? What else have we not seen? Hi, Eddie. No, it's been fine. It's been fine. Odds sees a toolbox and assumes the worst. Listen, dude, that fucking toolbox was fast. That guy did a gen so quick. I thought it was an insane toolbox. It wasn't. It was just a good toolbox. And he probably spawned on a gen and just did it by himself. I don't know. Or maybe he did it by himself with Bill and then Bill left at one point and that's why it felt even faster. So no. I thought, because it felt so similar to the previous match, I thought it was exactly like the previous match. Hi, Labelam. Thanks so much for the 34. Russian Cream, thank you for the prime as well. Seabos, El Zeta, Cirujano, Illusion, Osbos. Thank you so much, guys. And Dan Rap, I didn't see your almost 12 months. Mwah. Thank you. Right, let's go. No, a flashlight doesn't break the chainsaw, I think. But you can just look away. It's not like you have to. Did you mention Insta-Rap? Revving a chainsaw with 2 tokens after breaking a pallet? Huh? No? No? You mean like the whole... A survivor drops a pallet, you instantly shred it with 1 charge and then you use the other 2 charges to mow them down with an add-on? Is that what you mean? I didn't know it had a name. I could show that actually. Yeah, that might be useful. Is looking down while bumping windows still work? I'm pretty sure it does, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Last time I tested it a few years ago, it worked. Do you mention the locker stuff? No, we're about to do that, chat. We're about to do that. Let's invite our friend. I have 1k sales and I want to get 2 survivors and 1 killer. Do you have a few you can give? Okay. What would be a good one, chat? What would be a good survivor to get? Killers is super easy. Let me just go on my own website. It's easier to see it that way. Right, so what 2 survivors would I recommend? I mean, if you haven't already... Sable in the next patch might be insane. We'll see. But Sable is a good... She's got some nice perks. I personally like them. You'd be surprised, by the way, by how good Jonah and Yui are. If you can see some of these perks. Lucky Break is going to be great next patch. Any Means has always been decent. Overcome is great. And I also think that if you play with beginners, Corrective Action, actually kind of amazing. Jane's also not bad. Now for killers, what's an original choice? I mean, you might want Artist or Plague for her perks. And if not, probably get Knight. Knight's perks are all usable, but even Hubris is usable now. Yeah, or get Hag if you are missing out on Ruin and Devour. Those are good to have. Trix is also attractive. I also think all of his perks have a niche and are all usable. Okay. Let's go. Breaking a pallet has a 1 second recovery, while recovery after successful hit is 2 seconds, so it saves you 1 second on pallet is broken. Oh! I don't... I have 2 important tips for survivors that will play against better survivors. First, when survivors drop a pallet and you break the pallet, you can use insta-rev, rev the chainsaw with 2 tokens, and can be able to catch a survivor. The second one is really tricky. I don't know if us can do it. But you can bump on the locker during the cooldown animation. Oh yeah, that's the one you got me with. No, I don't think I can do that. I don't think I've ever done it, but it is really nasty. Yeah, really nasty. Okay, so let's talk about Bamboozle, let's talk about lockers, and let's showcase that trick, I guess. Okay, let's go to the same map we were in just now. Awesome. Yeah, great, we're learning a lot. Do you mention about how revving too much causes tantrums? Yeah. Do we know how much of the 9.3 PTB is gonna hit live? I'm gonna assume most of it, but we'll see, chat. We'll know in like a week or 2, right? Oh, okay. One perk is a favorite, which one would it be? Probably at this point, Friends Till the End or No Way Out. Probably Friends Till the End because it's more dynamic. You should make clear you can camp the hook in endgame to secure a kill. Oh yeah, yeah, that's important, I guess. Okay, we have a battery of facts that we didn't tell you all about. One thing that's really obvious is that even though I was talking to you about the anti-camp during the match earlier, the anti-camp, the moment all the gens are completed, doesn't work. So if you have a survivor on the hook, all you need to do with this killer, if you want to be a bit lame, is just sit in front of the survivor and just wait. And if a survivor comes by, you charge and bam. You can hit them, and then maybe you can even hit the survivor and then hit them twice and you'll get 2 downs, you know, or at least 1 down. So yeah, this killer is very good at camping, and in the endgame, the anti-phase camp is disabled, so that is a really, really strong part of this killer's power. Now, one thing that I mentioned is that many buffers run the perk Bamboozle from the clown. It looks like this. It makes you vault a little faster. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 15 or 16 seconds of the window being blocked for survivors. So the reason why this is useful, I mean, it's quite obvious, right? Say I'm chasing a survivor in shack, I vault the window, they run around the shack, I'm chasing them, chasing them, chasing them. Well, now they can't take the window anymore. So at this point, I can start revving my chainsaw. And what they're gonna do is very simple. Either they're gonna go down, or they're gonna drop the pallet, and if they drop the pallet, I get rid of it. Ta-da! Simple. We've also been told by a very, very good Baba Main in our chat that if you, especially with add-ons, you can do a certain trick. So if Fong Min could please come to the shack, let's play out this scenario, right? I'm gonna ask her to drop this pallet, and then after dropping the pallet, I want her to just run into the open and see what happens. This killer gets so quick that if you ever start your chainsaw, especially with this add-on, if you ever start your chainsaw, you can actually catch up to a survivor even with sprint bursts if you use your charges correctly. So you want to drop this pallet and then immediately run away. Let's find out. All right, so I'm going to immediately rev my chainsaw only with 2 charges, and let's see if that's enough. Okay, 1 is not enough, and 2 is just enough. And yeah, without add-ons, unless the survivor is a little clumsy, that shouldn't work, but hey, that is pretty powerful. And there's one more thing that will come up in your games and could throw you for a loop, but it's actually a lot more difficult than it looks for the survivor to pull off. And that is going into a locker, right? There are a few different scenarios where this could work in their favor. So let's say the survivor's in the open, right? Let's imagine that she's healthy for the sake of imagining. And I'm gonna use my chainsaw, and she's gonna run to shack, and she's gonna go immediately into a locker, right? You wanna show us what that looks like? Now, if I'm a little stupid, well, that's not good. Like, you cannot down a survivor that's inside a locker, right? So you need to assess the situation a little bit carefully. Now, the first thing that's super obvious is if the survivor panics and they go into a locker while you're not even using your chainsaw, while you're still charging it, Fong, could you please come out, run to the shack, and then just go into it like an absolute turkey? Yeah, go do it. Just cancel it and just open it, you know? And if she comes out, you press M1 and it's an immediate grab, right? So either way, they're messed up. So if you are using your chainsaw and you're still not fully using it and you walk by a locker, expect the survivor to panic. And if they do, just cancel, grab them, easy peasy. That's the easy situation. Now, the other easy situation is if the locker itself is in the middle of nowhere. If the locker itself is in the middle of nowhere, for example, I mean, this one has a pallet nearby, so maybe it's not the best example. But yeah, let's say for example, this locker. Let's say that she goes in and I'm already using one of my chainsaw charges. What I can do is simply wait for it to end and that's it. And now when she comes out, I'm gonna grab her. Or if I can't grab her because I was a bit late, I'm just gonna use the chainsaw again and she's gonna go from healthy to down, right? If she's injured, obviously, just whack her with your hammer. But the problem is that if you use many charges, your cooldown at the end of the chainsaw is a bit longer. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna use all of them, okay? So please come out of the locker now. Look, it's a little slower. So in that time, maybe she could run away. Maybe she could make it to some other safety. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. So we need to be a bit careful, all right? If you've only used one, you can probably end it and be fine. But if you think you've used many, there's a couple things you could do. The first and simplest one is to simply bump into the locker. If you bump into the locker, the survivor has a very difficult task, okay? If they come out during the tantrum, right now, they're gonna get absolutely mauled to death. And they immediately die. So many survivors will do that and they will fail. But what happens if they wait? What happens if instead of like coming too early, they come a little bit too late? Let's see what happens. Right, let's see what happens. I use all of my charges. Okay, no, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out, don't come out. Okay, come out now. I can just grab her. I can just press M1, and as long as it's late enough, I will grab her. Now, there is a very tiny window, especially if you've used all of your charges, all three of them, where a survivor can theoretically come out before you can grab them, but after your damaging frames. And some survivors are good at doing this. They can pull it off, right? So the basic idea is that you want to use as fewer charges as possible. If you use fewer charges, your tantrum is shorter. I know. And then it should be harder. So yeah, you try to time it. Try to come out at the perfect time. See if you can do it. Let's see. Can she do it? Can she do it? No, way too late. So yeah, just bump into the locker. Or if you think it's really easy, just avoid bumping into the locker if you only use one charge. Or stop charging your thing, and that's it. Really, there's nothing to it. The most important thing is to be aware of it and don't panic when it happens, all right? There are lockers consistently found on jungle gyms, on shacks, so they're everywhere. So survivors will often panic and use them. Most of the times, it will result in you still getting a down or an injury. So yeah, that's it with Baba. Super, super simple. All that's really complicated is you getting really, really good at navigating maps. One thing that you can try to do, for example, is to, if you want to go, is to move your camera in a way that does not make it bump into something. So for example, if I want to hug this while I use my chainsaw, I can try to like, you know, try to keep it away. You know when you're holding a baby and you're like lifting him above your head very carefully so you don't bump him into anything? Kind of the same thing. You take your chainsaw away, right? And be careful because the chainsaw can sometimes hit vertical obstacles. For example, when you go into basement, on some basements, this little thing right here can actually be so close that you hit it. And when you go into the bus, that can happen as well. There are not too many, but there are a few situations here and there where if you're not too careful, you will bump into things. There are also some unfortunate situations. For example, these little cow legs. Imagine, some maps, believe it or not, you will bump into invisible large hitboxes, right? And I could actually show you an example really, really quickly. I feel like this is maybe worth talking about. Let's go to Tonton House. Don't worry, this is edited out, this part. It's edited out, but... Yeah. Anything else, Chad? Anything else we're missing? But, wait, this has been pretty comprehensive, right? Have you mentioned about acceleration? Yeah, how you get faster over time. Hi, Big Tib. Thank you. Or TYB. Twitch exclusive content? That's right. Alright. Thank you so much. I've been hesitant to give Bubba a go. No, don't. Auto aim issues? No, the Chainsaw does not have auto aim issues. You do have auto vacuum into pallets and stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's super worth mentioning. I don't think so. Yeah. Do you explain hooks with Bubba? Yeah, I hope so. Okay, let's just show real quick an example of like stupid hitboxes. Yeah, I'm about to do that, Callum. Don't worry. So, for example, not every map, but a lot of maps have invisible hitboxes on the second floor of buildings that prevent killers from, like, I don't know, like glitching themselves on top of something. They don't want you to be on top of that pallet, for example, so they put invisible hitboxes. So even though there is physically nothing in the screen right now, look what's gonna happen if I use my chainsaw. So how can I deal with this? Well, there's a couple ways, right? The first one and most simple is to just delay it a little bit. Just use your chainsaw after you drop down, and now you're fine. And another one is to kind of, if you need to go down, is to drop and again protect your chainsaw. Like, think of it like a little baby that you're cradling, right? And as you drop down, you just look to the side, and bam, you can still use it. Bam. And now I kill this door. Bam. So yeah. This killer will sometimes be a little bit frustrating because of little inconsistencies and not hitboxes like that. But so, you know, it's part of like understanding how, like with experience, you will understand and you will learn some of these spots and hopefully you'll be able to avoid them. I think this is a really fun killer. Hope you'll give them a try. Let's move on to the next one. What is the next one, chat? What comes after Bubba? I think it's Freddy. Ta-da! Hi, Grinder. Yeah, if your chainsaw has just started, you can just end it normally. If your chainsaw hasn't started, you can just cancel and then normal grab or normal pull. But if you're already been going, yeah, just bump into it. Most of the times, I think especially as a beginner, that's gonna get you down. Unless you're playing against Nightlight, you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be fine. All right, chat, what's next? Oh, it's Huntress, actually. All right, Huntress. Yippee! Awesome. Is there any perk that would give us any value or whatever? It doesn't matter. All right, off we go. I'm excited about this one. Where's Mother Swelling? Mother Swelling? Mother Swelling? Perfect. Let's make it look a bit more default, so... Yeah. Can we get her in a different outfit, please? Yeah. Okay. Poll, please? What, poll about which outfit? Come on, guys, come on. I don't want to be here all day. Iron Maiden is good on Hunters? It's alright. It's alright, you don't need it. Like, some people think like, oh, because she goes to Locker, I need the Locker perk. It's alright. It's okay, you don't need it. Hopefully... There are some killers that have stronger needs than others, but hopefully you come out of this stream understanding that you don't need to follow rules. Like, you don't need anything, you know? You can do whatever you want. It's time to play the Huntress. Hi, Gaffine. Thanks so much for subscribing on Twitch. The Huntress is one of the most popular killers for beginners. I think she is the most popular killer at lower levels, or at least she used to be. And there's a very good reason why. She's very fun. That being said, she was the first killer that I played when I played DBD, if you want to know a fun fact about me. That being said, do not make the mistake that I made when I started playing Dead by Daylight. I only played Huntress, and this killer is a little bit special. She's not an M1 killer. Yes, she can do an M1 basic attack, but she moves a little bit slower than most killers. Just like Hack, she moves at 110% of a normal survivor running speed, or 4.4 meters a second. And she, even though she has a very small terror radius of 20 meters, she has a big lullaby. A lullaby is kind of like a special terror radius. It doesn't apply any perks from terror radius perks. It cannot be altered or removed in any way whatsoever. But it does play a sound that is the singing and the lullaby of the hunters. So if I approach a survivor, we saw that there was a little cute Fong Min here. Right now she's hearing a heartbeat faintly. Right now she's hearing a heartbeat pretty strongly. But if I go 20 meters away, which is about this distance more or less, now she doesn't hear a heartbeat, but she does hear the la na 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 na, Bayou, whatever, Russian, right? So this killer, unlike other characters, cannot use stealth perks extremely well. She can try and she can be confusing, but she's not going to be completely undetectable like other characters. Keep that in mind. And because she's a little bit slower, you do not chase as well in common loops. So for example, can you please loop us, Mrs. Fang Min, as well as you can? Things that other killers would maybe be fine. Like for example here, I'm catching up. Oh no, she makes it to the pallet. Oh, am I gonna get her? Oh, I'm causing. Oh, I almost got her. Okay, I got her. But with another killer, I would have caught her a little bit sooner, right? And if she was playing with a little bit of speed perk or whatever, it could be really difficult. This killer will struggle. One of the #1 things that are important with this killer is to understand that much like Hag or much like Nurse, you cannot play her like any other normal killer. Sometimes you can, but you cannot play the whole game like any other killer. You have to use your power. You can see on the bottom left that we have a counter of how many hatchets we have on hand. It's always going to be 7 unless you have some special add-on, which can change it. Now, I want to ask you a question. If I have 0 add-on... What was that? It didn't even come up. If I have 0 hatchets, I pretty much never want to start a chase. Unless that person is out of the injured and in a really bad spot and I know I can just run them down and hit them. Generally speaking, if I have 0 hatchets, I will never start a chase. I will go to a locker, which will be highlighted when I'm out of ammo, and open it and reload. That being said, sometimes in this game, time is precious. And if I'm chasing a survivor that's out of the injured, and I don't think they're the best survivor in the world, sometimes 2 hatchets is fine. You know, I'm gonna chase her. Go, run. Get the hell away from here. Okay, I'm gonna chase her. Okay, I'm gonna hold my hatchet, and she's dead. Perfect. Beautiful. Now I can get the hook. And after a hook, I can get a quick reload. Right? And now this saved me having to reload twice. And now I go for someone else. So if you feel confident that you can wrap up the chase with 2 or 3 hatchets, and you have 2 or 3 hatchets, that's completely fine. All right? But other than that, try to reload and try to have hatchets when you start your chases. Every time you hook, look at your hatchets. Oh, you have 6? You wasted only 1? That's okay. No need to reload. You have 5 and everyone's injured? You'll probably get away with it. You have 4 and everyone's healthy? You're at the point where if you make a couple mistakes, that could really hurt you. So maybe go reload, right? So understanding when to reload and when not to is quite important. You don't want to do it more often than you need, and you don't want to neglect it. Because what can happen if you run out of hatchets is that if a survivor notices, they're going to run you like a normal killer, but it's going to be so much easier to loop you, and it's going to be really awful. So outside of that, how do we use our power? When we hold the power button, we charge a hatchet, and we can also press the attack button, the normal attack button, to cancel it. So if you ever think something and you're like, actually, nah, I lost my chance, just cancel it. Just cancel it. There's no shame in it. The survivors hear both the this, they hear that. So even if they don't see you, they can kind of hear you through a wall, and they also hear the shilling. What is that shilling? That shilling tells you that your hatchet is fully charged. Without charging a hatchet, as you can see, they don't fly very straight. You see how it hit the floor? But what happens if I charge it? They fly very straight. They don't fall very down. So for example, if Fong Min was working on this generator up there, what would I want to do? Well, I mean, if I'm really close, I could charge it very little like this. And that might hit her. If I'm really far, that's not gonna fly. If I'm really far, I will need to charge it quite a bit and then go for it. And then I only need to aim a little bit higher, and that will be a hit. Just keep in mind that survivors are not stupid and they can crouch underneath your hatchets. And if they're behind a generator, you cannot really hit them very easily. So here, for example, like if I was in this angle, this is hopeless. Not to mention that survivors are not stupid. Now, I want the survivor to stay right here, okay? One thing that you need to understand is that a survivor's hitbox is a pill, and that pill is even though the survivor animation sometimes leans forward, especially when they're injured and they run, that pill sits a little bit in their spine. So the survivor hitbox is not on her head, it's actually centered more on her hips or her butt. So knowing that, I actually do not want to aim at her head or at her chest or the center or her belly button or her center mass. I actually kind of want to aim at the space above her, her lower back or her butt. So knowing that, from here, I actually can get a hit. Even though it looks like I cannot hit her head. Hold up, I'm gonna use a reticle to aim. I can actually aim around here, and that's gonna be a hit. Do you see? Do you see? That didn't even look like it should hit, right? I'm gonna tell you a little secret that is really, really important. The hitbox on the hatchet has 2 hitboxes. One of them is small to determine whether the hatchet goes through. So, for example, hold up, let's aim a bit higher. Oh, I'm out of hatchets. I just remembered. So the actual traversal hitbox is pretty small, and you can do things like this. A little bit higher, maybe. Maybe. There you go. Well, that looked really weird, but that's this killer being a bit buggy. So some certain small gaps, it's a case per case. Some small gaps like this, I can shoot through, for example, right? However, the actual hurting hitbox that does connect with survivors, that one's actually larger. So that's why you can actually hit survivors very, very, very generously around corners. So I can probably hit a survivor that I don't even see in some situations. And I can show you some examples of that. Should we go to a different map? Let's go to a different map. I think there's one that's really easy. Okay. The hitbox counts with all the other range killers? Yeah, that principle is applicable to every other killer. Some killers have special grab hitboxes that are even bigger, that can hit you from even further, but that's because their hitbox is large. Let's go to Badham. I think Badham would be a really... There's like one really clear example. Yeah, sure. Sorry about the in-between, but... Do we need to be able to... Yeah, you will be quizzed about this, chat. You will be quizzed. Thank you, Loon. No, healing hitboxes are not the same as they used to be. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry, Hiz. We did that yesterday. I just forgot this time. Okay. Is this game getting up? Yeah, all of this will be on YouTube, chat. With, like, the in-between times cut out, obviously. Alright, Mr. Survivor, please follow us. I'll show you. Thank you, Power. Hold up. Yeah, perfect. Could you pretty please? Yeah. I'm gonna show you a really crazy example, alright? Mr. Survivor, imagine that you're running away from me, and you run here, and as you run, you are right over here. Look. Just be behind that wall. Even though I can barely see the... Yeah. Do you see how the survivor, when they run, you don't even see the hitbox because they lean forward, right? So look, if the survivor runs, I barely see her. If she was 1 inch shorter, I wouldn't see her. But guess what? Even though I don't see her, her hitbox still is large. So I can actually, like, even if she's, like, run back, run side to side, run side to side. I think I can show you. Like, that's still a hit. So you can take advantage of the fact that hitboxes are very, very, very large. For example, if a survivor is unhooking, a survivor that is on the hook and someone is unhooking, you don't aim at the survivor that is unhooking because they lean forward. You aim at their butt. You can even aim like half a meter behind them and you will hit them. So this is very important. Also, this also has some very important implications. Mr. Survivor, could you pretty please come over here on the side and run down this little tight corridor. In this corridor, I guarantee you, this survivor has almost no room, right? If I aim on one of the sides, Fawn, could you come back, please, and just wait by the grass? Yeah. Could you please hug one of the walls? Like, not that one which is open. Yeah, like this. Obviously, if she hugs the left and I aim all the way to the right, I'm gonna miss. And the other way around too. If she hugs the right and I aim all the way to the left, hug the right, I'm gonna miss. But because the hitboxes are so wide, you want to, generally speaking, aim to the middle. Right? Very similar to some of the other killers. Here, I will aim at the middle, and it's pretty much always gonna hit her. Pretty much. Right? So take advantage of the fact that the hitboxes are, generally speaking, very wide. And bam, that would be pretty much a guaranteed down. Pretty much. Right? So take advantage of that. Now, there are varying degrees of how to use your hatchets. And just like in the movie Leon the Professional, we could start about the simplest one, which is actually from a distance. From a distance, these are the simplest ones to explain. You do this if you have nothing to lose, if you want to show off, and for the fun of it. If you see a survivor with your auto-reading perk, and they're working a gen, and they seem oblivious, and you want to go for a fun shot, you charge it up, aim a little bit higher, bam, easy hit. And if it lands, awesome. And if you miss, I mean, maybe you lose one hatchet, but if you can afford it and you're not super short on hatchets, why not, right? You were gonna reload anyway, why not? So going for distance shots like that from afar is fine. Just do it occasionally. This killer can only be played from a distance if survivors make mistakes. If a survivor is smart, they're gonna go behind a large hitbox, like behind that hook, and there is absolutely nothing I can do to hit them. Like, come on. At this point, they need to try really hard to get hit. And they can also react, especially if it's not fully charged. Keep in mind that if it's fully charged, a hatchet not only flies in a more straight line, it also goes twice as fast. Look how fast that goes. If I don't charge it very much, it's so slow, they can pretty much on reaction just duck out of the way, right? So go for cool shots from a distance and do crazy things like throwing it all the way up. Do crazy shots, but only every now and then when you feel like being fun. When we're talking a bit more like medium distance, there's also a time and a place. If I am medium distance, but the survivor has very few options, holding a hatchet might not be a bad idea. So what could you define as very few options? Here, for example, survivor, could you please come here? Exactly where I am. Let's imagine that we come to the edge of the map and someone flashlight saves this girl and she runs away. And right now she has very few options here. She has, let's analyze it real quick. She has a pallet here and she has a window there. So obviously one of the easiest ways to hit a survivor is when they're locked in animation. When they are vaulting, they cannot parry the hatchet, they cannot dodge out of the way. They're kind of like stuck mid-animation, right? So in a situation like this, from a medium distance, let's consider this medium distance. If she, like, I can tell her, go for the pallet or for the or the shack window, and either way she's gonna die. Let's try it. Go for it. Right? If she vaults, she's gonna die. I release and she's dead. What she will likely do is fake it. She will likely run to the pallet and then pretend that she's gonna vault and then no vault, but in the meantime, I'm getting closer. So yeah, let's try it again. Let's do it again. So I hold it. Does she do it? Does she do it? Does she do it? You fool! You fool! And then you release it. Oh, she's done me. That's a little perk in case you're wondering what that animation was. So yeah, you could even like cancel if the survivor is too close and you just want to save it, or release and they die. So if you anticipate that the survivor is going to use an animation or vault a pallet, or if they're gonna go into like a situation like this, right? If they're gonna go into a complete bottleneck where they cannot dodge side to side, then even from a distance, it can be a good idea to use a hatchet. But outside of these two scenarios, most of the times, hatchets are used from up close. And it's very, very simple. Why would you want to use a hatchet from up close? Let's explain. When you attack a survivor with a basic attack, you go on a almost 3-second long cooldown where you are very, very slow and the survivor makes a lot of distance. So if this survivor is healthy and I hit her, she's gonna run all the way to whatever the hell she wants to go. But if I hit her with a hatchet, my cooldown is very short, I don't lose much distance, and I can just run her down. So even though this killer is range, one of the strongest things that the hunters can do is actually get close enough to hit you, and instead of hitting you, I mean, if you're injured, just whack her. But if she's healthy, instead of hitting you, actually hit you with a melee distance hatchet and then follow it up with either another hatchet or a quick double tap. And that is very, very important. Now, obviously, when you get close to a survivor, it's going to be similar to when we talked about back reps on the hillbilly. When you get close to a survivor and you pull up your hatchet, the survivor is going to try to spin in all kind of crazy different ways and juggle in all kinds of different ways. Fong, you want to demonstrate? Like they're gonna try to dodge, right? And you need to just remember, the hitbox is closer to their butt. So do not look at their head spinning in circles quickly. Just look at their core, look at their torso, and aim a little bit behind them. You will hit them every single time. Now, what do we want to do? At the start of the game, we are aware that we don't have great stealth. So we want to be extremely, extremely careful about our pathing. If I were to spawn right here on Shack, and I suspect that survivors are behind the main building, which in Batham is this school right here, what I should not be doing is wasting my time. Like, because I'm such a slow killer and I have such a big not a terrorist, but a lullaby, if I suspect that they're over there, I do not have the luxury of like, hey guys, let's check around. Oh, nice barrel. Oh, nice shot. Ooh, I love basketball. Oh, this reminds me of my youth and my first date when I went for a picnic. Oh. Then you see a survivor across the map. Then they see you, then they start running away, and then you catch up, very slowly. You don't want that. You don't want that. Other killers that have stealth or that move very quickly, like Wraith, which does both, they can afford to go around. They can afford to take unusual paths because they're so quick that maybe they'll find a survivor there, and if they don't, they traverse it really quickly. And when they do find a survivor, the survivor has no warning of where they might be. But the Huntress, you need to be very, very deliberate. You want to take paths that increase your visibility. So if I want to check behind school, I will go down this street, and I will check. Scratch marks there? No. Any signs of survivors? Any crows flying off? No. Any survivor over there? Oh, that looks like a survivor. Is that a sable? No, it's actually a trash bin. Okay. Oh, I see scratch marks. All right. So you want to take the paths that would let you see the most. And also, when we make a build, we will be sure to add a few perks here and there that help us know if we are getting close to a survivor or that help us point us in the right direction. So, as a general rule, remember, when you hold your hatchet, you slow yourself down a little bit until you release it. So, one of the worst things that you can do with this killer is go to round loops and keep holding your hatchet. So, this loop right here is kind of like a round loop, right? And it's a little awkward because other than this little gap here, we cannot really shoot over it, right? So Fong, could you please run this loop around the tires? Let's imagine that this gap doesn't exist, okay? I'm gonna chase her, and remember, I'm a bit slower than most killers. So, does she drop the pallet? No, she doesn't, okay. I'm catching up. Does she drop the pallet? Oh, she doesn't, okay. Oh, I'm losing chase. Hold up, I lost chase. Okay, I lost chase. Okay, I'm still here. Okay, she's gonna drop the pallet this time. She's gonna drop the pallet. 100% she's gonna drop it. Okay, she didn't drop the pallet. 4 times the charm, she didn't drop the pallet. I'm catching up, guys. I'm catching up. Does she drop the pallet? And that's how you uninstall in this video game, right? So, what are the lessons? What has happened here? 2 things, if you pay attention. Number 1, because I am 110, I'm not catching up as quickly. Because I hold up my hatchet, I'm slowing myself down even more than that. And holding the hatchet also prevents bloodlust from building up. Bloodlust is that mechanic that happens when you're in chase and you're not using your power that makes you faster over time. So because all of this is happening, I am literally never, ever catching up. If this was a bigger rock, this might as well be an infinite. So, when you are in a loop like this, where you don't have any ability to hit over, here we do, because you could technically go for that, right, if you're brave. But if you don't have the ability, very simple, run it down. If you think the survivor is super panicky and you have a 99% chance in your brain that they're gonna drop it, then when you get to a pallet and they drop it, then you do this. And then when they drop it, you let it go and they go down. Right? Because you can shoot over the pallet. You can, you would do this and then they go down. But do not let the survivor turn you crazy and keep running, because the high level survivors understand that you can mind game yourself. So in a situation like this, if I kind of use my power, very simple, just chase it. Just chase it down. Chase it down. And at most, after 1 or 2 loops, they will have to drop the pallet. And when they drop the pallet, now you will chase them into another pallet. And maybe this other pallet is not so good. See, this pallet is not so good, for example. Here, if the survivor tries anything funny, I can just hold my hatchet and bam, use it over this car. So yeah, pallets like this, do not overcomplicate it. Just run through them. All right, let's get this girl up. We need to demonstrate one more thing. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, the coconut spin wouldn't work in some... I mean, it might work here because, like, it's a bit tall, but I think the survivor is going to see your floppy ears above those tires. So it's not going to work if the survivor sees you. That does work in loops that are a little bit larger. Let me reload. Okay. Okay. One very important part of almost every outdoor map is shack. If a survivor ever chases you into shack, one thing that you can remember is that most entrances to shack are either the window or the door, which is it's basically a bottleneck, right? So from a distance, remember, I could hold my hatchet, and 9 times out of 10, the survivor is going to run to the window and then, or to the door and then fake it, right? They're gonna fake it. Because if they go through, I'm gonna actually hit them. But what happens if the survivor has a little bit more distance on you? There are a couple principles that are worth remembering. If we're approaching the shack from this side, the pallet side, we can try to go for like this. And if we see that she's gonna vault the window, go inside and vault the window, if you don't mind. Like if we see that her item disappears and she's vaulting the window, we could do this. And now she's probably gonna die, right? Or at least it's a good shot. And when you chase a survivor in this direction, this is super important, okay? Phone, could you please wait here on the floorboards? If a survivor is running at full speed, and by the time you chase them around this, you do not see them, it's too late. Don't bother. In this situation, Phone, could you please be right here? Yeah, let's chase around, and then you go and vault the window, okay? Chase around, and yeah, you can go over the pallet, and yeah, you go around, end up in the same spot. Yeah. In a situation like this, I'm gonna let her get further. Hold up. Yeah. Let's see. I don't even see her, so it's too late. I'm too late. Ah. So that's too late. But if you are close enough that by the time, go ahead, you go around the corner, you see her at the door, then you should try your hatchet because you will probably get her. I was a tiny bit late there, but you get the idea. So let's run it one more time. Do I see her? Come on. Yeah, like this. Yeah, here, hold hatchet. If she goes, you release. If she goes for the pallet, you hold it, and then when she's on the pallet, release. And that's it. Sometimes there will be a generator in shack, and you can better be confused, but don't worry. You hold the hatchet, watch. Okay, manga, bam. You got it. So those are some of the basic ideas. There really isn't anything more complex than that. It gets pretty difficult. Survivors have known how to play against the skiller ever since the game came out, pretty much. Or at least a year and a half after the game came out, because she wasn't default. So many survivors, even average survivors, know how to play against Huntress. But don't worry, she is so strong that if you play her even though perfectly, you will still do really well. Let's see what build we can give her to get you started. Thank you so much to our helper, by the way. That was a lot of stuff they did there for us. Also, why is it a bad idea to make map offerings reverse? Because Survivor fans could pick 4 maps and solos could only pick 1. And because almost nobody would want to do it, because most of the times you want to go to a map because you like something about it. And if you don't like something about one map, there's probably other maps that also have that thing that you don't like. You know? It's that simple. It's that simple. You know? Like imagine that you're like, oh, for me, it's very important in my dating life that a person is not a smoker. Oh, okay, I found you a person that's not a smoker. He's a 45 man from Ohio named Jimmy. That's not good, right? Like, oh, but he's not a smoker. No, the way things work in life is that people want things. They typically don't work in negative. You know what I mean? Was that a stupid analogy? I hope not. But my point is, if you don't like a specific map, there's very little chances you're going to dedicate many offerings to avoid it repeatedly. So you would have offerings that would be wasted. I explained this in a little bit more detail in my video where I discuss ideas that I consider to be bad from the DVD community. Poor Jimmy. Yeah. If you don't like, for example, indoor maps because you're playing Huntress and you use Larry's, you might still get Midwich is my point. That's not the only reason, but it's an example. Anyway, let's ready up. Okay, so when building for the Huntress, we need to remember that most of the times we will be using our special attack, our hatchets. We sometimes will use basic attacks, but not all the time. So perks that work from basic attacks, they're not the best on her. So perks like, for example, Know It, which is good on most killers, not super necessary on her. Perks like Say the Best for Last, not super necessary on her. Perks like Devour Hope or any insta-down perk, really, not super necessary on her. Information perks, on the other hand, are really, really good. I personally think that if you learn how to use Whispers, it can be an okay first perk, but don't use this perk on level 1 and level 3. Level 2, only level 3. But you know what? I think this perk is really outdated, and most people don't even want to bother, so we're going to run Bitter Murmur. Whenever a generator is done, we will see the people running away from it and know more or less where they're headed, which is good information. Might also help us to snipe them from afar. At the end of the game, it shows me the auto of everyone as well, which, again, for a killer that is slow and doesn't have a lot of stealth, is pretty good. Then we have No Holds Barred, amazing perk. Scorch, Hook, Weeping Wounds, amazing perk. This perk slow down their generator progress and their healing progress a little bit without us really doing anything. We just need to hook on a white hook every now and then. And that's it, really. We also use Lullaby. It's a bit of an annoying hex that can make skill checks a bit harder for beginners. This is really good because beginner survivors are really bad with skill checks. I think that Huntress gets a lot better when you give her perks from other characters that are free. So for example, if we go Nurse, Nurse's Calling is an excellent perk for her. Finding people healing is awesome. Agitation can be great from the Trapper to keep people in basement, which is really good at defending, or to put them closer to other gens, waste less time while you hook. This is great. Brutal Strength is also never bad on her. Enduring, if you are afraid of pallets, can also be a way to make you lose that fear from the Hillbilly. Predator can also be great if you lose a survivor in chase, which happens sometimes. You can see their aura, you can even snipe them or at least keep track of them in case you actually lost them. So all of these perks are awesome, but let's assume that you have none of them. And I mean none of them. This build hopefully will be serviceable. Oh, Hag as well. Yeah. If you have Hag, like Ruin can be amazing. Third Seal can be quite crippling against some teams. So yeah, you have a lot of stuff that you can go for. But even with nothing, this should be all right. As for add-ons, all right, there's an add-on that makes her hatchets insta-down, but you only get one. Try it at some point if you want, but this is not something you should start with. It's actually a good idea to throw multiple hatchets so you can learn them. There's no point in reloading after every hatchet. It's a really bad learning add-on. She also has add-ons that change the speed of her hatchets, the Rose Root and the Yellowed Cloth. I don't recommend them. And add-ons that increase how fast she pulls up her hatchet, which are the Mana Grass Braid and the Flower Babushka. The only problem with these add-ons, they are not bad, but they will mess with your muscle memory. I've seen a lot of killer players, and I generally have seen this. They run these add-ons so often, one day they take them off, and they don't know how to play the game. So I would recommend that you learn the basic Huntress, use add-ons that don't change anything too much, right? When it comes to her wind-up, how quickly she readies up her hatchet, and then you can experiment with this. Add-ons that I think are pretty safe. Any add-on that inflicts a status effect is fine. Any add-on that makes them exhausted is fine. Add-ons that give you auto reading on hitting them are fine. This add-on is actually pretty nasty. It removes your terror radius. You still have a lullaby, but survivors often rely on your terror radius to know when you're really close. And without it, it can mess with them. This happens when you reload. These add-ons that give you a bit faster when you hit someone, they're probably not bad, not great either. And the two add-ons that are really underrated are the halves, the brown half and the green one. These add-ons make it so that when you hit a survivor with your hatchet, or even not when you hit, when you toss a hatchet, you can toss the next one sooner, or you can attack sooner, or you can move again at normal speed sooner. These add-ons are so ridiculously strong, especially for their low rarity. With each of them, you save 0.2 seconds or 0.1 second, which is super big if you can believe it. There's also some add-ons that inflict some status effects or that make the survivors a bit louder. They're not bad. You can almost not go wrong. There's also one that makes you reload a little bit faster. This one's not very strong, but it's very simple, so we're gonna use this one, okay? Let's ready up for this match and see how it goes. Oh. Hi, hydrate. Thank you. I will hydrate a little bit, actually. Oh, it's your cooking right now. Oh, thank you. That's real sweet of you to say. Okay. Pull for the next outfit during loading screen? I mean, if my mods want to help me out, they can do it, sure. Yeah, what's the next killer that comes after Hag, Chad? Freddy, yeah. Chad, pick which of the 17 different Freddy outfits do I choose? Do I go for the classic Freddy or the Nightmare Warriors Freddy? Or the OG Freddy from the original movie? Ooh, or the Freddy vs. Jason outfit? That one's too bloody, might be demonetized on YouTube. Hi, what's up, cutie? Stop laughing. Makes you too damn cute. I'm gonna get up here and kiss you. Well, my game's starting, so maybe not. But, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Come here, wait. Oh, God damn it. Alright, unfortunately, we have got an indoor map, which is a little bit... a bit difficult to, like, imagine it. This map is all about remembering how the map layout is. So hopefully we'll try to teach you how to play some things around it, and it won't be too difficult for you to extrapolate all this information into more normal outdoor games. All right, we're looking for wow. So there's someone outside there, but I think that it might be a mistake. Look, this girl didn't know I was here. That was a bit unfortunate. That was an M1, no problem going for it. Did you see how disgusting that hitbox was? I think I could not show you a clear example about how important it is to aim at their butts rather than at their torsos per se. So yeah, that was a little disgusting there. Let's see if we can do anything here to do some damage. Alright, so oh, there's a survivor right here. Okay, we hit the space behind them. I think they're gonna go around the corner a bit too quickly here. This survivor's dead. Remember what I said earlier, Chad. Remember, this is a really tight area, right? I don't aim to the right, I don't aim to the left. I aim a little bit to the center, and if I need to adjust very slightly, I will do it, no problem. But in tight areas like that, do not let them juke you, do not make the mistake. If you aim at the middle and adjust a little bit, it's basically a guaranteed hit. Right, I have 3 hatchets. It might be a good time to reload. If I see someone really in the open... Okay, this survivor has zoned themselves. One thing that survivors will do constantly... Do you see how little distance she made? I'm gonna literally run her down and just attack her with a basic attack. That's the power of a melee distance hatchet, right? Do I see scratch marks over there? Hold up. Before I go for the pickup, let's try to do some damage here. Okay, they split up. Actually, I'm gonna do something really stupid, guys. Yeah, I knew it. I know the map a little bit, so I just knew they would be showing up over there any minute now. Let's reload now, before we go for the pickup. Normally, you want to reload after you hook. It's maybe a safe thing to do. Hopefully, there's no one here for the pallet rescue. Oh! Worse, we gave them a flashlight rescue. Pallet rescue, at least they waste a pallet. Good for them, good for them. Oh, that was a great dodge from them both. Here, I have an opportunity to down them, but it is really short. Nice. I have another one here. Oh, never mind. I made a mistake. Yeah, aim properly above the window. I'm gonna reload since I'm right next to one anyway, and I have the add-on to reload a little bit quicker. Here, there's no way they can get a flashlight save, I'm pretty sure. Hooking in basement can be powerful if you're nearby and you got things nearby. Hooking in the open can be also powerful because anytime... We're gonna get blast mine. Anytime you... nearby, they will be afraid to unhook next to you because you can threaten to do damage, right? Hello. Are you here still? No. Okay. We were trying to take advantage of the large hitbox that I explained earlier. This is a little cheeky. We've hooked a couple survivors. I don't want to go all the way around and allow them to just run super early. Kick this gen. Yeah, that gen. Okay, do I see Bitter Murmur? That's one survivor. And there's one on top of this as well. They're injured. Quite important. Yeah, important fuck, that one. We can make this unhook really uncomfortable. Oh? Wait. Where are they? Yeah, I don't want to just be a camping Andy, but... I'm so sorry, dude. I can't find you guys. She's gonna hit stage 2 from being on the hook for too long, I think. We don't want to stay too close, not to give her anti-camp. And I don't know, I feel like this match has been just too weird, man. I feel like this might be worth a replay, chat. What do you think? I'm not saying I'm gonna lose this game or I'm gonna have my ass kicked or anything, but like, you don't learn anything from a match like this, man. You really don't. You only learn that, oh, okay, he knows the map, you know? And every killer plays the same in this goddamn map. I don't know how the hell it's the community's favorite map. Well, I do know, but it's depressing. See, like, I mean, that was a good learning moment, at least. Hello. Really smart by her. Let's see your dead hard. You have it. Excuse me? That sounded like a hit. Huh? Okay, she actually got me good here. Okay. Yeah, not a great Huntress match. 7 hatches moment? Yeah, remember when she used to have 5? Nice multitasking, I know. Oh, and I'm killing. Yeah, this is so mean. Unlucky. Very nice play. That's unlucky for me. Oh, damn, I waited too long. That's my bad, really. I allowed this. Do we want to take more chances, Chad? Do we want to take more chances? Nah, let's just hook her. Oof, that was close, actually. Oh, I think you hit the flash on the wall, dedicated hit. Yeah, I'm not upset or anything. It's just, like, I know that she's boxed, so it doesn't confuse me. But what about a new player that doesn't know that? Ain't they gonna be so confused? I think they would be. Alright. What's the bug? When you hit survivors, they play the sound of like a hit, but you see the particle as if you hit a wall. And the hit registry has been bugged on this killer for like 6 months or something. Yeah. Oh wow, excellent. I actually struggled to see her with the fog. Wow. Slinger has the same thing? Right. Yeah, okay. Sometimes the hatches vanishes into nothing? Yeah, we've noticed, thanks. You're absolutely right about that. Sweet. Why is this the community favorite map? It's not the community's favorite map, but it's one of them. Oh, love, thank you for the tea. That's so special of you. Thank you. You're the best. Chat, tell me, what is your favorite president of the United States? 95% of you are gonna say Obama. Why? Because you don't know any other president. And out of the 3 that you know, maybe he's the one that has the coolest speeches or the most forgettable, you know, the most remarkable smile. That's it. You know? That's it. Like, it's the same thing that happens to the maps. If you're like, which is your favorite map? Azerob's, Scrapyard or Destiny, and Gas Haven, Haven of Forgetfulness, or RPD from Resident Evil TM? Well, the truth is, I think a lot of players do not know how to distinguish the maps. You know what I mean? But RPD, they know that one. And Freddy's Fazbear, they know that one. And Orman, well, that one's very distinct, so they know that one. And Saloon, that one's very distinct, and it's kind of good for both sides, which is super unusual. Like, Saloon can be a good survivor map and a good killer map kind of simultaneously. You know? So that's why, chat. It's because it's easier to remember. That's literally it. Meanwhile, if I say Grimbill, you don't know if I'm talking about Grimbill 1, Grimbill 3, or Grimbill 0, you know? Like Hawkins? Yeah, I don't know about Hawkins. I guess that one was disabled for a while, and I don't know. But yeah, that I think is the reason why they are at the top. Nothing else. Like, if you ask people, like, who do you think makes better music? Beethoven, Schubert, Mahler, or Berlioz? Well, they're gonna say Beethoven, because he's the most famous, even if the other three are just as good or even better. You know, like, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. I don't think it has anything to do with the quality of the map. Obviously, if it was the worst map ever, then maybe it wouldn't be at the top, but yeah. Oh. Skrillex? Yeah, Skrillex and Beethoven, both pretty high up there. What's this girl here, or what the fuck? Yeah, sorry guys, I kind of have checked out mentally of this match. I want to play another one. I don't think it was a great learning opportunity. This girl has dodged like 17 hatchets, by the way. God bless her. Oh my god, that was close. Ugh, that was never gonna hit. Tchaikovsky. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna be here a minute, I think. Really? Where are you in? I prefer Prokofiev, but that also works. You just made that up. There is no such musician as Prokofiev. Come on, Chad. Come on. You guys gotta make better lies than that. That's not right. That's not. Oh shit. Prokofiev Piano Concerto number 3. Oh shit. What? Okay, so you paid a fucking orchestra to make up some fucking musician's name and you uploaded it on YouTube and you think I'm gonna fall for that? I don't fucking think so, dude. I wasn't born yesterday. That is average chatter in this community. This fucking dude thought he had me. Anyone can do that. I've done that before. AI made? Exactly. Love how it says orchestra. Isn't it an orchestra? I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now, right? Isn't a bunch of musicians call it orchestra? Is there a different name for it? Oh, you find it funny the way I pronounce it. Yeah, sorry. Have you heard of Yukon? Yes, very famous composer of of the balls of these two balls. The balls of the balls. Yeah. Anyway. Fun times. Oh. You got me, buddy. Congrats, you fucked up. Yeah. Now pretend that you were looking to do this the whole time. Oh my god. Dummy. Dumbass. Oh my god, dude. Are you gonna try our greatest? No, chat, I don't think it's my dapper game. Sorry. If I see some other people play it and I change my mind, I'll be sure to let you know though. Why would you do this? I don't know, chat. What was the explanation about the hitboxes? I just tuned in, you said explain it. Long story short, hitboxes are kind of behind the survivor and they are vertical, and sometimes you can hit them even through other things. Oh. Perfectly compilation starter ender. Yeah. You forgot to show the window back and forth manga and I give Hunter's Crosshair download link. Okay, chat. Alright. When I play Huntress, I'm gonna give you a link to download the thing, right? And when I play Hack, I'm gonna give you a Amazon referral code to buy a mouse wheel like this one that you can like spin down quickly. And when I don't know, let you play Unknown, I'll give you a referral link to an online pharmacy so you can get antidepressants when you play him. You guys are so unserious, man. You're so absolutely unserious, man. You know what? Actually, I maybe should do that, man. I should do that, you know? I should be like, but the most important tip, guys, when playing Hunters is to speak Russian. Duolingo right now is offering 0% off on their premium code, on their premium service if you use code odds, you know, and then next killers, like, but you can't really be a hillbilly if you don't eat maple syrup. And now this company is sponsoring this video to have 10% off your next maple syrup. Okay. Yeah, that's for Legion, for example. Oh, yeah. When you play Sadako, get sponsored by Samsung. You're so smart. You're so right. Duolingo uses AI. I know they're such a bad service, man. I know that because my partner learned Spanish with Duolingo, or used to, and like I will sometimes look at what she's seeing on the phone, and I will shake my head, dude. It's so bad, so bad, man. And if that's Spanish is like the #1 language that people are probably learning, other than maybe English, or maybe even above English in Duolingo. So if one of their most popular languages is so fucked up by weird AI, yeah, I don't want to imagine the more obscure ones. I don't know. Try the FSR setting with 100% sharpness. It will change your life. What, really? German's pretty good. That's awesome. Maybe it was done some time ago. I sent you a good cost card you should suggest people use. Okay, let's have a look. What is this? One second. Okay. Yeah, something small and non-intrusive like this is perfect. Yeah, thank you, Lynn. Thank you. Download link in the description, guys. God damn it. Oh my god. So happy to catch your stream. Hey, clowning, thank you. Bless you. Oh, now other people are submitting their clips to you to submit to me? What the fuck is this, man? Do you miss your headset when you're not wearing it? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I sit down on my desk, and even though I'm not listening to anything, I put it on. It's not like a noise cancelling or anything. It just gets me in the mood, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like one of those things that you associated with something. Yeah. Will you show us the orbital shots? So important. No. No, Chad. If you try to tell a beginner how to hit an orbital, you're insane, man. You're insane. You're like you're like a new I don't know, like 6th grade math teacher trying to explain Einstein's law of relativity or something. Like it's so unbelievably inappropriate for that level of learning, man. Yeah. Do you talk to chat off stream? Yeah, I do sometimes speak to multiple people like Chad. I'd be like, hey, chat. Yeah. Well, yeah. We need to discriminate a little bit into what is useful and what people can find with like more in-depth guides later on. I'm rather new to the game and I hit orbitals pretty easily. And that is wonderful, chat. And that is wonderful. But I think it's probably not necessarily in the scope of this guide. Alright, we have a fairly outdoors map. This is the corner of it. Most of the gens are pretty far away. So again, we're gonna take a path that will hopefully give me the best chance to see people, even though it's so bright and it's hard to see. Yeah, I generally struggle. I do see some scratch marks here already. And it looks like we have a survivor. Alright, beautiful. Let's chase him. This is one of those places that, as I told you, you cannot shoot over. I'm gonna run through it. And look, the survivor got greedy, and I'm gonna get a hit. Wait, they got very greedy. I'm gonna get more than a hit. And as I told you, that is the power of melee hatchets. Perfect. Okay, that one had to be a bit precise there. She got greedy twice. And the thing is, after being greedy the first time, she should have stayed in the loop. If she stayed in the loop, I would have hit her with a basic attack. But because she went so in the open, I actually had the opportunity to go for something more than that, which was a hatchet in the open. Did you stay here, buddy? I didn't see you. Maybe he started walking this way? Wow, I really lost him. I thought he was going to do something really crazy and out of this world. I found him. I'm going to pretend I haven't seen him, chat. Remember what I said? To aim really much to the left? It works. That's what I did for that guy. I hit her. She's fresh off the hook, so she doesn't go down. And that is A-okay. She's being a little bit careless here. And I think this would be a really good time to reload. But it's okay. She's going to hit me with a certain perk, and she's going to waste it. Watch. Oh, she didn't fall down. Maybe she doesn't waste it. She ran me pretty well there. Excellent job by her. We lost the generator. She has to drop down here. Cancel. Dead hard. And she disconnects in 3 seconds. Unless she's playing with friends. In which case, maybe she's less likely to disconnect. That's alright. Thank you for your patience. Let's put her on a white hook so that she gets the anti-heal effects from whipping wounds. Why not? It's not super nice to go for a survivor right off the hook. But, I mean, if they play it like this and they make a mistake, why the hell not? It's not your job to make it easy for them. Right, so this generator got blocked for a little bit. We could kick it, see if we find anyone. We don't have a lot of info perks outside of Bitter Murmur. So unfortunately, we don't find anyone, but that's alright. We'll come back. We don't need to go for Nia, but it would be nice to go for someone else. Beautiful. This girl is in the open. I'm going to get really, really close. Really, really close and do a melee distance hatchet. Not around the corner, but here. Notice that if she walks into me, I step back a little bit and no problem. Here she's injured. Go for a basic attack. No need to use a hatchet there. Unless there were other survivors nearby and I want to do as much damage per second as possible. If survivors were coming out of like basement or something, it is maybe a great idea to do hatchet, 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 hatchet. And you do more quote unquote DPS, if that's a term you can use in this game. Unfortunately, the Hanato stayed injured, which against killer like this has implications. You can be sniped. I knew that he was not going to be easy to hit. I figured that he would get a bit too close. And remember, the hitboxes are generous. So if you fully charge a hatchet, very difficult time to react to it. Very difficult chance. It's going to be a... Oh, hi. Beautiful. I hit the Jonah. I can go for a crazy shot here. No, she's behind something. We could hit the Jonah if we can. Let's see. Does he go for the shack? He does. Hold it. Hold it. He's going to... Ah, we lost it. One more chance, chat. Beautiful. Almost there, guys. All right, this is the point where this chase is not very beneficial to us. And I'll explain why. There we go. This guy has never been hooked. We're 2 gens. Everyone else is either dead on hook or will be dead on hook soon. So hooking this guy is kind of a nice guy thing to do. But what can I say? We're feeling really nice. So we're gonna hook him. If I was playing a bit more seriously, maybe I would think to myself, maybe it's better to go for one of the other survivors. But it's okay. We see that that generator is blocked. That's my perk, no holds barred, or deadlock, depending. That tells me that this gen is the one with most progress. We have this gen, and this gen over here. These 3 gens, we could try to bunker down here. Yeah, this one's quite progress. Still regressing though, from the last time we kicked it. Wait, no, it's not. I don't know why I thought it was. Having some perk to find survivors around now would be amazing. The survivor that is dead on hook most likely is going to play very carefully. The other ones, maybe not so much. And they have a boon here. Anytime you see a blue skull like this, this means it's kind of like a counter hex. It's a perk that gives an effect in the area that makes the survivors a little bit stronger or harder to track, or they heal sooner. Stuff like that. Just keep it in mind. If you can destroy it, maybe destroy it. They can set it up multiple times, so it is a bit annoying. Hey guys, what's up? I'm struggling to find people. Maybe cancel real quick. This is the type of rock that's a little bit difficult to play around. Remember, do I see him when he goes into the shack? Yeah, I can hold hatchet here. Remember, he's gonna... Do you see? Beautiful. I tried to mung him there, but I think he might have just held forward. I see him. Beautiful. I can hold it. He's gonna try to dodge to the right. He's too smart. He didn't dodge. We're gonna go back, see if he mung himself. By walking into Shaq, he does. That hard. Notice that because I'm so slow, if he goes around the... loops around the generator, I might never hit him. So what I do is I do a little fake out. Pretend to go counterclockwise, then go clockwise, or the other way around. These two girls are super important. I need to let her see me with third person, make her think I'm going to the right, then I come to the left, and she doesn't start running the other direction. And there she is. If I can down this girl quickly, this game is over for them. She'll fake it? No, she won't. Pretend to cancel, pretend to go the other way. I'll go for an attack. Why? Remember, this is one of those pallets that if I hold the hatchet, I cannot shoot over it, and it's gonna be a disaster, so... Oh, that would have been beautiful. That would have been beautiful as well. They are setting up a wound someplace. It would have been nice if we pulled that off. This is tricky. This is tricky. I have one hatchet. Oh, she made a mistake. Dead heart. We're gonna cancel it. She's got dead heart. She's gonna use it right about now. Okay. There it is. Hi, Renato. What's up? He might have a flashlight or something. Maybe that's why he's sticking around. Alright, let's find out. Oh no, they didn't pull it off. Oh yeah, she's dead. I imagine that main or nearby is being done by the person that's injured. I'm not gonna go for this girl. She still has 2 hook stages. I want to defend this chance. Ooh, damn. Bitter Murmur's gonna show me everyone's aura. We know which one gate they're gonna try to use, and we also know what we're doing here. I see his aura. I honestly... That was my chance to down him, I think. He's greedy. He's dead on hook, so I could hook him. Unfortunately, the other guys, for all we know, that guy healed. Corner of the map. He healed. And he must have taken a little while, and he was injured not too long ago. I'm gonna take my chances to find the Jonah going around towards the gate from here. There he is. Perfect. We predicted that perfectly. Beautiful. We saw the HUD. We saw that he was injured. We can catch him before he makes it to the exit gate. Very important. We aim at their butt a little bit to make this... Oh, he has overcome. That's such a good perk. Does he have a teammate to help him out? He doesn't. If this girl had stepped out a little bit to take a hit for him, she would have been able to help him. Unfortunately, she is a bit of a lousy teammate. And didn't help him very much. I haven't found her, even though I know that she's around. Let's try to hook him, otherwise he's out. The other gate is closed, 100%. We know this girl opened this gate and has not had a lot of time to get out. Well, I have a question. Where did she go? Well, she's out of the healed. Oh my god, I could have gotten head on or something. I have a question. How did she heal so quickly with a flashlight? By getting inner strength from a locker. Without a medkit, you can't really heal so quickly, so the only option, realistically, was Inner Strength, a perk from Nancy Wheeler that heals you after doing a totem. And the only logger we could find was there. That was so stupid. Why would she do that? Why would she do that? I got scared because I figured that out a few seconds ago, and I thought maybe she had head on and she could stun me, and then they both walk out. So that's a little scary. If you can avoid walking in front of lockers, if you have to, you do it. But if you suspect that someone's in a locker, a perk from Jane Romero, head on, could stun you. Watch out. Oh yeah, what a crazy game, guys. Okay then. LMAO. Sorry guys. You just... Right. So yeah, this is Overcome. A really good perk for beginners, by the way. When you get hit, that normal speed boost that you get is actually extended quite a bit. And he almost single-handedly saved this guy. That's not oomph. I'm sorry. Person with a very suspicious name. But yeah, are there any big things that we forgot to cover in this match? I am sure of it. I'm sure we forgot at least one important thing. But hopefully you've learned some of the basics and you have fun with this killer, which is as simple as she is fun. All right, chat, what's next? Freddy time. Wouldn't Crosshair be good for new players? Yeah, chat. Why? I didn't say no. I even talked about them earlier. Yeah, you can use Crosshair. Great tip so far. Thank you, guys. Right. Okay. What can we use, chat? That will be... Wait, did I just take out all of my perks? Am I stupid? I'm so stupid. I just took out all of my perks. Sorry, I thought I was in private game. Beginner build. Beginner build is definitely... Sloppy. No deadlock. Maybe remember me? That is pretty good, yeah. Oh, it's a shame, because honestly, Freddy has some good perks. But yeah, we'll worry about that. Beginner build. Sure. Yeah, this is simple. Alright, let's go to a private game now. No blood wire then? Believe it or not? Nah, I don't think so, no. I don't think so. As a beginner? Nah, don't bother. It's fun. We'll have to run it, but... Okay, are there any add-ons that would allow us to show anything like special or whatever? I don't think so. Nah, that's it. Yeah, let's actually do this. These two would allow us to show some special scenarios. Are you doing non-DLC perks? Basically, I'm using the perks that you would only have if you have the base game and this DLC and nothing else. You haven't even played Trapper, for example. So yeah, that's it. Okay. Why is Freddy so short? I don't know, because his mom and his dad passed him bad genetics. Yeah. He's bitter about it. I think that's what the movies were about. Right, guys? Yeah. Oh, he's a pedophile? Oh, that's fine. Short? Kill him! Burn him at the stake. Yeah, that's some people, man. Alright. Do we have the right map? I think so. That's why he gets kids who are already taller than him? No, chat, let's not make jokes about this. Hi, Chief. Yeah, don't worry, I will mention that. Alright, it's time to play Freddy. Freddy has been reworked many times. If you watch some videos from olden times, he used to be really bad, then used to be really good, then used to be really bad, and now honestly he's in a really, really good spot. And his power is more complex than ever. I'm gonna be using two add-ons to explain two specific scenarios, but let's pretend that I have no perks, no add-ons. Let's talk about it all. Now, the thing to know about this killer is that in almost every aspect, he is an M1 killer. M1 killers are described as killers that mostly down you and chase you with their M1, mouse 1 basic attack, this. And they typically move at the normal speed of 4.6 meters a second, which this killer does. They normally have a 32 meter radius, which this killer kind of has. And the normal stun, normal launch, normal everything. So what that means is that this is a great killer to play when you've already played some of the killers like him. So you played a lot of Trapper, you played a lot of Myers, you played a lot of Wraith. This killer is gonna feel pretty natural. But he's far more complex than any of the other M1 killers that we've seen, so there's a lot to learn. Now, this killer has arguably 3 different powers, okay? And he also has a passive ability. The passive ability is sleepiness. Survivors become asleep over time. When a survivor is asleep, they are susceptible to your other abilities, and they glow blue like this. But they can find clocks around the map that will make them awake. Also, if they awake themselves with a clock, they will have a small period of invulnerability. This means that no matter what I do to them, they are not falling asleep while they have a yellow icon on the HUD. Do you see the yellow icon on her face? This girl is functionally impossible to put to sleep. Alright? It's like a newborn baby. They do not shut up. It's impossible to make them rest. Okay. Now, after a little while, the yellow period is gonna end, and she's going to fall asleep over time. There are a few things that you can do to make them fall asleep faster. If you hit them with your snares, which we'll talk about in a minute, they fall asleep quicker. If you blow up a fake pallet, which we'll talk about in a minute, This also makes them fall asleep quicker. Like so. Right? And if you teleport to a generator or anything else and they are nearby, that also makes them fall asleep quicker. Yeah, feel free to wake up. It's completely fine. Right? And if you hit them, they also fall asleep immediately. That one is immediate. However, remember, if they are yellow, that none of those things work. While they are yellow, they are 100% immune, and it's 30 seconds, except with some add-ons. There are also other ways that survivors can wake up. If there's two of them, they can slap each other in the face a little bit, and they wake each other up. Also happens if they miss a skill check. So, Mrs. Fongmin, could you please go on that generator? We're gonna help you fall asleep. We're gonna teleport. That makes her fall asleep quicker. We're gonna send a snare. We'll explain what they do in a second. That's gonna make her fall asleep quicker. We're gonna blow up this fake pallet, and if she's nearby, that's gonna make her fall asleep quicker. Okay. Now, could you please miss a skill check? Thank you. That is also a way to wake up. Notice that when she's in the hut, when we look at the hut, she has a little bit of like aura around her. That means she's asleep. But she's gonna wake up when she misses a skill check, and that will disappear. So that's how I can know, other than her being blue and being bright, that's one way to know that she's woken up. All right, let's see if they get lucky and they get a skill check. Any time now, any day now. Statistically, we could be here 5 years and never see it. She's gonna complete this gen and not get a single skill check. Thank you, behavior. We'll be back in after the commercial break. Skim. Please, Fongmin, could you please scratch your nose? We've been told to scratch your nose. You're not serious, dude. You're not serious. It's gonna complete the gen without missing a skill. Oh, she's actually gonna complete the... What is going on? Okay, so she woke up. But if you wake up in this manner, you do not get the yellow immunity. So I could now just attack her, and look, that would immediately put her to sleep, okay? So very important to understand the difference. Now, let's talk. Let's forget about... You go heal somewhere else. I don't want to see you. Not after that. Let's talk about the simplest ability of Freddy. The dream projection. Okay? The teleport. The dream projection allows you to teleport to any generator in the game, and you will appear next to it. You can also cancel it. Let's cancel it. You see a little white aura letting you know more or less what you're going to look at. And this is quite important because when you appear, if you're in the middle of a chase, you can have to readjust yourself, right? So that's quite important. Notice that if I cancel it, it still goes on a pretty big cooldown. So canceling, it's something that you can do. For example, if I'm chasing a survivor and they're going towards this gen and it's a bit of a dead end and I teleport and I see that they're running back to me, then just cancel and whack them, right? But yeah, let's teleport for real and see what happens. When you have the ability to teleport, you will see that there's an arrow and it switches to the center that is closest to your screen. It can be this one, it can be this one. Once you start, don't worry, if you look away, it doesn't matter. It's already locked in. Bam. Ta-da! Generators that are completed, they typically don't show up in the map for killer, but while you have your ability, you will see them in color white to let you know that that generator is completed. Generally speaking, you don't want to teleport to generators that are completed because survivors are not, generally speaking, going to be there, but occasionally it could be useful, right? So when do you teleport? The answer is in between chases. Anytime you can. Anytime you have information from a perk or your own intuition, and anytime that you know that you're in a really bad spot. Say, for example, that overall survivors were on that side of the map, and I am chasing this girl, right? And she does a really good job, and she goes down in the corner of the map, right over there. So, Fong, could you please do that? Yeah. She goes over there, she goes down, right? And oh my god, I'm so far. Right? So, I'm gonna down her here, I'm gonna pick her up, I'm gonna go to the closest hook, and I'm gonna hook over here, and then I'm gonna teleport all the way across the map. And at this point, if I see a survivor, I'll get a hit. Beautiful. If not, maybe I'll kick this generator, especially if I have a perk for it. And now I will go around and try to find another survivor. So for map mobility, you can use it. In chase, you can kind of use it as well. Survivors do hear a sound effect, but sometimes survivors are a little stupid. Sometimes You can see a survivor run into this building. You see that they go up, you start teleporting, and you appear right next to them. So if you are a little bit creative, you can use it in chase as well. Now, very, very important. There are 2 add-ons that allow Freddy to also teleport to things other than generators, right? And that is the class photo, which allows you to teleport to exit gates, like this. You will not teleport at the exit gate itself, but instead somewhere nearby. And there's also a special one named the paint thinner. This works if a survivor breaks one of your illusory palettes. We'll talk about this in a minute. So Fawn, could you please hold up, I'll make you fall asleep. Oh, I can't. Yeah, please get blown up by this pallet if you don't mind. Yeah, beautiful. Could you please drop this pallet? Yeah, you see this heartbeat? This means that I can teleport to her. And it's a really quick one too. Hold up. Hold up. Do it one more time, just so I can show it. Yeah. And look at that. Wow. It's not as strong as it sounds. Normally, these 2 add-ons, they don't come into play very much, but I just wanted to explain that that's 2 options. Then on top of that, there's another thing that survivors do that will allow you to teleport directly onto them. And this only happens if they are asleep. And that is if they are healing themselves or someone else. Fawn, could you please go to the corner of the map in the middle of nowhere and just start healing over there? Yeah, somewhere where there's clearly no generators, just to showcase what it's like. Yeah, if you see a heartbeat and you're like, oh, what is that? That is a survivor healing. Either themselves or somebody else. And you can teleport to it. And you will appear somewhere randomly within about 12 meters. If you are healing as a survivor and you see this little dust coming from your feet, that means that the killer can teleport to you. And even if you don't teleport, even if your cooldown is not ready, paying attention to this is very important. If I hook a survivor and I know that another survivor is on the ground, and then I see a heartbeat and I know that it's the other 2 healing each other, well, even if I can teleport, now I know exactly where to go to make that team really, really hurt. So this is a great source of teleportation, but also, more importantly, a great source of information. The way that survivors can play around this is to be sure that they wake each other up and stay awake often to not heal while they're asleep. Do you understand that? So that's all there is to the teleport. It's very, very, very simple. It is one of the most useful, but also easiest parts of the skiller's power. If you have perks that let you know where survivors are after hooking someone, and there's several of them, you can have an even easier time. If I have the perk, for example, barbecue and chili from the cannibal, or thrilling tremors from Ghostface, I will see which gens are probably being done and then be able to choose them immediately. Let's now talk about his 2 other abilities that require a little bit more active input from you, that are a little bit more difficult to use. The first one is, forgive me, what's called a dream snare. Now, dream snares against awake survivors don't do anything. Fawn, could you please go and wake up somewhere real quick? Just to showcase it. We've shown it a few times, but against a survivor that is awake, a dream snare is kind of like a projectile that traverses over the ground. It doesn't do anything. Now, even though she didn't react, I know that I hit her because on the top right of my screen, as you can see, I actually get some points. Right? And what this means is that if you hit a survivor like this, they will fall asleep much faster. So if they were about to fall asleep, she will fall asleep quick. Now, chat, here's a quiz for you if you've been paying attention. Why is she not falling asleep now? I just hit her a bunch of times. Normally 2 of them should be enough. So why did she not fall asleep? Did I forget something? Can anyone help me out? Come on. Immune, exactly. If she uses a clock, she is immune to falling asleep. Only after the clock effect is out, after 30 seconds, then I can start using my abilities. So now, look, that put her to sleep. Perfect. So once a survivor is asleep, then this power becomes really powerful. Fawn, could you please come here real quick? I want you to run. What the hell is that? Her face is so weird. Could you please run down the street? And we're gonna see how long it takes me to catch up, okay? Okay, so a survivor that is far away as a killer with no extra mobility, it takes a little while for me to catch up, right? And then, bam, I could hit her now. With this ability, you can catch up to survivors much quicker because you slow them down. So please, Fawn, could you run back in the opposite direction? Look, if I hit her with this, look how slow she becomes. Look, I don't lose any distance, and look how slow she becomes. I'm gonna do it again. And look, I can run. I could even run ahead of her and hit someone that she's protecting. Bam. So this is an ability that allows you to massively catch up to survivors in chase. So I want you to play this loop right now. And let's see, without a power, what it's like. Obviously, she might want to vault the pallet, right? And then if I'm chasing the other way, like, it's a little awkward. I don't have any power. I'm a normal killer. And if you want to vault this. Yeah, you want to vault it. When you're chasing, vault it and keep vaulting around it, okay? Just keep doing it in circles. Go for it. Don't go on the outside like you're doing right now. Just vault it, just to demonstrate. Yeah, keep going around the car to showcase and then vault it. Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't very explicit. Yeah, you vault and now you do another loop. Right, so in a situation like this, let's assume I don't have blood loss. Yeah, this is kind of awkward, right? So this is the kind of situation where a normal killer without any power, maybe I turn around now, I would struggle. The problem is, if you have your power, you slow them down, they don't make it around. They don't make it around because they are so much slower. It does have a bit of a cooldown, but if I hit them like this, look, she doesn't even make it one loop around. I'm probably going to be able to hit her right now. So that's how powerful this is. This, if you are accurate with this ability, it's unbelievably powerful. The only downside is obviously, I guess there's two downsides. Number one, if they're awake, you can't use it. And number two, there are some pallets that are so strong that even if a survivor is super, super slow, they can just vault them, right? So what would be a good example of that? I'm not too sure. But let's say that if a survivor is very slow, and let's say this pallet was bigger, and they're just vaulting back and forth, like, slowing them down doesn't slow them down on animations, it only slows them down while they are running. So we're gonna keep that in mind, right? So very simple ability. You don't really lose distance by preparing it or shooting it, really. As long as you're hitting them, it is really, really powerful. Now, the other ability that we have are fake pallets. Fake pallets have basically two functions. The first one is they make a survivor fall asleep very, very instantly if you hit them with it. So fake pallets, you cannot just put them anywhere. You have to put them in places that are predetermined. So any pallet that is missing, for example, if this gets broken, this will be a spot. This used to be a pallet spot in the game, so it's coded, and I can put it there. And up here, for example, there's no spots. So yeah, could you please drop this pallet just to demonstrate? So this is an ability that gets a little bit stronger as you break more pallets. Because look, now I can place it in, right? So if a survivor is awake and you hit them with a fake pallet, they will become asleep. But if you hit them with a fake pallet while they're asleep, they take damage. Look. That's huge. It can even hit multiple survivors too. So the general idea with fake pallets, all right, is that as you go out on the map, you're going to place a few of them. There's no downside to having a few of them. You're going to put one there. You're going to put one... Oh, there's nowhere else in this map. One there, right? And if survivors are far away, fake pallets look like normal pallets. And if they are close, then they see that it's fake. If they're awake, they don't see them. It's only... All of Freddy's powers, except the teleport, mostly only work while survivors are asleep, right? And the idea is that if you chase them into it, you can hit them like this, or look, immediately put them to sleep. And if the survivor tries to play around it, well, maybe you can just hit them normally, right? So that's the big idea. Now, one thing to remember is that fake pallets still work like normal pallets. So could you please stun me with it? Oh, 1 second. Yeah, you can be stunned by your own pallets. So what is a very simple way to avoid this? Well, very simple idea. If there's a pallet and you're chasing a survivor, just blow it up and then they can't do anything, you know, and then you hit them or whatever. Another thing not to do, ever, this would be a massive criminal mistake. Fawn, could you please crawl under this pallet? If you're not a survivor here, you're like, oh, I'm going to be like a trapper. I'm going to set up, you know, and then I'm going to pick up. This is a horrible idea. Why? Very simple. If I pick up and another survivor comes by, they could drop it and then rescue her. So never, ever do that. Always get rid of the pallet, pick up if she's underneath it, and then you can put it down later when you hook her. So we're gonna just put a few pallets around the map, more so as we play the game. And if a survivor is chasing to them, we try to blow them up at the perfect time. I don't know if you can tell, but when we blow it up, it has about a couple second delay and it covers a circle. Do you see this blood? This is the circle. This is the circle that we either put them to sleep or damage them. And outside of this, that's it. That's Freddy. The hard part of Freddy is not any of his powers, it's using them all together. We chase around Shaq, we make sure we switch to snares, we slow down our survivor, the survivor goes this way, we switch to pallets, we blow this up, then we down the survivor, put them on the hook, decide to teleport across the map, go for someone else, and that's it. There's also one trick that I'm not sure if they're ever gonna remove, but when you have a pallet, if a survivor is body blocking you, because they want to protect someone else, you can actually hold this and you go through survivors. So say for example that someone is very vulnerable and a teammate is body blocking this doorway, which is really tight. Normally I wouldn't be able to walk around the survivor. I can just switch to pallets, hold this, and I'll go right through them with a bit of effort. So that's a bit of a dirty trick and we might use it at some point. But outside of all of these basics, let's also talk about which builds work best on this killer. You forgot about the lullaby? Yeah, you're right. It's quite important, actually. Thank you. It works on any types of survivors, and you have to shoot the snare as soon as you collide with them, by the way. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Oh, are you telling me it also works on snares? Oh, I'm so sorry. That's my bad. Hi, like, okay. Thank you. All right, we'll talk about that briefly, yeah. Yeah, chat, why don't you remind me, please, please, please? After I'm done with Freddy, I will go into a private game, I will play a survivor, and I will show what it's like. That way we can show the obliviousness part. Because I think that would make it simpler, because then you can see what it's like to see him intermittently. Yeah, that would be a lot easier. Let's just do that at the end. All right, so this killer, one of his biggest strengths is his ability to use perks that... Hold up, let me start over. All right, let me just have some... Let me just name this so people have a bit more context. Right. Things like this, right? So, as we mentioned earlier, one of the main strengths of Freddy is how good he is. Thank you so much, Himberrainhorn, for the 9 months. One of his major strengths is being able to hook a survivor and immediately harass generators. So there are a variety of perks that help you in this, and you could have a really strong build like this one with, for example, Thrilling Tremors from Ghostface. When I pick up a survivor, any generator that is not being done will be blocked, and the 1 or 2 that are being done will not be blocked, so then I will be able to teleport to those. I can also kind of trick survivors. I could fake a teleport, and when they let go scared, I could then pick up, and then the generator would be blocked. That's a bit of an advanced trick that you could do on him, right? Or the perk Barbecue would get a really similar effect. You hook a survivor, and you see everyone, so you know which generator to teleport to. And then when you teleport, you can immediately kick them with Pop Goes the Weasel, or apply some other effects, or scare them off with Deadman Switch, or use Pain Resonance, and if you see the sparks, teleport to that generator. All of these perks work really, really well. But if you don't have any of them, don't worry. We can go with something really, really, really simple. His own perks, by the way, are actually quite good. Fire Up is an amazing perk. As you get towards endgame, closer and closer, each gen is going to make you faster at picking up, dropping survivors, breaking pallets, vaulting windows. It's honestly a really, really nice perk. I'm not going to put it in this build, but just so you know, it's really, really good. His most fun perk by far that will make you see a lot of, that you probably have seen in a lot of compilations and funny moments, is Blood Warden. When you hook a survivor in the endgame, if the exit gates are open, they get blocked and survivors can't exit. And then you can catch them in the exit gate. It's a little bit predictable on him because it's his own perk, but it is really, really good still. And it's always fun to bring it, right? We're not going to be using these perks very much. We will use the perk Remember Me, however. If we hit the Obsession, everyone except the Obsession will be slower at opening gates in the endgame, and it gets stronger and stronger. No Holds Bar or Deadlock make gens slower passively. That's really good. Since we have a perk to slow in the endgame, Know It is awesome. This killer hits with basic attacks, so any instant on perk typically can work pretty well with him. Same with Sloppy Butcher. Every time we hit a survivor, unless we down them with a fake pallet or something, we will be applying Hemorrhage. And slower heals means there's a bit more pressure for survivors to wake up before healing, and if they heal when they shouldn't, I can teleport to them, so it all gets together. Very simple add-ons, decrease immunity and bigger size of the Dream Snare. That's what we're looking for. Decreased immunity means that that yellow period in the HUD lasts less, so I have more chances to use my power. And the bigger snare means that the hitbox is bigger, it's harder to miss. Those are good for beginners, and you don't really need to think about it. There are so many other add-ons with wacky effects, but if you want to get started, those are some simple ones. Let's get this match started, see what happens. All right. You can teleport to block gen set, but if no one's doing them, then you probably shouldn't. Yeah, no, it's good for beginners and experienced players alike, honestly. Right, Pale Rose, perfect. We spawn in a very, very far away corner of the map. Unfortunately, the teleport ability is not available at the very beginning. It would be amazing if I could teleport. I bet that if I teleport to that furthest gen, I most likely would find someone right away. Now, we will explain a bit later in more detail what happens to survivors when they are awake or when they are asleep. We'll get to that. But needless to say, we're gonna try to sneak up the survivors. Survivors, by the way, when they play against Freddy, they know that it's Freddy. All right, let's see if we can slow her down a bit. The snare goes through walls, but I miss her, unfortunately. I think she made a mistake here, a big one. Huge mistake. She had a pallet there and she just left it. Very hard to understand. I heard some footsteps, hold up. If a survivor has a flashlight, I slow her down. And unfortunately, this pallet is just not very good. You know what? I'm gonna break it. Let's get this first hook first. Just in case someone else has a flashlight, we want to remove any chance for them to maybe quickly get in position. That sound, by the way, is the sound of someone falling asleep. If we look at the HUD, we see that passively, these two survivors have fallen asleep. Hi, what's wrong? Oh, what's going on? Oh, there's something wrong here? What's the matter? What's going on? I am missing some context here. Okay, she has bad ping. What's the matter? What are we doing? I don't get it. Am I dumb? What? Chad, am I missing something here? What? I don't get it. They don't like her? Maybe a cheater? What? Why would she be a cheater? What? What? What, you want me to kill her? Why? I don't get it. Oh, she's holding shift. Oh, I see. Okay, well, cool, man, I guess. Let's just play another match. What a stupid fucking game, man. Alright, you want me to down you and then we all disconnect, or what? Yeah. Cool, man. What is this? I have no fucking clue. I think the best theory is that, yeah, she's holding shift. Alright, I'm gonna tank my stats, by the way. Cool, man. Can I abandon, or...? There you go. These are the kind of people, they play chess, they lose a pawn, and they just immediately resign. You know what I mean? Oh my god. They play a game on higher difficulty, they die to the first enemy, they uninstall the game. They don't try it again, they don't lower the difficulty, they don't like, I don't know, look up a guide or check if they did anything wrong or if they missed something. Just fucking quick it, man. If it's not perfect, why even bother, dude? You don't get it? They really needed that pawn for the endgame. Yeah, no, you're right about that. I really don't get it, man. I really don't get it. Do I just leave? If you don't mind, you can just hook them for the points. I personally don't give a fuck at this point. They probably don't even realize killer queues are 5 minutes. I know, it's disappointing. Man. It's disappointing. Will you watch the new Stranger Things seasons? Seasons? You mean season? There's gonna be only one, right? Maybe split in 2 or something, but because they want to make my money. But there's not gonna be multiple, right? It's just one. Yeah, I probably will. I thought they were friends that were making fun. No, I mean, okay. Did the Nia make a mistake going for the save and fucking it up? Yeah, she did. Is that a mistake that is so bad that you look at my build, man? Like, they haven't even seen my perks, bro. My perks are just basic perks on not the strongest killer in the game. It's a good start, but I've lost games that had a better start than this so many times. Like, it just kind of shows like a complete and utter inability to deal with any inconvenience, man. Can I order your merch from any country? No, unfortunately, I don't think they deliver to Ukraine, to Russia, or North Korea. Most of the countries, maybe with like one more exception that I don't remember, most of the countries, yeah, they ship there. The shipping might be more or less expensive depending. But yeah, there are unfortunately a couple countries where just the state of the world does prevent us from finding an opportunity to deliver it there, unfortunately. King Jong-un will be disappointed? Yeah, I know he wanted one of our t-shirts. Alright. We need a Tsupi shirt? I'm working on something like that, Slushy, if it makes you happy to hear it. So, I might have some updates. Oh, guys, please, let's not do that. Comrade, please, no. Let's stop it, please. Shout out to all the North Korean viewers. You know what, actually, I know it's a joke, but it actually makes me really sad that some countries in Asia have like very high restrictions. Like Korea doesn't get Twitch anymore because silly reasons. China, I think, also is quite cut off from a lot of the internet in some ways. And needless to say, North Korea, you're probably never gonna meet someone from there on the internet. It makes me a bit sad, man. That's a lot of, if you think about it, it's a lot of potential friends and a lot of potential viewers and a lot of potential, I don't know, connections and experiences that you could have. And they are robbed away from you. Hi, I'm Korean. Hi, Grinder. That's wonderful that you found a way to watch us. Thank you, Crazy Diamond. That's really sweet of you. Any tips on how to not get nervous if you're getting intimate with your girlfriend? Chat, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think I'm any authority on that. I think it's okay to let someone know, hey, I'm not very experienced with this. Please don't mind me if I'm a bit nervous. And I'll tell you more about that if you remind me afterwards. It's something I'd like to tell to about a bit more than 2 seconds. Alright, we started another match. Unfortunately, the previous game, the survivors just decided to give up immediately, and it wasn't very good. Let's break this, why not? You will notice that survivors normally spawn far away from you, and it's not possible to teleport right away. So even though I would love to teleport really, really quickly, far away, I cannot. This girl is gonna fall asleep with one more snare, probably. It's okay if we get this pallet. It's a strong pallet in the middle of the map. She's teabagging for some insane reason. And that is okay. Let's just put one here. Do we have any opportunity to put another one here? There's probably like 5 people on a generator somewhere, so... Okay, we see this person. Keep in mind, they do fall asleep passively. That was a really bad aim. Man, that's my bad. Jane woke up. He lost a bit of a 50-50 here. We hit him, he immediately falls asleep. He's blue, and he's now gonna be slowed down by the snares if I can hit him. I think he'll vault back in panic. No, he actually did so good. Oh my god, I actually started to teleport, and it failed. Well, doesn't matter because he didn't come here. I'm gonna... Oh, hiya. Hey, Leon, what's up, buddy? Alright, I genuinely cannot explain what just happened. One thing that we have neglected to mention that I'm going to show you from the survivor's point of view is that if a survivor is asleep, they technically don't hear your terror radius. And if they are asleep in real life, then I guess you could possibly grab them. It really shouldn't happen, but... Oh, this guy is healing. Yeah, this is perfect. Hold up. Beautiful. Let's just break it. He's on an elevated position without a certain perk. He's going to lose distance when he falls. Yeah. That perk would be balanced landing. And he doesn't have it. You can know if a survivor has balanced landing because when they drop, they don't do the sound that they normally do. There is a hook sometimes here. There is. Wonderful. But yeah, survivors are oblivious. We will show what that looks like from their point of view in a minute. These survivors over here might go for the rescue. We haven't been using our snares so good. Okay, beautiful. Just wanted to make sure he wouldn't do that last second. Was that life? I cannot tell. The other girl is probably here. There she is. We didn't do the best job. Let's hit this guy. Why not? Put him asleep right away. Oh. This girl popped a syringe. And I'm going to tell you how I know. She started healing herself really quickly. And just did a few seconds. If I down her right now, I think that's awesome. Can I get her before she gets healed by the syringe? Come on. Yes. Beautiful. They're healing over there. I could actually teleport. Hold up. There's gonna be 2 survivors, so at least 1 hit for sure, right? Ooh, he's on the other side of this. Normally, the game tries to put you on the same level. Let's go for this guy. Slow him down a little bit. Easy hit. I actually kind of want to get the Jane. So, if I had another teleport, I would use it to go back to her. I don't, so... Let's just break this up. I imagine maybe someone's going for her. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Do you think it's been 24 seconds yet? I think so. Do you think she has Unbreakable? The thing is, you can't react to them getting up, because by the time you hit them, they would already stun you with the pallet. Doesn't seem like she can pick herself up, so let's hook her. Awesome. Right, this is a good time maybe to kick the generator. I could even teleport to that one over there, and then come from an unusual angle. Let's hide ourselves, yeah. If you hear heartbeats, by the way, when you teleport, that means a survivor's nearby. Oh, that was a strange path. Look out for that heart. It's a perk that survivors can use. After being unhooked. Doesn't seem like he has it. Let's pick him up. Maybe he has decisive? I don't think so. It's been a minute? It's been more than a minute. Alright. You also hear a sound effect anytime someone falls asleep, but also when your power is full. Listen. That boo, that little echo, that means your power is back. And you can teleport again. You can also know if you just pay attention to the HUD, obviously. Alright, let's make this guy fall asleep. Never mind, he dodged by going into the wrong direction. Oh, Christ, you kill him. I didn't even kill him, that was you. You hit him in the face with this pallet. Okay. I'm really not using my snares very well in chase or otherwise. This match is such a disaster, man. I don't know what these poor survivors are doing. Beautiful, she fell asleep. What a bad map for pallets, man. Okay. Oh, I almost got her. Oh. She's a fool. She's actually an insanely silly fool. Okay. There's one. Where's the other? Alright. We're gonna put a fake pallet here and we're gonna blow it up. And if he wants to use it, he's in trouble. Bam. Instantly down. Let's hook this guy first. He's almost fully recovered or fully recovered by now. So, one really simple thing that you can do, by the way. If you expect someone to rescue, you can put a pallet down. Just remember, don't pick up under a pallet. Just blow it up. If you're gonna pick up, just blow it up. And then it can be used against you. Yeah, this match has been a little bit hectic. And yet, even though there's been so much things going on, I feel like I haven't taught you anything so important. So, yeah. Let's ask a question here. If we wanted to play this game, we have 4 gens left. We're probably going to win this very easily. But if we wanted to play this game in a very, very serious manner, who should we prioritize? Let's put... Oh, I already had the pallets out. Let's put a fake pallet there. As a general rule, if the obsession is close to being dead, you should kill the obsession. Wait, remember me? This guy is healing by himself, maybe? With Remember Me, the obsession is the only one that avoids the effects. Okay, we have Shaq. We can try to play it. Is this person asleep? Yeah, they gotta be. Let's slow him down through the wall. Did I hit him? It did. Ooh, that was so close. There's actually also something really important that I neglected to mention. Yeah. When you slow down a survivor, they no longer have the ability to fast vault a window. For pallets, it doesn't matter because pallets are all slowed down in the exact... You vault a pallet at the exact same speed no matter your movement, right? But for windows, it's very important. Chad, I'm feeling frustrated. I think I'm just gonna play another one. I think this match is just... It's just too fucking weird, man. It's just too weird. Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I feel like I've lost my north a little bit. I've lost my trail of thought, or however you put it. Can I dead hard during hindered? Yeah. That is kind of what I was talking about right there. Let's just finish this game. We just play another one. Oh, hi, Sludge. Thank you for the raid. That's real sweet of you. So you can't see the obsession with nowhere to hide? Yeah, you can. There's nothing preventing you from saying there. Can you explain how MMR works in the BD? Hi, Vicarian. It's very similar to chess, like in chess.com or light chess. The idea is that you have a hidden number, and the number gets higher if you win more, and the number gets lower if you lose. It's the same for all your survivors, slightly different for each killer. And if you win against people that have a higher number, you get more points than if you win against someone that has lower number than you. And yeah, there's a maximum and a minimum. So even if you lose forever, you cannot have negative 1000 MMR. And there's also a maximum. Even if you win every single game, you're still going to be playing against people that are good, but not like necessarily like grandmaster killer players. Of course, shit disconnects. No. Thank you. Awesome. Alright, whatever, man. You want to tell a story when I asked the intimacy question? Yeah, it wasn't really a story. I just did not have the ability to talk about that. I think being intimate with someone is something that you should do with someone that you're comfortable being embarrassed. Like, it's okay to be embarrassed in front of your coworkers, you know? Like, it's okay to feel embarrassment in front of your classmates, right? Like, it's okay to feel bad about being embarrassed in those situations. Because with those people, you share a space, but you're not intimate with them. You're not close to them, right? But ideally, when you are intimate with a partner, a life partner, a girlfriend, a boyfriend, you should have a really good relationship with them. You should be comfortable enough with them that it's okay for you to be a little awkward, and it's okay for you to mess up, and it's okay, oh, maybe the first time we were intimate it didn't go so well. It should be something that you're okay with that person. If you're not comfortable, possibly embarrassing yourself a little bit and possibly being in an awkward situation during sex, that means you should probably wait, and you're not quite ready yet, and you should communicate this to your partner. And that's it. Eventually, when you're close enough to that person, I think you will lose that fear. And that's the best short advice I can give you. Alright, Jane, no offense, but you're embarrassing. Like, run to the killer with sprint burst and visual, teabag, chase me forever, miss up a syringe. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm so mean, but this was a fucking weird ass game, man. I'm sorry. Does killers have different MMR? Yeah, they do, but they also catch up to each other. If you're one of your killers is super high MMR, the other ones kind of catch up a little bit. There's like a rubber band system. Anyway, let's queue up for another game, I guess. Not sure if we'll get to Ghostface at this rate. Shit. Yeah, we're definitely not getting to Ghostface, man. We'll get to Legion, maybe. If a survivor is screaming, will the survivor be able to cancel the animation with a dead hard? Yeah. Yeah. Screaming doesn't really... Like, visually, it looks like it interrupts other animations, but it doesn't actually prevent you from doing anything. It does interrupt you if you're doing a totem or something, but... Oh. 40-hour rank 3 Jane in the 100 rank 10k hours survivor fans. Chat? that Jane probably did not have 40 hours. I'm just gonna tell you already. If you had 40 hours, you would be playing the 2v8 right now, most likely. I mean, I can try to find her. Do we know her name? Players. No, everyone was either console or anonymous or something else. Yeah, the only people... Oh, wait, actually, there was one person in that lobby. And they have 600 hours. So, yeah. It's possible that this was the Jane. So maybe she did have 600 hours. Which is pretty low for... given the context, but not 40, damn. Do you have any tips for new dev streamers? I do, actually. Hold up. Could you use command streamer tips? I think I put a command to it. Of course, Stainless. My pleasure. I have almost 900 hours, but I still feel like I'm losing a lot. I think it's a healthy thing for a person with 900 hours to still be losing a fair amount of games. If you're playing 900 hours and you're telling me, hey, Odds, I play Solo Survivor 900 hours and I escape most of my matches, I'm gonna look at you weird. And if you tell me I play Killer, I win 95% of my games, that's 900 hours. I'm gonna look at you like, okay, what are you playing? All right, show me your builds. And then it's gonna turn out that you have 900 hours only on Nurse. You know? And you're only playing when you see that the survivors have no items and you're dodging every other lobby. It's okay to lose. The game literally is designed to put you against the player or the collection of players that has the highest likelihood of having a 50% chance to win against you. Right? So that means that if you're getting better and better, and it's expected that you're getting better and better, the game is working against you. They're trying to find the best survivors against you more and more so as you win more and more. So it's normal that you're losing some, and it's completely fine. I also think it's very normal for a person with 900 hours to every now and then have a match where they're like, damn, dude, this guy, damn, I played against this guy and he was just so clean and he was sleeping so tightly and he knew this trick that no other survivor's ever done. It's completely normal for you to play every now and then against 5,000 hour, you know, competitive survivors or whatever and to have your butt destroyed. So what do you expect? It will take you a little while to catch up. And not sometimes when you lose games like that, you think about them all day and then you forget about the three other games that you won before that and after that, you know? So don't let your losses tilt you. Learn from them what you can. And understand that with 900 hours, you still have some catching up to do to players that have like 5,000. So yeah, that's it. Simple. Like, it would be actually really unhealthy if you were a relative, not exactly a beginner, but a relative beginner and you were winning every game. I will be just a judge in that one, Sludge. Okay. Hi, Yoshi. Yeah, this will be made. This will be put into a video. Okay, so one thing that we didn't go into a lot of detail is that survivors that are asleep actually don't hear your terror radius. Terror radius perks don't work very consistently on this killer. And also at the beginning of the game, all of them start with a 60-second timer, so they don't start asleep. You also cannot teleport. You can start putting pallets down, like fake ones like this, and we're gonna do that. And it's a good idea to do that, and you can obviously use snares. Thank you for the subby, Breck. But you cannot teleport right away. That would be really good if you could. So we're gonna put a few of these. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen anyone. Maybe on this generator? Great, here's a couple people. Oh, if you can go for a hit, always go for a hit. That immediately puts them into the sleeping mode, and now we can just hit her with a snare. That slows her down, and that pallet over there, she doesn't even make it. Look. Without the snare, she probably would have reached it. So that's how simple it is. Now, keep in mind, this skill is the obsession. And I have a perk called Remember Me that gets bigger and bigger. That sounds kinky. Gets stronger and stronger the more we hit the obsession. So that's very important. We're going to try to hit her many more times and ideally kill her and get her out of the game. Did she go here? Am I stupid? No, I'm not. All right, let's take the generator. It's not like they're going to be able to do it for a while. Oh, hello. You know what? Forget about the generator. This guy's in the corner of the map. Let's chase him. Let's slow him down. Easy peasy. I forgot to mention this as well, but snares have two very important properties. Number one, they go through obstacles. They don't go mid-air like the Doctor Shock. They don't like cover, you cannot throw them like a hunter's hatchet. But they do go through walls, as you saw right there. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? What are you doing? I kick the generator first, and I'm gonna hook right next to it, make it really awkward. Now, if I were them, there's one survivor I haven't seen, and they would be doing a generator. I'm gonna teleport here, see what happens. Okay, we didn't guess correctly. They're not here. But that's okay. We now... Oh, I see a bird. Someone could be here. Can we place some fake pallets around here? Unfortunately not. Oh, there's someone here. Beautiful. It's Lara, who I've already hooked one time. Perfect. We hit her. She immediately goes into sleepy mode. Let's put a fake pallet there. Ah, this is very simple. I'm going to slow her down here. And that hard. Do you have it? Nope. Right. There's one more property that's really, really important about snares. When you slow down a survivor with a snare, they don't have the speed sufficient enough to fast bolt the window. Now, this is a bit of a basic concept that many of you probably already know, but there are 3 ways to vault a window for a survivor. The slow vault, if they don't hold shift. This one's very slow, they don't do it in chase. Oh, I'm kind of waiting for a silly mind game there. Then there is the medium vault. I am so bad, chat. I am so bad. That should have been a hit. I just missed her. And then there's the fast bolt. The medium bolt is when they hold shift. The fast bolt is when they hold shift, but they also run at the window with enough momentum and with the right angle so they can get a faster animation. When you slow down a survivor, they are so slow that they cannot physically get the medium vault. Anything but the medium vault. Oh, I could have done something huge there, actually. Anyway. Let's down this kill. Lara's definitely a little bit silly. We make her fall asleep with the pallet. And now if she loops again, she's gonna die to it. Oh, not quite. She wasn't in the radius. I don't know what she's really thinking. I don't know if she's cocky or if she's just giving up. I think she's just giving up. Alright, whatever, man. I'll go for someone else. Good effort, good effort, good effort. So, for example, when playing around Shack, this can be super, super important. Because the difference between the speed at which a survivor goes through a window at fast vault is very significant. Look. Look. Nah, I can't show you. He's going for the pallet, obviously. But if he had gone for the window, he would have been hit 100%. And it would have been so obvious. Maybe I can show you? Maybe he will go? Okay, can we blow up a fake pallet to make him take damage? Oh. Okay. Oh! Bam! There you go. That's what it looks like when a sleepy survivor gets hit by a fake pallet that you blow up a second before. Keep in mind, if he was awake, that would have put him to sleep, but it wouldn't have affected him otherwise. And if he had the yellow icon invulnerability immunity, because he used the clock, he would have been completely immune to that. Completely. Right. So, back to what we were talking about, snares. This is a concept that we're gonna learn on a few different killers, and it will be very important on Clown later. But anytime you're in a loop and the survivor does not drop the pallet, let's imagine this is a normal pallet, or let's just go here. We did this earlier with Lara. The idea is to wait at the pallet, hit them when they're at the edge of the loop, maybe fake one direction, go the other, they double back, they lose distance, and tada, you hit them. Can I show you that? No, because he drops it. Okay, let's just break it. Give them a little break. We've hooked them 5 times. They haven't done a single gen. I think the survivors are feeling a bit unmotivated. Why don't we chase this Cheryl? Maybe she can show us something. Look! Do you see? Do you see how she did not do the nice vault that is really quick and carries all of her momentum? Because she was slowed down by the snare, she had to do a very slow medium vault animation. Now, for pallets, this is not the same. For pallets, all pallets vaults are fast. So, for example, you see? This is very fast. Even if I slow her down here with a snare, this is a fast... Well, she's faking it. She probably thinks she's incredible right now. Yeah, even though she's very slow, if she presses space, it's still fast. So, let me show you. Yeah, this is always fast, no matter what. Just to drive home the point. Look, 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 look. That's still a very fast vault. So on pallets, this doesn't work, so don't be stupid. But on Windows, it absolutely does, and I'm gonna show you right now. Like, look, You see how slow this is? I can even grab her. You cannot grab during fast bolts, even if they're injured. You can only grab if they're injured and it's a medium or a slow bolt. I know a lot of killers don't know that. They go to a survivor, they press the attack button really close, and they're like, why wasn't that a grab? You cannot grab during window fast bolts. You can grab during pallets if they're injured, any of them, and you can grab windows, but only if they're medium or slow bolts. That's important. I did not know that. There you go. And to grab, you just get really close. You need to be close enough, and you just tap. Don't do a lunge. If you do a lunge, you'll just get a normal hit, okay? All right, so we've been talking a lot, and I feel like I've lost my north a little bit. In times like this, it might be a good idea to just switch to pallets and see if you can place a few of them. They could be useful later, right? But yeah, the survivors are just giving up so much that I don't know if there's any point. But I guess it's a good opportunity to learn. Okay, we're gonna blow this one up, and that's damage. Beautiful. Even though they get a speed boost, I don't slow myself down, so obviously I catch up really quickly. This is 2 survivors healing, and I could teleport to that, but there's no point. Now we are in a very ideal situation for my perk Remember Me. My perk Remember Me gives me slower exit gates on everyone except the Obsession. And it powers itself up by hitting the Obsession. We've already powered it up to maximum, so the exit gates are gonna take... it's a little hard from the description, but they're gonna take another 30 seconds extra on top. So that means that instead of 20 seconds, which is default, they're gonna take 50 seconds, which is massive. And the only person that's not affected is the Obsession. But because the Obsession is dead, unless these survivors have a perk to create a different Obsession, and there's a few, they will 100% have to go through it. And this also works in the final 1v1, by the way. So if I close the hatch and there's one survivor left and they have to open the gates, they will do them slower, which is super, super crippling. And it basically reduces their chances to escape from 10% to nothing percent. So that's important. What are they doing here? Right, this survivor is asleep, which means we can slow them down with snares. If I don't suck. Alright. That did not have any right to work, but hey. Okay. How is it that I have 100 hours and I'm considered a beginner? This game has a very steep learning curve, and it's a learning curve that does not overlap with other games. Whereas other games, you can learn to be a good, I don't know, siege player, and then some of that aiming can maybe translate into CSGO or Overwatch. This game is just very unique. And there's so many different characters, and they're all so different that until you've learned how to play them all, and until you've learned how to play against them all, and you've seen every map, and you consider all the perks, which keep changing every update, it is quite difficult to expect you to be really decent at the game. You can have 1,000 hours and be very, very hard pressed to win against a person with 5,000. And I know people with 5,000 that would never ever win against other people that have 9,000. It's not just about hours, but yeah. So it's not something to make you feel bad. It's something to actually make you feel good. Other games, you have 100 hours and that's it, you've mastered them. There's nothing else to learn. This game, you can play for thousands of hours and still learn things. And that happens to me. I have 14,000 hours in this game and I still learn things every day. And I think that makes me have a much better time as a result. It's one of the things that actually makes me want to play it. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up this game. We've covered pretty much everything I think you should know. Oh, right. Chat, is there anything important that we didn't cover on our Freddy? Pff, okay, dude. Whatever you want. They're healing here, so yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, one thing that's quite important. Oh, damn it. One thing that's quite important. Hitting a survivor with a snare makes them scream if they are already asleep. So on top of slowing them down, it screams. This is important because it interrupts them. You can use this. I'm pretty sure it interrupts them. So you could use this to possibly get them away from a totem or something like that. Chat, I'm right about that, right? It's the first thing I've said today that I'm actually not 100% sure. Because this killer is a little bit new. At least in its current form. Right, so this girl is healing. We're gonna teleport. Yeah, you can interrupt them like... This game is not serious, man. This game is not serious, man. Oh, okay, man. How much sleep does your power add? If you hit them with a basic attack, immediate sleep. If you hit them with a snare, 50% sleep. Pretty much. Not exactly, but pretty much. If you hit them with 2 snares, that's pretty much it. And if you hit them with a pallet, that puts them to sleep as well. Other than that, you have to wait 60 seconds. If they use a clock, you have to wait 90 seconds. So yeah, if a survivor is yellow on the HUD, it might be better to just leave them for a while or wait until they're not yellow before you try to put them to sleep. It's completely fine to leave a survivor, go for someone else. This killer has the mobility to do exactly that. So yeah, we didn't really get to see our endgame perks, but hopefully that covers it for Freddy and I didn't forget anything important. Enjoy playing as him. He's honestly quite fun to play now. Fabric candy. I like gummy bears. They're nice. I'm partially dead and I want to play him more. You're partially dead? Oh no, that's not good, chat. You should go to the doctor about that. You're partially deaf? Yeah, that's a little rough. This killer is not as bad as Spirit for deaf people, but that does suck a little bit. There are some things you could still do, and you can rely a bit more on wall form and stuff, so it's fine. He's honestly fine. I'll give you some tips on him, but you're gonna have to come in a few streams. I'm going in order of release, and I'm nowhere near him. I'm so sorry. You wanted to show the survivor side. Oh yeah, that's quite important actually. Thank you. When is Fear and Hunger 2? In maybe 1 hour or a bit less, guys. Aren't we all partially dead? In a way, yeah, in a way. Right, let's see if we can do this. We could have self-care. Anything important about this killer that's worth mentioning? Anything else? Yeah, I'm gonna need to invite our friend. Which, by the way, has been absolutely a wonderful assistant. Thank you so much. Do you still need me? You're not on BC anymore. I'm not? That's weird. Oh, shoot. My bad. Yeah, I would appreciate it if that's okay. Alright. Perfect. Okay, let's go to Badham, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to play Freddy, if that's okay. When you're ready, awesome. Talk about visual? Nah, I don't think I will, chat. I don't think I will. Like that's the kind of thing that they're gonna change it in a patch, and it's why even bother. It's important if you're playing Freddy, but yeah, I don't think it's that important. Hi, Naku. Yeah, a little bit. Do you have tips for countering each killer as well? I might. If there's enough requests, I might do that. Do you think general players with over a few thousand hours are better than average? Yeah, if you have 1,000 hours, you're probably way better than average. Average, I'd say... I don't know if average has like 400 hours, but I think the average player probably has the skills to match them with people with 400, 300, 500, 600 hours. That's my guess. If I had to guess, I have no idea. Okay, as I promised earlier, before we move on to the next killer, I want to show you what it looks like from the survivor point of view. This right here is a clock. There's a few of them around the map. But because I am awake, I don't see it. It only is active when I am asleep. Freddy, could you hit us with a snare so we see the sleep timer? Oh, look at that. The sleep timer does almost 50%. So yeah, 2 of them or 1 if you're already halfway will put you back to sleep. Now, it's very important to mention that when a survivor is awake, Freddy is kind of normal. Normal terror radius, normal everything, right? By the way, pallets are glitched right now. Normally, you shouldn't be able to see them. Yeah, it's a little silly. They're a little bit glitchy for survivors. But the point is, you hear the normal terror radius, and if you go to the accessibility, for example, you hear the heartbeat, right? But look at what happens when I fall asleep. Mr. Freddy, could you please blow up this pallet over here to make me fall asleep immediately? Thank you. Oh no. Look, where's my heartbeat? Hold up, let's end the chase. There's no heartbeat. When you are asleep, this killer does not have a conventional heartbeat. Instead, you have a lullaby. The lullaby is pretty much like the heartbeat. It does have the same range. Instead of seeing the heart, you see this little dot to let you know. And if I go far enough, like, you can stop right there, please. Yeah, thank you. I will stop hearing it. But here's the problem, right? Unlike the heartbeat and unlike other noises, it's completely non-directional. So, you know, it does not become louder the closer I get. So right now, he could be right next to me, or he could be 30 odd meters away from me, and I wouldn't know. That means that sometimes you can actually kind of sneak up on survivors while they're asleep if you don't look at them. Oh my god, here he is, right? So that's something very important to remember. There's also something important about the visibility of Freddy. Freddy, from up close, when you're awake, sorry, when you're asleep, did I get that right? Yeah, hold up. Look at him. I want you to see from how far I can see him. This is like a normal killer, right? Now let's wake up. This is a little strange. It does get louder the closer you are. Yeah, you're right. It does get a bit louder. You're right. It's not. It is a little bit. Hold up. Could you please stay over there? Okay. There you go. This is the other part about Freddy. When you are awake, there is a range where he is somewhat visible. He is intermittently visible. As you can see over there. And then if you get further than that, he is completely invisible. So, I think it's here. Yeah, outside of his stereo radius, you're just not going to see him, even if he is there. So that means that in the very, very, very large maps, he can operate with a tiny little bit of like, I don't know if you would call it stealth, but kind of like a somewhat passive stealth. So keep that in mind. When you are asleep, you will see him, though. One thing that we didn't mention is that missing skill checks wakes you up, but we didn't really show that it also happens if you use healing. So, yeah. In a situation where... Hit me, please. In a situation where I am asleep, the best way to wake up is to use the clock, right? But if you're absolutely desperate and you know he's busy, you could miss a skill check healing. I'll try to do it right now. And this will also wake you up. But it doesn't give you immunity like the clocks. Let's see if I can miss a skill check. Please, game. I'm gonna touch my nose right now. This normally works. There you go. However, it's not a good idea to heal while you are asleep, because as you could see by the dust on my... coming out from my feet, he could teleport to me. So, yeah. If you wanna show us what it looks like, you wanna put me to sleep with your snares? Hit me with them? Yeah. So right now, for example, I can heal no problem, but the moment I fall asleep, you'll see that the dust appears on my feet. Yeah, that right there, and that's letting me know that I am vulnerable. If he has the add-on that allows him to teleport to exit, this will also happen in exit. So if I go to an exit in the endgame and I start opening it and I see that same dust, like let's say I start opening it, right? And I see this dust on my feet, that's my warning that, hey, he has the class photo add-on. So what I need to do is go up. Obviously, if he's busy, you can take your chances. And if you're healthy, you can take your chances. But what you might want to do in this situation is wake up with a clock or whatever, or with a teammate, and then you start opening it, and it doesn't work if you're awake. All right? And that's all you need to know about this. It's important to see it from the survivor point of view, so that if you're Freddy, yeah, you know what they see and what you're dealing with. Goodbye. All right, now properly, let's move on to the next killer. I don't know if you said this, but don't overuse snares. You're gonna hit them anyways. They're awake. Don't snare them, since the heal will get them fall asleep and you wait on go on cooldown. Thank you. Yeah, I did say that if they're close, you should focus on the M1. Hopefully, we've, I don't know, done a good enough job conveying that. Thank you. Amazing. Next up, chat. Ooh, exciting piggy. Okay, ooh, let's not look like this. This is horrendous. I would like to play her on... Yeah, I think this map is enough. It's good enough. Who cares? Yeah, where's the game? Where is the game? Where is the game? Why can't I see it? Am I dumb? Must be on the final page. Where is it? Am I the dumbest idiot ever? Oh, on the bottom right. There we go. By the way, Amanda has a 24-meter terror radius, right? Yeah. Oh, so you need to play Olivia in Termina. She's immune to getting her legs cut off. Wow. Wait, is that the one that's in a wheelchair? Thanks. How can you use the streamer tips command? Hold up. Let me see if it works. Streamer tips. Yeah, there you go. Who comes after Freddy? It's Piggy. Okay, it's time to play the pig. This is a killer that is quite popular among a lot of players. This is a fan favorite, I feel. And the best part about the pig is that she is pretty much an upgrade to a basic M1 killer. M1 killers are killers that down you and primarily chase you with their M1, mouse 1 basic attack like this. And this has the best of both worlds. She has a normal lunge, normal stun, normal movement speed, but she actually has a smaller terror radius. This means that because you move at 4.6 meters a second, if you're going towards a generator in a straight line like this, compared to the trapper, you're probably gonna give them the heartbeat a little bit later, because 32 to 24, that's a difference of about 2 seconds-ish. So that means that a survivor will overall be a bit less aware of your presence. Boop. So this is awesome. What this means is that even though I don't think you should play Pig as your first killer, if you play a little bit of Trapper, a little bit of Wraith, a little bit of Doctor, whatever, and then you play Pig, she's gonna feel right as rain. She's gonna feel just like every other killer. And then on top of that, you have really, really good powers that help new players, and she's really, really good. Now, let's talk about the simplest one, okay? She's got like 3 different things going on. The first one is her stealth. When you press the crouch button, you move at a reduced speed, and you gain the undetectable status effect. You can see it behind my webcam. This means that you lose your terror radius. Now, compared to the Wraith, this is not something that you want to use universally all the time. The Wraith becomes undetectable and moves very fast, much faster than survivors. This killer moves slower. If I chase after a survivor, Fawn, could you please run away, just in a straight line? You'll see that I don't really catch up very fast. In fact, if there's a lot of distance between me and them, like, this is kind of pointless. And I also don't start chase, so yeah. Needless to say, you're not covering a lot of distance. If they see you because they're hiding, they're gonna hide, they're gonna call you out. You don't want to use your stealth all of the time. But if you have a perk and you know more or less where survivors are due to the perk, the information from the perk, or from your own intuition, it's not a bad idea to use your stealth to approach a survivor. Keep in mind that at the start of the game, survivors will often spawn and see the specific prop that this killer makes appear on the map. Unfortunately, as a killer, you don't see it, but we can find it. Here it is. There are, what, 5 of these in each map? And what this means is that if they spawn in and they see one of these little traps, one of these little contraptions, they will know that it's a pig, and they're gonna be a little bit more aware of the possibility of you stealthing around. So, for that reason, do not immediately start using your stealth every single time. Try to find the right situation for it. When you're in stealth, by the way, you don't set off crows as well, which is nice. Unless you walk right into them. So that is really, really nice. So yeah, if you have a perk to let you know when survivors are, if you have a really good idea of where they might be, use it. Now, one thing to remember about every killer that gains undetectable is that the way undetectable works, it's not completely instant. If you have a 24-meter terror radius and you become undetectable, it takes a couple seconds for the terror radius to shrink into nothing. And likewise, if I stand up right now, she's not going to hear my terror radius until now, more or less, right? So it transitions in and out, it fades in and out. For that reason, if there is a group of survivors there in that generator, and I go, ha, they have already heard my terror radius. Don't get me wrong, they might be stupid. Maybe they are like, oh, it went away. Oh, I'm gonna stay on this gen and look at the ceiling for some reason. They could be stupid, but you wanna be a little bit smart. Do not start using your stealth 5 meters before the generator, all right? Now, very, very important idea. What do you do if you successfully creep up to a survivor? 3 scenarios, all right? Scenario number 1. The survivor has no idea that you're there. let's say that you've approached from a very unnatural angle. You can tell, you can look at their face, okay? You don't know what their camera's looking at. But let's assume that you've sneaked up on them in a mightily heavy fashion, like this. You could use your ambush attack, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But in this situation, it's almost always better to uncrouch and then try to grab them. Now, if the survivor is very stupid and they don't react, you will grab them. That's an insta-down. Huge. If the survivor begins to run away, then you'll probably still be able to hit them with a basic attack. There's only one scenario, and one scenario only, where you need to use your ambush. And that's if the survivor has sprint burst. If the survivor has sprint burst, and they notice you right now, they will sprint away. That's the perk from Meg, and then you will whiff. So in that very specific scenario, if you have especially add-ons to do that, you might want to do this, and you might be able to catch them even through sprint burst. But outside of that scenario, and especially if the survivor is boxed in, always uncloak, always uncrouch, because worst case scenario, you get an attack. Best case scenario, you get a grab. And that could be so, so big. Now, one thing to remember is that you are not completely silent. When you uncrouch, your blade comes out and it does a little shilling noise. Survivors could listen to that and they will react to that. So, you know, when they're doing a gen and they're talking on Discord and they have music blasting in their YouTube playlist, they're not going to hear it, but they could. So, outside of stealth, what other things do we have? We have something called the ambush. The ambush is something that you can use out of your stealth by holding the attack power. And wow, it goes forward. Wow. And it goes really far, really fast. Funnily enough, as I explained, you don't necessarily want to use it out of ambush, but it's really good to use it in chase sometimes. Now, some interesting things about the ambush. You have full control over it. In fact, if you don't move forward, you go very slow. And if you hold the back button, you stand still. Pretty much, you know? Yeah. And if you hold forward, which you should, you go further. You go... Yeah, you see? You see how I speed it up? You always want to hold forward. And you have full control. You can go left, then right, then left, then right, then left, then right, and hit them. Now, this is going to be very similar to the Freddy part and very similar to the clown part that we'll see in a minute. If a survivor makes the mistake of getting to a pallet and not dropping it, please go ahead and don't drop it. And now they are on the short side of the pallet. Both of these are short. They are screwed. What you do in the situation is you crouch, you make sure they're not leaving, right? And then you hit them and there's nothing they can do. You're so fast, there's nothing they can do. The only thing they could possibly do is predict you and guess right. And if you're a bit slow and sluggish, they could stun you. So Fawn, could you please run through the side with the red buckets and then drop the pallet and stun me? Please? Yeah, just when I charge my thing, go clockwise and stun me, okay? If you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna charge it. No, I messed it up. Oh. This can happen to you if the loop is a little bit bigger. But there's one very easy way to make this even less likely. I already think that it's pretty much impossible for a survivor to do that. Right? But there's one way. Could you please go on the edge of the loop again? One thing that you can do is simply hide yourself. Pretend to go one way, then go the other. And that's gonna get you hit pretty much every single time. There's a chance that the survivor somehow guesses where you go, but it is very, very skewed in your favor. The only thing they can do is obviously run away. And that's something that you need to be prepared for, right? So say, for example, that she's on this side of the pallet this time. And let's say that I'm a little bit inflexible with my thinking, and I forget that she can just run away. So when I crouch here, she's gonna run towards that little staircase and just run off. So in this situation, I'm like, okay, guys, I'm crouching. Okay, I'm crouching. Ah! Oh, where'd she go? Oh, she's all the way there. Oh, now she drops from there and now she's safe. So you need to be a little smart, okay? How would we prevent that? Very simple. We crouch, but we keep an eye on her. Is she going left? Is she going right? Okay, bam. Nothing she can do. So if I play this right and I look properly and I make sure she's not pulling my leg under me, then it's gonna be a hit no matter what. So in pallets like this is awesome. Now let's go see a pallet where this isn't awesome. Right. This map has a lot of these, so yeah. I mean, in a situation like this, needless to say, please drop this pallet. In a situation like this, vault the other way. My power here is completely useless. What am I gonna do? Oh, well, if I go from here, she's just gonna go around, and then I have a cooldown, and then she's going back, and I'm just gonna vault it, and we're back to the beginning, and yeah. So in a pallet like this, obviously it's worthless. And normally this trick only works if the pallet is still up and the loop is a little smaller, right? So yeah, in a situation like that, we wouldn't want to do it. In a pallet like this is interesting, because on the one side, this pallet has a very open area on one side, but on the other side, look, it's very claustrophobic. So with a pallet like this, what you want to do is actually trick them into dropping it. So I'm gonna chase her and be like, drop it, drop it, drop it, aha, she dropped it. Now she's in trouble. But it's very important that we do this right. We need to come from this point, and now she's trapped here. I can crouch, make sure she doesn't leave, and we tricked her. She thought that we were gonna approach from that side, so she vaulted and we caught her. She could have been really smart though. She could have faked it. She could have waited, and then I go, and then she vaults for real. So it's a bit of a 50-50, but hey, a 50-50 is sometimes better than a 0. So we take that. We take that. But what definitely wouldn't have happened is if we made her drop this pallet from this side, if I didn't approach from the other side, if she dropped the pallet here, what am I going to do? She's just going to run to the next one and I'm going to have to break it. So it's almost something that comes up with every killer. You want to make sure that when a pallet is about to be dropped, you get the best possible angle. Like here, for example, if I'm chasing a survivor, if I chase from here, when the pallet is dropped, she'll be on the other side. But if I drop down, and I chase from this side, when the pallet drops, I'll be on the other side. In this case, it doesn't make a difference. This pallet is too good. We can play it either way. But in other pallets, it does. And it is important. Here, for example, does it make a big difference? I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. If I break... This is basic killer 101. This is not pig. If I break the pallet from here, she goes to that room, which is powerful. But if I break the pallet from here, then she goes to that room over there, which is way more powerful. So this was the worst play. I should have done it the other way. Now she's gonna reach that pallet, which is really strong, and she's gonna drop it. I can't really play around this. Yeah, she's gonna drop it. My power here is useless. So yeah, I'm gonna have to break it. There's another pallet in the room. My power here is not entirely useless, but pretty much it is. Does she drop it? Does she drop it? Let's see. Okay, let's cancel that. She's gonna drop it this time because otherwise I'm gonna catch her. Oh my god, she's too smart. Okay, can I catch her here? Doubtful. It's too big. Loops like this, don't bother. Your power is good in some loops that are smaller, but it's not good in every loop. Sometimes the pig has to just chase you down, get rid of some strong pallet. A pallet like this is not very good though. A pallet like this can be outplayed. Any pallet that has a small side on one side or the other can be played and can even be pretty scary. Now, there's one more thing. Please stop watching TV. Fong, we're working. There's one more thing we haven't talked about. The ambush has a lot of other quirks, and we'll talk about that. But the final power is her Jigsaw's baptism. Every time you down a survivor, you see that I have a countdown on the a number on the bottom left. You have 4 by default traps that you can give them out. And this is something that you can do only when they're on the ground, okay? We press power button and ta-da, we give them a trap. We have 4 by default. These traps will not do anything until a generator is active. When a generator is popped, the trap is gonna start glowing red. And it's gonna start glowing with a different color. And then it's gonna change color and it's gonna become orange and then red, and the timer's gonna run out. If the timer runs out, that person immediately dies, even if we have never hooked them. So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. They need to remove it. How do they remove it? They need to search boxes. There is a certain logic to it. Basically, it's kind of like semi-random RNG. Sometimes they will remove it on their first search. Sometimes they will remove it on their second search. Sometimes it will be on the third. And if not, it's always on the fourth. Right? And every single time, these searches are going to amount to 12. So on average, each person will be searching it 3 times. If you want to know what that means that if, for example, if a survivor has 3 searches, let's do it. 3 searches, and then 3 searches, and then another, hold up, I lost count. Another 3 searches, then the last survivor because on average it's always 12, the last one, if it's 3, 3, 3, then the last one's gonna have to be 3 as well. And if it's 3, 3, 4, then the last one will be 2. And if it's 3, 2, 2, the last one probably will be 4. You get what I mean? Like on average, or yeah, I guess it would need to be 4, 3, 3. I'm losing count. But my point is, there's a limit amount of searches so that not all survivors have to search 4 times and not all of them get it off first try. Just so you know. Now, the general idea when you put a trap on a survivor is that because they cannot really do gens and they have to remove it, you want to ignore that survivor for a bit, right? If I hook this survivor and I have the option between chasing her later or chasing someone else, normally I will chase someone else. Now, if she is really stupid and gives me a free down, you bet I will take it. I'll pick her down, pick her up, put her back on the hook, easy peasy. But unless she gives it to me on a platter, I will let her waste time doing boxes and I will go for someone else. Okay? Very, very important idea. If you chase the person that is not doing gens, then the other people do gens. Okay? And the trap prevents them from going through exit gates. So it is a really good tool for the endgame as well. They can go through the hatch, however. And if you put the trap at the endgame, since all the gens are done, the trap is inactive. So it's not going to work. You want to put your traps typically as quickly as possible, as early as possible. Let's now get a build going for Amanda, the pig, to, I don't know, enhance your chances, increase your chances of winning with her. Thank you so much. All right, this is going to be the last killer we do for tips today, so I don't think we'll be needing Jess anymore. Thank you so much, Jess. If you had anything to do, we appreciate that a lot. Beautiful. Is there anything that we should talk about with her? Nah, not really. I think we're good. Okay. One thing that's important to remember that my chat just reminded me of, as survivor on the ground, the trap, even if it's active, is paused. And as survivor that is on the hook, even if the trap is active, it will be active when they come off, but they cannot die on the hook and they cannot die on the ground. So don't worry about that too much, all right? You typically want to just hook them as quickly as possible. And if you see a survivor with a trap and you start chasing them, that also pauses the timer. So think about it this way. If I'm chasing a survivor that has only 10 seconds on the trap, and they're about to die anyway, it's actually a better idea for me to leave the chase and then they will die to the trap, right? Or at least they'll be scared and they'll be wasting time removing them. So what are some of the builds that you can run with her? Honestly, so much. You can run, because she has her own built-in slowdown to make the gens not go as fast and make survivors a bit less efficient, she can actually get away with running a lot of different builds. But with basic perks, even if you have no teachables from other killers, you still can do a lot. Fortune Fuel is amazing. My name is different because I have the Pinhead DLC. This perk is amazing on Amanda. Any survivor that doesn't hear a terror radius that has a box is going to be so lost. They might sometimes go across the map looking for the boxes to remove the trap and accidentally run into you, which could be an easy down. And it adds a lot of pressure. And if they want to remove the totems to remove the effects, then they're wasting even more time, doing even less gens, and this is great. Obviously, we don't want them to pop too many gens at once. Every time they pop a gen, that's a trap that might be active. So one of the worst things that could happen is that you get your first down, and then jump pops before you even put the trap down. And if that happens, that trap is going to put a bit less pressure on survivors. So with Deadlock or No Holds Barred, if you don't have the Pinhead DLC, this prevents gens from popping too quickly and it makes sure that more traps will be active, which puts more pressure on survivors to remove it. Awesome. Needless to say, anything that makes healing slower after a hook or makes them do gens slower is also amazing. With this killer, many times you will want to hook a survivor and then forget about them for a long time. So this is the perfect perk for that, if we can make it work. And for the first time ever, we're actually running the perk Whispers. Whispers could easily be replaced by other perks like Discordance or even Tinkerer. It is a stealth perk, which is a bit redundant, but the information is still really, really good, right? If you have those perks, feel free to go for that. Or Thrilling Tremors, if you have Ghostface, amazing perk on her as well to let you know which gens to go to after a hook. But if you don't have any of that, Whispers is great. With a 24-meter terror radius, the 32 meters detection on Whispers is amazing. This is basically a little cheat code to let us know when to use our stealth. So I'm not going to be crouching everywhere around the map. I'm going to go towards a gen, and when I see that I'm 32 meters away from a gen, more or less, and Whispers turns on, that means that a survivor is there. I can then crouch and the survivors will never even hear a slimmer of my turret radius, not even a little bit. That means that I can get close, and when I hear them work on the gen, I know that they're there, and then I go for the ambush or for the grab, whatever is most appropriate at the time. So that is wonderful. There are a lot of add-ons on the pig that change her quite a bit. If you don't know what to run, add-ons such as the Crate of Gears, which make the survivors take longer to remove the trap, are always good. Never, never a bad idea. Crate of Gears, Bag of Gears, always good. Add-ons that give you extra traps, also not bad. Nothing wrong with them. Maybe stay away from the add-ons that change the way traps work. They can be fun, but maybe you shouldn't do that in your first playthroughs. The add-ons that have effects on the traps are not bad. But typically, when a survivor has a trap, you don't want to chase them. You want to go for someone else, right? Make them waste as much time as possible. So you don't really care if a survivor is exhausted with a trap. Another set of add-ons that you can't really go wrong with are the chase add-ons that make her power more powerful in chase. Let me show you some of them. There are this one that makes your miss attack cooldown a bit shorter. This one, which makes you move a little faster when you crouch. This one that makes you crouch and uncrouch a little bit faster, not bad. And my personal favorites, most picks, personal picks, the Last Whale and the Workshop Grease. This makes you charge your ambush faster, which makes it more usable in chase. And this one makes it faster, only 5%, but it's 5% of a pretty big speed already. So even though it has a penalty, that penalty is easily overridden by the Workshop Grease. So this makes our power a little bit more powerful in chase. And it also means that I can crouch next to someone and catch them no matter what. So that's really cool. Yeah, she's received some buffs, so she's in a really good spot. Let's see if we can get a nice game going, and I'll be talking constantly, not just what I'm doing in chase, but also how we should be approaching the different survivors and how we should rotate from one to another. Oh, yeah. What does the Whispers perk do? Whispers is very simple, chat. Whenever you are close to someone within a certain radius, it activates. I have not talked about repositioning survivors, but don't worry, I will do that in a minute. Okay, so while we load into the map, we are going to talk about the perk Whispers. I've maybe made some videos explaining the perk. There are some tutorials out there if you want to learn it. It's a perk that's interesting to learn. It is really bad at level 1 and level 2. Never use it at level 1 and level 2. But at level 3, it is 32 meters. Imagine that Whispers creates a big bubble, a big sphere around you, and anytime a survivor is inside it, the perk turns on. It's on and off. It's completely binary. So does it turn on? Does it turn on? Does it turn on? No. No. Okay, crouch. Now there is someone close to me. How close? We don't know. Okay. We don't really know how close. Oh. Is that gen being worked on? No. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Could I get a grab maybe? No, these survivors have noticed me. That's okay. We uncrouch because we don't want to waste more time. And we chase after them. I can still see him pretty well. And we knew he was going to leave this loop. I think this is just a basic attack, so that's perfect. Let's go for it. Easy peasy. He might take me, he might go to Shaq, and I think that might be bad. I'm going to rely on him calling out that I'm still on him and go back to Jake, see if I can get a free hit on him maybe. He might not expect me coming back. Let's see if we're lucky. Wow, this Jake had a great intuition and immediately ran away. And no one's on this generator either. All right, I'm guessing someone went there, because, I mean, there's got to be survivors somewhere. Whispers is on, so someone's close. Let's see if we can ambush someone here. No, they've also left. Oh, they maybe stopped here to heal their friend. I'm not sure. All right. I'm going to just do this, because I have the ambush add-ons. Yeah, unfortunately, she dropped it. This is basically how you play against the pig. Don't really complicate it. Drop the pallet. That is A-okay. Can we do this with the add-on? Come on, baby. No. Sorry, I am honestly not doing something that I'm super familiar with. This is something that only became possible recently thanks to her new buffs and add-ons. Very nice. I'm gonna try a little mind game, but I'm not so sure it's gonna work. Yeah, the survivors know what they're doing. I'm so sorry, I'm wasting my time. I also think they might have called me out because they gotta heal so quickly. They're not here. This is a really bad start for us. Hey, buddy. She maybe spawned there because she was a bit surprised. The thing is, I don't have a lot of things to deal with the Shag, even as a pig, so this is tricky, and she doesn't even have to drop it. Nah, she made a mistake. This is okay. A survivor going down under a pallet is an opportunity. When you put a trap, you can kind of vacuum them a little bit, and then take another step back. And I'm still a little bit under the pallet because she was dead underneath it. But this is a trick that you can do to sometimes drag a survivor that is a little bit off center outside of the pallet. if another survivor is coming by to do a pallet save, they might miss it thanks to that. And that is a pretty significant deal. Avoiding a pallet save at higher levels is a huge, huge deal. Now, we see in the HUD... Oh, that was a really nice play from Quentin. That girl has an inactive trap. Okay. Oh, wow, that was a stun. And just so you know, if she removes it, that thing will go away. This guy is in such a good position here. And I am afraid he might not be worth chasing if he has safety here. Okay, he's dead here. We should get a hit, unless he has spimpers. There we go. Let's hit him, see where he goes afterwards. My idea is to down someone else, put another trap down someone else. Eventually, at some point, survivors will be overwhelmed. Okay. Survivors will be overwhelmed by all the side objectives and things that they've got going, and someone will die or come close to dying, and at that point you can be a bit more specific and be a little bit meaner to a specific survivor. I don't think this crouch is good enough, but oh, that was great. Yeah. Funnily enough, hitting an object has less cooldown than missing in the air. Oh, I think no, he's completely fine. This is unfortunate. Man, I'm so sorry, man, but playing Pig against people that just know the basic of running Shack is just so rough, man. Yeah, they're just never gonna make these mistakes, man. They're just never gonna make these mistakes. Hi, Evelyn. Is it better to spread? Most of the times you want to put them down on whoever you're downing, and there's like maybe one exception, basically. Which is, if you expect to tunnel a survivor, you might not want to double tap. You might not want to put two on the same. Alright, chat, I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm really not feeling this game. I feel like we've lost so many opportunities. And I also feel like the survivors are gonna show you, like, the beautiful, perfect counterplay to this killer. Which is to do exactly what they're doing, man. He doesn't go... Oh, damn! That's impressive, dude. Yeah, no, they're just gonna make me really, really hard not having, like some crazy chase perk, you know? Yeah. Running back. Oh, it's so unfortunate, man. It's so unfortunate. On the one hand, I don't want people to, like, think, like, oh, you only want to show your best games ever. I'm okay if I have a game where I lose. But I feel like this is not how your survivors, if you're a beginner, are gonna play. And not even close to how they're gonna play. So, yeah, man. It happens, man. It happens. Yeah, we're gonna put 2 traps if we're lucky, and 0 extra traps if we're not lucky. Right. Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. They're not on it. Ah, they popped this in my face, I'm afraid. Oh, maybe not. Okay. This is Shake, which we haven't seen from the start. I'd love to spread the pressure, but I think it's far too late for this. Can this hit? Yeah! Oh my god, that is actually really crazy if you've played Old Pig. It's actually kind of insane to think that that's even possible. We did break this, or...? We did. Dude, oh my god, that fucking life was insane. What the fuck? How far are you? Oh, she makes a mistake here, I think. Oh! Brother, well played. Mentioning beeping can help the killer. No, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to mention that next time. I'll need to mention everything I've just talked about. Bro, man. Shack is gone, right? So that's nice at least. But, brother. Why does Deadlock trigger in the endgame, by the way? Isn't that a little stupid? What does it trigger? What is it doing? What gen is it blocking? But yeah, this trap is completely off, by the way. So it's no point in even placing it. Unless you want to drag a survivor out of a pallet, maybe. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna explain super niche perks. Like, the point of a beginner guide is that I show you, like, the bare minimum that you will have, and then you build on top of it. Like, I will maybe mention some things, but I can never go like, okay, guys, best way to play Pig, use this iridescent, use this perk, use this thing that only is available. Dude, you're pissing me off. That only is available if you own this DLC or have this unlocked, you know? Yeah, hopefully we'll play a game where, I don't know, our chases have a chance to be a bit more interesting than this. We'll play by them. That gate's 99, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'll also try to mention that you should not obsess about murdering survivors. Well played. I think I could get him, but I'm scared. Frankly. That should be a down. Cool. Let's just go open this gate ourselves. Why didn't you trap the girl on hook? That's a kill. No. No. If you pop the trap after the final gen has already been completed, your trap is going to be 100% inactive, no matter what. It used to be the opposite, actually. It used to be that if you put a trap in the endgame, your trap would always be active. I got him over here, didn't I? Oh. Shit, that's quick. Huh? Huh? How did he have time to traverse that, but also get picked up? I mean, get picked up quick makes sense. We're gonna live forever, 2 people. That's pretty insane. Wow. GG's. I mean, I knew I could lose them when I walked away, but I'll need to see their perks. GG's. GG's. Hold on. Let's see if we can make sense of what just happened. Thanks. Jesus. Subtle cheaters? I don't think that's necessarily what I'm saying here. How? Wow, we took so little. GG's. We took so little to... Like, we went to... How did he... I mean, it's 2 people healing. I guess that's it. 2 people healing. That's still insane. He must have crawled immediately upon being downed to make it that far and not recovered at all. And then he got picked up in 8 seconds. What? Crazy whisper value? Chat, what the fuck do you want me to say? Oh, please be a little bit more considerate. Yeah, these perks are not amazing, man. They're not the best. You don't play, you know, you don't see #1 pig EU running whispers plaything. But it's what a beginner has, so we're gonna try to make do. It's alright. I had a Dwight being subtle till I keep hearing him fall and was confused because the map was flat, nowhere for him to fall. I instantly knew he was cheating. That is a quick giveaway, yeah. Sad. They often do that to just teleport next to you and make it look like they just got the craziest flashy save. Wouldn't Spies still be better? Yeah, maybe. I just think that Pig might be the only killer that I show whispers on. And I feel like... I know this is a little bit meta, a little bit outside of like the Pig herself, but I feel like she could be the one killer that I use to showcase whispers. Even if, you know, this was such a horrible game for it. Does it still work when crouching? Oh yeah, it works all the time. It's better to not go after the survivor with the trap, typically. Unless they are so free that you're like, yeah, sure, why not? Hi, Ryan. Yeah, we'll be playing Fear and Hunger in, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. Hi, Lily. Yeah, you could. Or send me a Twitter DM. I'm sorry, I've got them disabled at the time. Is plaything base kit? Yeah, it is. It's called Fortune Fuel. It's Fortune's Hex Fortune's Full. It's also important to mention the sound survivors make when searching a trap. Oh, damn, dude. Okay, I'll try. Alright, I need to remember everything I didn't mention in the... that I mentioned in the gameplay. So I need to say it again. I prefer the old names. The new ones are silly. They always are. Okay. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Let me... It's a little hard because I have to keep track of everything, but I'll do my best. Oh, damn, dude, these queues are fucking ass. How you fix the unknown personally? I don't think I talked about what I would fix on the unknown. M1 resetting your... Yeah, M1 attacks resetting your weaken would be good. Maybe weaken removal could be a tiny little bit harder or take a tiny little bit longer. Either that or make his power have a slightly shorter cooldown. Very slightly, like half a second or something. That could be good enough. Oh. The timer, yeah, the timer. That's what I mean. Yeah, if you bring more traps, it increases the average, yeah. That would be quite insane and definitely unnecessary. Really? Really? We get quite insane? Not like too much, but like quite insane? Really? Like really quite insane? Then why does like don't we have another killer that does exactly the same? There's another killer that does exactly the same. She's named Krasu. I don't... Man, Maybe I'm just reading too much into your actual words. Breckel, by the way, thank you for the 47. But damn, dudes. I think that's a little bit unnecessary. Kazoo is considered quite buster. Yeah, but probably not because she resets you with them once. Would you like me to note down a few things you said so you don't have to memorize everything? Nah, it's okay, chat. I think I have it. I'll try not to lose my mind. Thank you. Will you be releasing a green plush to complete the set? Yes, I most certainly will. More news about that soon. Okay. Should I not ask about Zeno until the day? Yeah, if that's okay, guys. It's gonna take me a while to get to Zeno. But yeah, thank you. Alright, this is a map that's very, very long. It's a little bit thin, but very long, so it's perfect for whispers. We're gonna go slightly on one side, so we don't get spotted from a distance. When whispers turns on, that means that someone, anyone, or multiple people are within 32 meters. And that will be my cue to maybe, if I want to, crouch. Let's see, still on, okay. If I did that right, they shouldn't hear my terror radius much or at all. And I imagine they might be on the Shen, so let's go say hi. Oh my god, they're not on this gen, they are the gen. Okay, listen. One bad thing happened, they got away and they didn't get grabbed, but one very good thing happened. They missed 2 skill checks, that's 20% of the gen gone. So that's huge, absolutely huge. One very important thing about the traps, by the way, is that they actually move the survivor on the ground a little bit. And I'm gonna explain why that is kind of important in a second. Oh, someone's on that gen, you hear that? I'm gonna get a hit on this girl. She'll vault back, maybe? Oh, damn, that was a good play by her. I'll do a little mind game. I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh, this girl's too smart. Let's go back, let's go back. I wanted to just get a quick hit on her and then go for the person here that's still in this gen. Okay, I don't know if you guys noticed, but this girl literally went back and touched the generator. Are we insane? I can't tell if we are throwing. This girl touched the generator. If you touch a generator, any anti-tunnel perks or any anti-tunnel features are disabled. The game considers that a conspicuous action. And what that means is that it assumes that you're already safe, that the killer is not chasing you, because why else are you doing a generator, right? And it allows the killer to instantly down you without any protection. So, even though I told you that generally speaking, you should go for people that don't have traps on their head, assuming that not everybody has a trap on their head. If someone does something as immensely stupid as what that Fengmin player did, then down them. And if you want to, hook them again, because they don't have anything to protect them. So if I wanted to, I could have hooked her again, and she would be dead on hook at 5 gens, 5 seconds into this match, which would be really, really bad. Okay, easy hit there. She kind of messed that up. These 2 pallets are strong together, but if I break one, the other one is quite weak. So, oh, she's still here? Okay, I already showed you how to play this, right? Super, super easy. If it's a pallet with a small side on one side, hi, buddy. That's a bug. Don't worry about it. You can just crouch on the pallet itself, and it's an easy hit. Why don't I go for her and see what she does? I can always go back to Sable in a second. I can get a free hit and maybe just go away. With these 2 add-ons, by the way, you can just catch up to survivors from a distance, because you are so fast with them. So, yeah. There's no reason to do that. Basic attacks are simpler, and they apply more perks, so let's put a trap on her, and start over. Now, if a survivor goes down under a pallet, and you have a trap available, the act of putting a trap does move them towards you slightly, and then if you take another little step back, you can also vacuum them even further. So, for example, you put a trap, move them a little bit, then take a tiny little step back, tiny little step very quickly, and then press space. And suddenly, instead of being close to the pallet, you're now far enough that if someone else was here, they would not be able to pallet save. If you think that someone is able to pallet save and they are right on the middle of the pallet, even a trap will not help you, unfortunately. In that situation, if you're really, really, really scared, you might want to simply pick up, then carry them, then drop them, and then put the trap, and then pick them up, and then put them on the hook. Just remember that if you drop them too many times, they will escape quicker, so you don't want to do that over a long distance. Anyway, we see some Sky Smarts and blood. Let's chase around. Hey, buddy, what's up? Keep in mind, this girl does not hear my terror radius because she has the Hex Fortunes full. So, yeah, even if I don't use stealth. I feel a little bad for her. She's dead on hook. Even though her trap is not active, yeah, we can let her boop the snoop. Boop the snoop. Nah, that's my ear. Alright, good enough. Do you see how her face goes from like to like normal? It's very expressive. We'll let her be and we'll chase somebody else maybe. Yeah, by the way, you can tell if a survivor is about to die because during the last minute, the trap takes 2.5 minutes-ish to kill them. During the last minute, they will beep, 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 and it will have a yellow light. And during the last 30 seconds, it will have a red light. So if I notice that this survivor has a red light, I will not want to chase them. Like right now, their trap is active, right? So 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 20 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 seconds. When we are in the final 30 seconds, what I might want to do is interrupt her. I might want to interrupt her quickly so that the trap removal mini game is reset, right? But then I don't actually want to chase her. I want her to die to it or waste time, right? So while she is doing the mini game, I go, I scare her off. She lets go. Okay, I leave her. Bam. And as you can see, if I start the chase, instead of red, the trap becomes white momentarily, letting you know that it's paused or that it hasn't started yet. So let's see who this is. This is Elodie. All right, we haven't chased her, so she's a good target. Now, in many loops, your power doesn't really help a lot, so don't feel bad just playing like a normal killer. It will feel very natural because, as we mentioned earlier, she's a basic M1 killer. But in others, you can use your power a little bit. These double pallets are interesting. I don't think you should be able to use your power here, but... Oh, she just ran out. Oh, she didn't. I could actually hit her there. My bad. Oh, that's unlucky. Ah, this pallet is so bad. Yeah. So these pallets can be strong if you drop them early, but yeah, you see how easy it is to walk around it. So yeah. This skill's not even under the pallet, so I don't even get to show you that trick that I told you about earlier. Okay, let's pick up, see if they go for a flashlight serve or something. No? Alright. Right, so what has happened now is that I've gotten rid of all of my traps. They've gotten rid of all of them. You need to realize that your traps, sometimes they will kill survivors, but unless they make a big mistake, they typically shouldn't. Think of them as a threat that makes them stay busy and outside of generators, rather than just the execution part, right? So think of them as like alternative mini games that they have to do, wasting time. Not necessarily something that you will use offensively every time. Alright. Sure then. Ah, sure, let's break one of these one up. This poor souls, man. This poor souls. Alright, look around. Do you see that generator that's over there? There's something that we can learn with our perk, No Holds Barred. The perk No Holds Barred takes the generator in the map that has the most progress, and when one of them is completed, the one that has the most progress will be blocked. This generator, judging from the pistons, is a little bit under 50%, right? If the third one was moving slightly, that would be a little bit over 50%. So this tells me that no other generator in the map is above 40%, because otherwise that generator would have been blocked instead, right? So you can deduce not only which gen has the most progress, but how the other gens are looking like. And why is that important? Well, if I know that every gen in the map is either 40% or less, I can actually make some important decisions, right? So if I know that every gen is not ready to pop in the next minute, maybe, I can look at the HUD and be like, oh, you know what? I could actually chase this girl right now, and even if it takes me a minute to down her, I can probably kill her and then get someone else. But she's not dead on hook, and she has a trap, so we're gonna let her go. She also, I don't know if you noticed, but she has a yellow icon, which means that she doesn't have a lot of time. We're gonna let her go. And because we know that there's not another gen that's gonna pop immediately, right? We're gonna wait. Is someone running into us? No? Okay. Maybe they're healing. Hold up. Whispers is on, so we know someone could be nearby. Hi, guys. What's up? So now I know that I can kill this girl, and time is probably on my side. Let's see if we can get a free hit on this girl. Easy peasy. What's on the movie? Oh, Frank Stone. Don't recommend it. Let's go and kill this girl. she's dead on hook. One of the biggest mistakes that I see new players make, especially before the HUD update. Okay, what the hell are you doing? Is ignoring a person that's dead on hook and then go and doing something else. If someone is on their second hook, just get them killed, man. Just get them killed. Don't get distracted by silly sables going into the bathroom. She's peeing? How did she get up there? I have no idea. She probably just walked while we were setting down, while we were picking up the other girl. Yeah, I don't know. These 2 hours have played really strangely and a little bit clumsily. So I feel like we haven't learned a whole lot. I will tell you already that the pig does not have a lot of tools to deal with some strong loops, all right? Her power is very good in situations like this, right? And it also, there's a few loops in the game where her power just pops off and can give you like, it can make you like jump across like little, because you move so fast, you can jump across little gaps and stuff, and it can be really cool. But there's also loops where your power is not that useful. So bringing some perk to help you with chase a little bit is completely a-okay. We didn't choose to do that here, but it's something that we'll talk about. If you, for example, play the clown, you can unlock Pop Goes the Weasel, which is an amazing perk on her, and then maybe have Bamboozle to help you with windows in like Shack. And then if you can pre-block windows, then they have to play Palace a little bit more, and maybe your power is a bit more useful there. You could also have Pop, Tinker, Bamboozle, and that alone would be an amazing build as well. And if on top of that you have No Holds Barred or Deadlock, perfect. By the way, a survivor with a trap, if the trap is active, cannot leave through the gates, we've mentioned that, but they can leave through hatch. However, if we are in the end game and all the gens are done, your traps are worthless. The only reason you would want to use them is maybe to maybe drag someone out of a pallet, or if your trap has an add-on that inflicts exhaust or something, but other than that, don't do it. Also, when you down a survivor, this is an easy mistake to make if you're new at Pig. Do not put a trap on them if they're dead. This survivor, right now she's the last survivor, so it doesn't matter. But this survivor would be a good candidate for a trap. I put a trap on her, I put her on a hook, she'll have to get rid of it. If she already has 2 hooks on her, don't bother. Just hook her and she's dead and save that for someone else. Normally, there are almost no situations where you don't want to put a trap down. If a survivor is not dead, just put a trap down. There are some very hyper-specific situations where you're like, you know what? I think the survivor is pretty weak in chase. Maybe I want to chase them after the hook because I think they're very clumsy. I'm going to save 1 trap for a little bit later. If there's a lot of generators left and you want to make that call, completely fine. Otherwise, for the most part, you down a survivor, put a trap down. It's really as simple as that. This is a fairly simple killer. So yeah, all of the complexity comes from using the ambush and learning how to use the add-ons to make it a bit more powerful and knowing where and how to use it. But other than that, she's honestly pretty simple and very accessible, which I hope makes you enjoy her a lot. All right. I wish you could do artists. I'm so sorry, guys. I wanted to reach Ghostface today. I'm 5 kills away, dude. This is so bad, man. At this rate, it's gonna be New Year's. Man. Okay. Shit, man. Alright. No worries, chat, no worries. We did have a few resets and stuff. It's not a terrible pace. I mean, at this pace, in a week or 2, we have it, but... You need to stop earlier for free odds. Yeah, I think we're gonna just leave it here, guys. It's completely fine. My partner made me a tea, which is helping my throat, and it's wonderful. But yeah, it was fun. We leave it here. Next time we pick it up on Clown, and we do until maybe Demo or Oni, at least. Yeah, hopefully we'll have an easier time. Chat, isn't it insane that this is the same video game? I played a game of Pig, and I won that so handily, and then the previous game, I lost that so utterly. Yeah, goes to show that whenever you have a bad game, you need to sit back a little bit and realize not every match is like this. Not every match is completely one-sided, you know? Sometimes it really swings crazily. I want to play Spirit. Do you have any tips or not yet? I haven't gotten to my part of the Spirit, but you could watch my previous year's video on the Spirit, or you could watch or read Remy Leah's A Very Big Spirit Guide. You can look it up. It's also listed in my FAQ, I think. Gents were flying that game? Oh, it's not the gents were flying. It's just that I chase a survivor. They are obviously quite ready. They have good perks. They're calling me out probably. Like, it's just like, my stealth does nothing. My traps do nothing because I don't get downs. And my power does nothing because they're just playing Shack and have maybe Lithe and stuff to make distance. It is the kind of game where you see why the pig is not super strong in general. And it's no shade to the survivors, but I think it was a really awful game. I think the game that we played second wasn't the most amazing showcase either, but at least we could, I don't know, talk about it a little bit more. Alright, chat. Let's play some Fear and Hunger. I've been looking forward to this all day, man. Been looking forward to this all day. You bet. Both games were extremes. Yeah, you know what? If I feel like it, maybe I'll re-record it, but yeah. Oh, guys, do you like my background? You like my background? It's a new one. Da, 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 da. What do you think of Skull Merchant buffs? I'm not gonna lie. I have one fear, chat, with the Skull Merchant buffs. What if they buff the Skull Merchant and then she has a 69% kill rate and we have the exact same problem? What are they gonna do then? Like, aren't we going back to like kind of the old, like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All right. It's gonna be exciting. Let me change the title. Okay. This is really loud in the menu. Sorry, guys. Hold up. Hold up. Let me just restart real quick. That way you don't have to listen to that part. Okay. We're back. Alright, day 2 of playing Fear and Hunger Termina. I'm not gonna lie, the first day we played 3 characters and it was so humbling, man. Look at this. We're like 10 minutes into it, 6 minutes into it, and if you don't count the intro, another 10 minutes into it. I think that instead of starting a new character, I'm going to recycle our Abella run. I really like the stuff that we got. I think it was great. We could just play it again. That way we don't go through the intro one more time so that it doesn't become repetitive. If I die one more time, I will pick a different character and we'll learn through we'll learn their backstory in the intro. But I'll give you a very short summary in case you just stopped by today. We have only scratched the very surface of this game, and it already seems like it's so much more complex than the other one. Oil. So we are a character that has come to the town of Prehebel during the war. It's kind of like World War II, alternative version of Europe. We're in a fictional country named Bohemia. And we are basically looking for our contact because we are part of a resistance group. But we then realize that something is really wrong, and the train that we're traveling to the town with stops dead on its tracks, and everyone has the same prophetic weird dream. And you'll see very quickly that something's really wrong with this town. So, yeah. Let's see what's going on. So you're saying we're stuck here? Pretty much. The engine won't start. There must be something wrong with it. Oh, the pretty lady got up. What's going on? There were still people inside the train? We don't really know what's going on. The train left us all here. Right, so this is the point where everyone introduces themselves a little bit. We are a mechanic, so we're gonna try to fix it. So last time we said there's nothing wrong with it because the train looks like there's nothing wrong. What do we say this time? I really don't know what's the problem. Must be the regulator or superheater tubes. Should we just say this? This, of course, is all made up. You're just too embarrassed to admit that you don't have the faintest idea. Regulator and superheater? Got it. Can you fix it? If I had spare parts, I could. No, sorry. Well, you tried. If our mechanic got no clue, maybe it's better we just wait for the train personnel to return then. The train personnel all vanish, by the way, immediately. If you're in a hurry, I recommend just taking a seat inside and trying to relax. Maybe we could introduce ourselves? My name is Marina. I'm Olivia. Lovely. This is Karen. She's a journalist, and this is August. He's an elder gentleman. Okay. I'm Henrik. And this mystic gentleman over here is Osa. Alright. Alright, let's get into it. You saw a dream too? Everyone saw the same dream before waking up. The moon, the girl in the pink dress, the festival of Termina. It all felt too real. Alright, we're going through this, but we've seen this a few times, so I think we're just gonna skip ahead. Basically, at this point, everyone, when I go away and come back, everyone's gonna be split up. And we're gonna have to walk the rest of the way to the town. Which way is the city? We're actually at the outskirts. Oh. Oh man. Can you just tell me that everything will be fine? Sure, statistically, everything's gonna be fine. And non-statistically, spoilers about the rest of your life, you're also gonna be fine. Big hugs, man. Thank you so much for sharing your day with us. Makes me very happy. And I'm sorry you've gone through something shitty. I need to be going to. Sure thing. Don't let us slow us down. Don't slow you down. Alright, game begins. It's set. Wait. Did this happen before? Huh? Oh, monologue with the moon. See you later. What happens if you attack these characters? Do they all gang up on you, or... Isn't that such a horrible thing to do? Oh, man. Okay. Wow. Goat hoof? What the hell is that useful for? Oh, it's an accessory? Huh? Maybe it's an accessory that we can't equip? Hold up. Huh. There's more item categories? How am I gonna see it then? Maybe it's for summoning something or whatever. That's so strange. Okay. Beer. Paprika. We don't ever find anything in this, right? Goat hoof again. Rotten meat. Okay. Sleeping here is the last thing on your mind. Okay. Right, let's get going. Anytime we see plants, try to take them, by the way. Lavender's good, for example. Alright. This is a blue herb, which covers... What does it cure? Nothing. I think it heals you a little bit. Green herbs are important because they heal infection, which you can catch from basically anything in this game. Yeah. Things are gonna get really ugly really quickly, so... And also, big warning, this game is very bloody and gory and has very messed up themes, by the way, so... Please do not stick around if that unnerves you a little bit. I wouldn't want anyone to be misled. Okay, well... If these are the outskirts, I can't wait to see the town, man. What on earth is going on? Right, so during my first playthrough, I hugged the right side and I was safe for a while. In my subsequent playthroughs, I went a little bit higher, a bit north from here, and I came across an NPC named the Huntsman, and he has messed me up a few times, so yeah, he's cut my limbs and done some other horrible things to me, so I think I'm going to avoid that. Let's grab all the green herbs that we possibly can. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, this is my way to the huntsman. I'll show you what he looks like. Because I think we can see him right here. Lovely chap. Terminator is upon us! Oh, Jesus Christ. He also, yeah. He doesn't have a lot of clothes. Very humble man. Yeah, let's leave this place. This is horrible. Penis count 1. Hey, yo. Well, you know what? Think about it this way. There are so many penises in this game that if one person's keeping count, that means they are a very loyal viewer. They're gonna have to keep watching constantly, so maybe I'm okay with you counting them. You saw that too? It really happened? Those people, they were killed! Attack him! Looks like it. This trip has been cursed from the start. Okay. I really do not want him to go to the woods, man. He's gonna get killed, man. I'm scared. Is this the same house we saw earlier? Yeah. Wait, is this the same room? Yeah, we just forgot to take those barrels. Alright, let's go back and warn everyone in the train that they're in danger, alright? Hold up, I think it's over here. Guys, you should run away. Okay. Can we save our progress, by the way? Oh, wait a minute. Ritual circle. Wait, they didn't all leave. They're all here. Oh, I never tried coming back. I'm an idiot. The others left for the city. I guess they grew tired of waiting. The dog did say he'd get some help as soon as possible. You decided to stay at the train as well? Just came to check on you. Oh, what? That's so sweet. We got in after the mist got thicker. I don't mind waiting for a little while longer. Oh, poor Olivia. Actually, there's a reason why I can't exactly leave this train. I have a condition where my legs don't function properly. Mine neither. Sorry, I just started to make my girlfriend laugh. What's up? You okay? You're sleepy? You're feeling sleepy? You're gonna go to bed? That's alright. If I scream horribly, I might wake you up a little bit. What? What's wrong? A hug? Yeah, sure. 1 second, guys. I have duties. And don't you ever bother me while I'm working again. Women. Anyway, we're back. My legs don't function properly. I'll spare you the details, but suffice to say, it makes the situation more troublesome. I'm sorry to hear about that. She doesn't seem like she wants to talk about it. I don't think in this game it matters. Like, normally you get to say anything you want, and sometimes you can just try all the options. Don't you have a wheelchair? Yes, you would think I'd have one, right? But to make things more complicated, there was going to be someone picking me up with a wheelchair. Too bad that someone didn't expect me here in the middle of this forest. Can't make things too easy. Oh, actually. Wow, I really did only have one chance then. So she was expecting someone interesting. The sleepy one. What's your story? What's that circle over there? Oh, it's a little something I carve out of boredom, leaving my mark on the train. Just a normal Monday. Haha. It's the perfection circle. It's used to worship certain older gods. It might come in handy, if you know what to do with it. Oh. What do you think about the dream? Oh yeah, it was cool. There is something bothering me though. No one talked much about the moon. That rapist smile will leave a scar in my subconscious for sure. Maybe it's just because I've been studying this stuff for the majority of my life, but I think it was a vision meant for us to decipher. Just seems obvious, you know? That's why I have a hard time believing the conspiracy stuff the other guys were talking about. What's your story? My story? You gotta be more specific. I'm too complicated. What brings you here? It's my hometown. I'm originally from Prehebel. But I've never admitted in a conversation that I was from such a depressing, godforsaken small town. So you'll only make yourself look stupid if you go spreading the word. I thought Prehebel was a medium-sized city. Even medium-sized cities can be uncivilized, believe me. Interesting. Anyone else here? Oh, let me move my mouse away. Warn me if my mouse is on screen, by the way. Oh, hey, who are you? You can't see inside. Perhaps the cabin windows have been covered by someone? Huh. What endings did I get? D, E, and A. Yeah, that's right. Interesting. Who was that? Wow. Is it me, or do I not move that much faster while I'm sprinting? Is it just in the train? I can actually save my progress? Oh, that's nice. Oh, Christ. Oh, dear Lord. This is back to the dream in the beginning. Oh. Oh, we were told that there were like 17 or 14 people that were chosen or something. And that only one of them would be the actual chosen one. Welcome back. I take it that you're now acquainted with most of your fellow contestants. Keep up the pace. The festival won't last forever. Just what is going on? Since the 14 of you are in such a late additions to the party, your days are already running short. The festival will see its climax in just 3 days. That is how long you have. Use it wisely. Time to do what? To god, scheme, and revel in the bloody remains of your rival contestants. It's a simple festival at its core. Do you mean I have to kill the other contestants? What you do and what you don't is entirely up to you, of course. Do you want to kill your fellow contestants? But enough about that. Let us proceed to the services I can provide. This is Perkele. It's like a servant of the moon trickster god, and apparently he speaks in a monotonous tone, so sorry if I don't do my best voice acting. Let us proceed to the services I can provide. Perkele is Finnish, by the way, which is fitting because the maker of this video game is Finnish. The Hexen. Oh. Oh my god! Brother, this is insane! This is so different from the first game. Right, so we have some gods. This is Almer. Yeah, I don't recognize some of these. Bury the trauma. Oh. And guard. Order. Charge. I don't really see. These are the skills that we already have. Range stalls, weapon craft. I guess this is the starting point for every character. Ah. Wow. So if it works like the same, like the first game, I would be able to like unlock some of these by being close to them. I also might be able to align myself with certain gods to unlock their spells. Like pheromones, reveal aura, blood sword, interesting. Rot, agility +1, flesh puppetry, wow. Talk. There are 14 souls left. Head to the tower, let the blood spill. As 14 is reduced to 1, so opens the gates to the court of Rare, the trickster moon god. Save. Alright, we're gonna redo the save. Oh man, this is so good, dude. Oh my god. Alright, I didn't even know this was an option to save. Good evening. It's Kira Tanaka. Good to make your acquaintance. We didn't get to talk before, but I'm one of the passengers of the train as well. We're still waiting for anyone to come for the train, but I'm not so hopeful about that anymore. You saw the locals? There's something vile going on here. This is truly a cursed part of the world. People butcher each other here without a second's thought. No, never mind. It's a silly assumption. What did I ask him? What do you think is going on here? What brought you here in the first place? What got me on this course of travels? I am what you call a businessman. I work for my family enterprise. The moment the Great War ended and the borders opened, my father, he wanted to expand our influence here. I was given the honor to work as the ambassador to their company. What a great honor that turned out to be. Wow. Alright guys. So the very first run that we did actually lasted a little bit longer. And we did so by coming directly north from the train. and finding the coast. We're gonna do the same thing. We've learned from a few of our mistakes as well. There are some things I don't understand, and some of them I might ask for some help, but please be patient with me, and I hope that you enjoy it. Why does the mist look kind of chilly? Also, there's a person crucified on the phone line, or the power line. Oh. No, where's the guy that was counting penises, guys? I'm so disappointed. He's already given up. What is this statue? Doesn't seem like I can interact with it. I never actually followed up north last time, did I? I crossed the bridge. Oh god! What? Jesus! I got hit by a gun. Did I get hurt? 10. Homst! Oh, where? Oh, Christ. Oh, dude, that was scary, man. Alright, we know that these guys are absolutely insane, so... Skills. Run, talk, wrench toss. Wrench toss? Unfortunately, removes the wrench. Even though it does a lot of damage, so... Let's use our officer's sword. Attack its arms. Oh no. I think I can just maybe cut them off before we can... Nice. So here we can go for the head, more lethal, or go for the body, easier target. Ouch. So chat, now that I have rev up, doing rev up is redundant, right? Spend your combat resource? How do I do it? Does rev up give me more points, or do I use them up by using rev up? No, you want to rev up. Oh. Oh. Oh! Oh, I can do it point per point. I see, okay. Ah. So that's how you use it, okay. We never learned that, and I think that's quite important. 303 ammo. That's good. Unfortunately, we don't get his rifle. Right, we lost a little bit of health, which... It's not the worst thing in the world, but... Could use a blue herb, heal a bit. Alright, we're in pretty good shape. Not too bad. I hope we don't regret it later. You can also beat corpses up, but it doesn't do a lot. At least not in the first game. Yeah, for some reason you can beat every corpse pretty much in the first game, but as far as I can tell, there's different lines of dialogue that will say like, oh, his head is squishy. But it doesn't really do anything, as far as I can tell. Okay. Okay, so... So, it was my thought that revving up made you gain more points. So it was kind of like something to do when you're just waiting. But rev up actually spends the points. Ah. And each character, I guess, has their own. Okay. And some skills will require us to use certain rev up points. Okay. Oh, that's a lot nicer, man. The lake. Oh, that is certainly a lot nicer. Chat, what happens if I toss wrench and I don't have a wrench equipped? And can I equip a weapon for free, or does that waste a turn? I mean, I could test it, but I don't know if I wanna. I could test it. There are some dummies here I can beat up. If I remember correctly. Goulash, tomato. Rotten meat. You just have to equip it again? Uh-huh. So these guys have been moon scorched. It seems the moon at one point, I don't know, made them lose their minds, and they all are horrible, and it seems very consequenceless to attack them, so... Yeah, I can rev up, obviously. So... What if I use wrench toss? Oh, you do throw it. Wow. Now I have a question. What if I start a fight without a weapon? It devours everything. You can't just quit. We tried it, but it won't stop. Alright, I hope there's no consequence to doing this. So, item. Equip. Weapon. Officer sword. Oh, it wastes a turn. Can I talk to him? I want you to. Please just end this. Oh my god. Alright, well. Let's do it then. Alright, so, yeah. It was the humane thing to do, I guess. Put them out of their misery. Jesus. Good guy odds. Oh, hey! It's a doctor. The person is barely alive. You can already see her death rattle. He seems to be lost in thoughts. Nice to see you again. This poor bastard, he's a real mixed bag of symptoms. His body seems to be going through a metamorphosis of some kind. On one hand, it looks like severe radiation burn, but parts of the body look to suffer from a frostbite, and overall, he's in a state of severe hypothermia. Hypo is too little, and hyper is too much. So anytime you hear a condition that starts with hypo, means there's too little of, and thermia is temperature, so hypothermia means that you're too cold. Probably something you already know, but well, I've never seen anything like it. Peculiar little bugger. What could be causing it? There are more like him outside. Yep, the slums are filled with the sick. On a more positive note, it doesn't seem to spread via physical contact or through air, but maybe it's too early to say that we'd be exactly safe from it. Who are you anyway? There were so many new faces at the train. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Fair enough. My mother called me Dan, and my father called me Daniel, so it's anyone's guess which one's the real name. This mess requires further studies. I'll have to check out the nearby slums again. You're free to join if you want. Sure. Let's try to avoid confrontation out there. Things don't seem right. Whatever is causing the symptoms in their bodies also seems to affect their mind. I have a party member! Let's go! Oh, that's so good. Like, this is so big, guys. Like, the first time I came here, I was the doctor. So, obviously, I couldn't recruit myself. So, yeah, adding 2 people to your party is so big. One thing that you might not know if you haven't watched the previous streams is that every character in these games starts with 100 health and 100 mind. Also, I guess 100 health, 100 hunger. Hunger, you just use items like the food that you find here and there to just keep it in check. No biggie. Mind is kind of like your FP, your focus points, or your mana. If you lose it, however, bad things happen and it's bad. You want to keep it in check by doing drugs, mostly. And body is literally your health. Having 2 people that can spread the damage between them is such a big deal. Let's see what skills they come with. Analyze, diagnosis, medicinal? A greater form of medicinal where the surgeon will sacrifice their own limbs in exchange for human life. Oh. Wait. So he could cut off one of his legs to bring someone back to life? Huh. Hi, Michael. Yeah, that will be on my radar. Thank you. That's interesting. Right, let's equip something on him. The scalpel. The knife is a bit weaker. The pipe wrench is a bit stronger, but not by much. And we might want to use it on her. Yeah, I guess keep the scalpel. Fair enough. How about we do party talk? Can't save everyone, I guess. Alright. Without better tools. Okay, we'll look for a wrench to open big crates, I guess. Oh, dude, I'm so happy, man. Such a relief. I'd be very careful with these stupid bear traps. So this leads to the city, apparently. Oh, yeah. It scorches too. Do we kill her? Feel bad. Oh! That's kind of good. Medical diagnosis. Looks like her body has changed over time because it has been exposed to some outside elements. Sunburns and radiation sickness. The body itself is relatively frail, weak against slashing attacks, fire, and otherworldly powers. Okay, good to know. Wait, this is bugged? What? Yeah, I think this is a sprite bug. It's interesting. Okay, so he wants to explore the area, and if we leave the area, he maybe doesn't want to stick around with us. So this might be a temporary party member. Oh, damn. Alright, good to know. Let's attack this guy. Okay. I'm going to guard. And attack is... Wait, no! Yeah, I learned last time I played against it that it bites you. Ouch. Oof, that's not good. So we should go for its legs, maybe. Well, that guard was really unfortunate. Ouch. It only loses its balance if I break both legs at the end of the turn, not during the turn. That's unfortunate. Please don't miss. Okay, we're gonna be fine because we found so many green herbs anyway, but... The muscle tissue underneath started to seemingly harden for whatever reason. Carved out his own eyes from the look of things. Slashing fire and otherworldly powers. Alright. Oil. Right, so I have a question. Is this guy gonna leave my party in like 5 seconds? Because if so, I don't know if I want to cure him. I don't know if it matters. We have 5. We can probably use 1. You know? Yeah, we'll keep him... Maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This poor guys. You're the same, you'll see, you'll come to understand. Let's just kill these guys, maybe? We could maybe equip the iron pipe, by the way. It's the same damage, and it's not slashing, so maybe it's less then. Yeah, it does even more damage. Tobacco. Dried meat. How's our hunger? Could maybe use a little something. Wow. How much does it... It doesn't really say, does it? Okay. Right, things get really ugly up here, so... I want to be mad careful. Lavender. Yeah, this is a strange NPC that's collecting heads. But he wants 2 more heads. He wants the one who swiped half the old town, the woodsman. And then he wants the one that condemned us down here, the filthy priest. I'll tell him, I'll see what I can do. The higher priests of the cities, they wanted to have their cake both ways. They spit on us and condemn our depraved ways. But when it comes down to the ceremonial gifts, they take their elevator down here. Wow. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're gonna have to get lucky? We did get lucky. A sickle, nice. It's actually worse than the scalpel. God damn it, man. God damn it. Wow. That's amazing, guys. That's sick. If you will. These guys will... Maybe I can wait here until it walks by? He looks completely... Oh, what is that? What did I pick up a shilling, guys? Because... Was that a shilling I just picked up? Oh, no, it's a helmet. A Bremen-style helmet made of steel. Protects against concussion. Huh, wait, 94%. Doesn't that sound amazing? Huh? Only if you get hit in the head, maybe? Let's give it to our girl. Our main character is the most important. If she dies, the game is over. Anyone else dies, we can still keep going, so... I guess we use that logic. Leaving already? Damn. Let's kill this guy. This is bad. What if we both guard? Less damage, much less damage. What? That was through a guard? Excuse me? What? Would that have done 60 damage without? It was a crit. Oh, I couldn't tell. Ellen, I wouldn't be laughing. This character's name after you. It's from yesterday, so... Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, forget about it. We're gonna go straight for the body. Wait! I'm an idiot. They have that little HP on their body? Why am I even attacking their legs? I'm so stupid, dude. I'm really, really overthinking it. Let's remove the infection. By the way, the infection will literally... will literally kill you. So... Guys, it seems he's gonna leave me no matter where I go from here. So what should I do? Should I just... I see barrels there, but can I even go there? Could I just... I cannot go down from here, right? No. Yeah, I don't know, maybe another part of the map, but... You should explore other areas? Yeah, but he will leave me. Do I just bite the bullet and let him leave me, or...? I'll still see if there's something I can do for these people. I'll meet up with you later, okay? Is it wise to disperse? Probably not, but I can't just leave these people without care. Take care of there. Bye, Dan. Luckily, we've been here one time before. A broomstick? Hey, another broomstick. Yeah, we've been here before and we know it's safe, but it is a little scary. This game is very punishing, by the way. Sometimes you go to places and you just die. A pressure plate. A saw blade. Another saw blade. Okay. So this girl can craft weapons. And we found some interesting... Oh, the sickle can be used with a bolt and duct tape to create what seems to be like a... What is it called? A rake? Yeah. Yeah. We'll look out for the chance to use... I'm really interested in figuring out what this officer's sword with a heroin needle will do together. That looks insane. Yeah. Alright, cool. So this door is open. It's not open. Electric panel. You don't know what to do with it. I guess if I had the electronics, Skill, maybe? Alright. Oh, wait! This is unusual? Dan, was it, right? What do you think could be causing this? I think that army conspiracy theory is such a foolish one. Still think it? Sheesh, I just came here. I know as much as you do at this point. Doesn't look like something that would transfer to us by physical contact, but maybe it's too early to say for sure. I didn't even consider the possibility of getting this myself. I was talking to a few of these poor saps earlier and they claimed the moonlight did this. So that got me thinking that maybe a bomb of some kind could have detonated nearby and these people mistook it for the bright explosion as the moonlight? I have read about experimental warfare that might fit the bill, and the sickness we see in these people could be radioactive fallout. But then again, an explosion of that magnitude would surely catch attention worldwide. So you're considering my army meddling? Would be silly not to, but you never know. Hey, maybe the culprit is just what these people say, the moonlight did it. And here I thought you were an educated professional. I actually never got proper education, so you assume wrong. Then what am I talking to you for? Good question, that's what I was wondering myself too. Hey, it's you! Yes, what the hell is going on in this town? Something very bad. The locals, did you get attacked too? Yes. I'm glad I took my pistol with me. What do you know about this scoop? I smell something was off about Bremen occupying Prehebel. It seemed like the whole Bremen campaign focused on getting here. That makes no sense. This should be just another backwaters town. I have my connections to different organizations and groups. One of the resistance groups fighting against Bremen Empire confirmed my suspicion. Something was about to go down here. I wasn't informed about anything else really. I can't believe I wasn't even warned about this place. That guy will have a hell of to pay once I get back to civilization. What do we do now? We won't be safe alone. Yeah, we talked to her before. This place, am I right? Want to tag along? Maybe a bit later? Still ask around the people what has really gone down here? Oh man, we're already hungry. Okay. Good enough for now. Alright, it was nice while it lasted to have some company, man. I should maybe go back to the train, honestly, and save my progress. Like, we're doing well, but this is gonna go south so quickly. It's not even funny. A reek of death emanates from all the lone alleyways. Okay. Ammo, golden chantel, moldy bread. Nothing here. Wow. Oh. You can see footprints on the thick layer of dust. Wait, we can open this maybe. Chalk. You can draw circles. This must be the television room. Why is there a bloody bowl? Typical to every television room. This game, dude. Doesn't seem to work, no electricity. The view is almost straight through the window of the neighbor. The residents of these buildings don't care much for privacy. Oh, yeah, these guys start shooting and stuff, by the way. I'm gonna just run past them. Yeah, nothing to be gained. In this game, combat doesn't necessarily have great rewards. You don't level up, so to speak. Oh, is this the elder gentleman? Who is this? No, it's not, I don't think. Soldier's Diary 1. Let's have a quick read. Oh, it's a book. What backwater parts these dark corners of the earth really are. When I heard about this assignment, I figured the city of Prehebel was at least decent size and there would surely be some entertainment. But alas, I'm not too keen on getting that comfy with the locals after sightseeing the city a bit. Frankly, I'm baffled at how a city of this size has managed to stay so isolated from the neighboring influences in modern times. The pre-Hebel folk still hold on title to religious rites as old as the Fellowship itself. The Fellowship would be, I don't know, 700 years ago, but 700 years ago from the first game, so that's like, yeah, 1,500 years. The human sacrifice creeped me out in this day and age. Even if I've seen the horrors of war, the crucifixes set around the city managed to send a chill down my spine. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Okay. It's just really complicated, man. Nice. That was a critical. Sickle. Another one. Okay, so far, so good. Simple look. Why can't I wrench those? Do I have to have it equipped first? Because I feel like last time I managed to do without. Go check the horse? I don't think you can talk to it, yeah. It does look really messed up, but... doesn't seem to say anything. Is that a shield I just picked up? Ballistic shield. Oh, a little bit of defense. Used often in riots. If you're lucky, it might even stop bullets. Wow. I don't understand what the percentages mean on it, but... oh my god. Empty house? Right, so the last time I slept here, I think I was awakened by a really nasty enemy, and it pretty much killed me on the spot, so maybe don't do that this time. The basement seems damp and dark. Just random junk. Oh. Wait, this is one of the circles. Okay. What does that do? The altar of the new gods. To appease the one sitting at the grand hall, you must put forth a worthy offering. Give an offering? You have nothing worthy. Maybe the animal parts that we picked up earlier? Occult grimoires. Oh, I think this one is about this a bit. This tells us about the circles. Okay. So the basics of any lodge are the most important. To perform any rites, the fountain circle must be cast first, from top to bottom. The first one, which is like a 6-pointed star with 1 point missing, is the asymmetric circle. It represents the older gods and their one-sided distribution of power. The second one is called the imperfect circle. The imperfect circle is the mark of the new gods who have strived for perfection. And the last one is called the perfection circle. The perfection represents the countless spiraling cycles culminating in the birth of the ascended ones. One must never assign sigils, not meant for their founding circles. Of course. Alright, let's get lucky. Unlucky. Oh, what is this? Someone... oh, maybe they were chained here and they cut their own arm. That's a little dark. That's good to know, though. Oh, Jesus. They might have lost me. I've been to this little basement before once, I think. Oh, Jesus. I'm running away. I'm avoiding combat as much as I can. I am out of stamina. Lucky coin, that's a good find. Shotgun shell, good find. Meat pie, good food. How's our hunger? Let's maybe eat something nice. Wow, so goulash is maybe 50%. Okay. Oh shit. Oh my god! Yeah, no, I'd really rather not, man. I don't want to find out. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this guy maybe I can take on. Last time, I one-shot one of them, but... Oh, my body's at 50. That's not good, by the way. Nice. A little bit scary, but small key, that's useful. We had a door earlier that was locked by a small padlock, so right, healing. What do we have? Blue bile 30. That seems quite nice. Maybe use 2. Oh, I could use blue herbs. I'll use blue bile, man. Like, you really want to be prepared in this game. Broomstick. Book of Fears. Oh, that's interesting. Come on, heads. Come. Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Let's read the Book of Fears. The Book of Fears and Phobias. Nosophobia, fear of disease and contamination. Phasmophobia, fear of ghosts and ghastly figures. Rhabdophobia, fear of magic and otherworldly powers. Erotophobia, fear of sex and genitals. Zoophobia, fear of the animals and beasts. Teratophobia, fear of monsters and malformations. Cool. So, I have phasmophobia. Cool. Good to know, I guess. So that means that against ghosts we will have some kind of debuff. That's probably one of the best ones to have, because frankly, I don't think ghosts are going to appear for a while. And then at one point we're probably going to see nothing but ghosts, so... Cool. These guys were up here, but... Oh, Jesus Christ, run the hell away. Maybe I should have come back from where I spawned, because there was that door. Okay, I'm scared, guys. I'm really scared. I'm very unnerved by this. Shoot. The problem is that if I go back, I think the enemy will stay where it was before, so... Do you think we can take on him, guys? I think it might be worth it. Hi. Let's guard. Oh shit. That's not good. That's good. Okay, here's the deal. We will throw 2 coins. That's so lucky. Rev up. Rev up. Hit his body. God damn it. What? Why didn't I get 2 turns, guys? Is that only if you have all 3 of them? Damn. What? Excuse me? Dude, I one-shot one of these guys earlier. Alright, well. I was thinking that if I took a little bit of damage, that might be worth just going back. But I now have 42 health and no obvious way of getting it back, so... That is quite devastating. We have scrap metal, saw blade, but we don't have a bench grinder or duct tape. Unlucky. Let's climb up. Her animation's a little funny. Use the smoky. Please, no murder. Thank you. Charming houses, man. House of Hunger, looking good. You're starting to see a pattern here. Oh, this is really good. Arm yourself. The festival of Termina, the festival of blood is upon us. Okay, I mean that's great. Wonderful find. Although Almer crucifix hangs on the wall. Almer is this universe's version of Jesus. But he's really hardcore and violent. Okay. Right, chat. We've done... Oh, Christ. Oh, dear Lord. I almost get shot in the face. Alright. I think going back through there might not be the play after all. I guess we have to push into the rest of the city. Okay. This could be an idea. If we don't want to go back into... there, I guess. You can use the gun to kill enemies outside of combat. Yeah, thank you guys. I am aware. I've got some ammo too, which is awesome. But yeah, hope you understand that even that is not gonna save me, man. Red herb. 2 shillings. Meat pie. That's unlucky, man. Some bad rolls. Wait, have we talked to this one? No. You should scroll up and down all the options with dead bodies. Oh, thank you. You think there's more I might have missed? Thanks. There is a towering waiter greeting here. Good afternoon. This is Jeeves. Miss? From what I understand, you are a newcomer to this town too, no? We just got a new mayor to the old town. I'm sure he is thrilled to start his business immediately by meeting the newcomers. Please, he is waiting at the dining room. My master is waiting for you. Proceed upstairs if you will. Turn left and to your right. Do mind your manners. Do not mention the master's antlers, for example. Blue bile is good. It's a bit of a heal. Alright. Seems like I'm not punished for snooping around a bit. Snooping around, is that an actual thing you could say, or? Alchemilia. Right, this teaches us some recipes, so. They, I think, are now... yeah. Oh, I could craft this. What was green and red again? Maybe we should have read it. I think red increases all other effects, so. Let's have a look. Green and red, antidote for mild poisons. Oh. Blue and blue, blue bile. Blue and red, greater healing properties. Okay. Might want to wait until a blue one. Because we're okay. I think white vial helps with poison anyway. Wait. Yeah, so I'm okay with poison, so I should look out for more healing options if possible. The Tale of Pocket Cat, Chapter 1. Oh, Pocket Cat is a really charming character from the first game. You know. Absolutely nothing wrong with him, don't ask. The 4 Ages of Modern History. Interesting. The Skin Bible, Chapter of Grogoroth. Oh my lord. 17th century poetry is left here open. The language has changed a great deal since then. The Last Frontier, Chapter 1. Anything here? Throw away pile. Alright, time to read up. The 4 Ages of History. The 4 Ages of Modern History. The modern age of modern chronology begins from the birth of our Lord, the Ascended One, Almer. There are many fabricated religious texts about Almer, but there is enough evidence to prove that Almer. He put 3 L's, by the way, because he thought it sounded cool. I think the creator in an interview just said, yeah, I thought 3 L sounds cool. Did indeed exist as a real person. His birth would mark the first age. The second age started from the reign of the so-called new gods in the year 410. There are texts about different new gods prior to this event, and the concept did exist in ancient times as well, but this group of people included the famed warlord from the eastern sanctuaries, Nashra the Great. We meet that in the first game. Or him. This alone made this group more distinguished compared to the ones that came before. Their world started a slow decline a few hundred years after their deaths, only to be ended by the Fellowship. These are the 4 new gods from the first game. The popular book, The Fellowship, inspired the contemporary people of the time and lifted the 4 people of the Fellowship, Francois, Shambhala, Nilvan, and Valtail. Their age would last until the end of the 16th century. What? The Western world was in a dark age at the time, and out of nowhere appeared a new idol of worship, the god of fear and hunger. That's also from the first game. People forgot the teachings of the old times of disease and death and turned on to this new savior. The appearance of the god of fear and hunger started the 4th age in which mankind had to learn to adapt and evolve. As times have progressed, we are still living according to this ideology. Okay, interesting. Huh. Tale of Pocket Cat, alright. It was a rainy day in the countryside, north from the forest of Merwood. Right, I think this is the exact same book from the first game. Basically, it's a folklore tale about a cat that kidnaps boys, and apparently he does exist, because we meet him in the first game. Yeah. Wait, no, this is different. Willem tried to beg for a tasty worm from the bird mother, but competition was fierce. Those chicks knew that to succeed in life, you have to push the competition over nest boundaries. Willem tried to struggle, but ultimately fed off the nest. Just as he was about to meet his maker, Turkillo scooped him up and grabbed Willem with his cold man-beetle arms. Oh, Jesus, okay. Maybe we could have read that with a bit more care. Grogoroth. Grogoroth, the destroyer of men. He who ushers a new dawn with force and violence. Grogoroth is the other part of the most primal duality, creation and destruction. The other one is Sylvian, I think. The other doesn't exist without the other. The word destruction is often associated with the evil of the world. This, of course, is foolishness. There's no room for new creation if the slate is not first burnt clean and empty. A man fears destruction. Man gets accustomed to peace and quiet. Man grows fat and afraid of change. Change is inevitable, just as Grogoroth. What one needs to understand is that destruction of pure kind, it does not target no one specifically, it just exists. Grogoroth is associated with the god of creation, Sylvian, and their child, the god of nature, Vinushka. Grogoroth offers to mankind the blessing of blood magic. Sacrifice in his name will maintain the relationship. Physical strength of its wearer. Oh. Oh, nice! So I've learned how to use the sigil. Now it's very important that I use the sigil in the appropriate circle, or else I wouldn't be surprised if it burns in your face and kills you immediately. So yeah. Alright, let's learn rare. The moon itself is one of the primordial entities and thus has lore and beliefs written since the dawn of time. This makes it difficult to separate facts from fiction. Consistent details about the myriad stories seem to hint of a god called Rare, trickster god and the moon god. The most ancient of writings, Rare is depicted as the god of the insane and those who have succumbed to the madness. His blessing to men is his moonlight, which is said to uncover the truth on their human filth. It can be debated whether his version of the truth is more accurate. Unlike many of the other older gods, Rare's part in the greater scheme of things remains a mystery. Just looking at the night sky, you can see his presence. He is literally hiding in plain sight. The mark of Rare is the maximum capacity of the mind. The text includes sigil of Rare. Instruction is how to use it. Cool. Wow, we fought a lot here. Let's eat a little bit, maybe. Alright. Wow, I'm gonna feel so bad if we die immediately after this, man. Like, we've learned so much. We've gathered so many useful things. be a damn shame. Okay. Chat. Newcomer. New comes. Then the new goes. Just in time for dinner. Sit down. What's the matter, shrimp? You don't feel honored in my presence? Is my invitation not good enough for your fancy ass? The gentleman rises. I am so unbelievably dead. I am so unbelievably dead, am I not? I'm so sorry, dude, but the fact that I couldn't even save for the last 30 goddamn minutes is so awful, man. It's so awful. I had a bed, but I fear that if I enter the bed and I save, well, first of all, it's not gonna let me save, then I'm gonna get interrupted by a monster, it's gonna crit me, and I'm gonna die. Can you go back to the train? Yeah, I think that was what we had to do. Alright, we've learned some things, so let's play a new character, I guess. We haven't played these four, I think. Or... Marina. Let's play as the botanist. Okay. Right, guys. First person to subscribe gets the name of this character. I'll give you guys 3 seconds. Poisons or heals? I'm just looking at the list of recent subs, and I don't know if any name is appropriate. I don't think I want to name her Crazy Diamond 98, even though I really appreciate Crazy Diamond 98 for their 41 subscriptions. That's really, really nice. If you got the name Penis in the name, please subscribe. Please don't. Please don't. Anus. Alright, here you go. What? Wait, why are the notifications broken? This is strange. Let me refresh this. Yeah, they're not showing up, are they? I'm so sorry, I don't know how long that's been part of. Oh yeah, it's absolutely broken. Thank you. Magnolia, thank you as well. That's a really beautiful name. How about that? Compound name. Both of you. Thank you, guys. And anyone else that was thinking of subbing, thank you as well. Okay. This is a new character, new backstory. I will be speeding through the start, though, because I'm starting to get sick of the same dialogue dying so often. Alright, let's get the character story. No. The soothing sound of the rail tracks. You're not used to such peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. You remember moths, blue Noctuid moths to be precise. That is your first memory as a child. You and your twin sister sitting in the backyard. Instances where it was just the two of you sharing a moment were rare. You and your twin sister were born at the strike of midnight at the turning point of months. Thus you were born with different birth signs. One was born with a shadowed soul and one with a radiating soul. Since that moment it was evident that the two of you would lead very different paths. You were fragile and weak, whereas your sister Rayla was an active and adventurous child. You were stuck indoors. Your sister spent her time outside making friends. Despite your differences, you took solace from each other in the strict religious household you grew up in. One thing was common between the two of you. You both wanted out of ever watching eye of your parents and their religious dogma. You found escapism from the nature and botanism. Your sister, also being academically gifted, took an interest in sciences. She would dedicate her time to new sciences that center around advanced engineering. Try to outdo her in science. You decided not to give your sister the satisfaction of being the book smarts of the family. You snagged her books and tried to catch up to her level. Unfortunately, you had no natural knack for the subject and had to force yourself to concentrate. Ultimately, you did learn short circuit. One night, your sister noticed you reading through her books. You were afraid of her reaction. Instead, she tried to help you understand the charts and diagrams better. Noticing the stark difference between the two of you, you decided to give up on the subject and go back to studying botanism. Getting back to the natural world felt like a relief, and you realized that's what you were born to do in this world. During your high school years, a disaster struck. You suffered multiple small strokes in a short period of time and were left bedridden. Naturally, you were terrified by what could have been causing this. Your parents first turned to religion healers for aid, but nothing seemed to work. Your sister tried to persuade them to seek out modern doctors, but your parents were slow to react to her pleas. After getting no results, your parents finally gave in, but it was too late at that point. The diagnosis was that you had an abnormality in the spinal cord that affected blood flow and its supply. You underwent a long operation in hopes of fixing the issues, but unfortunately things didn't go well, and you were bound for a wheelchair for the foreseeable future, I guess. If something had been done sooner, maybe things could have been different. What followed was an intense period during which you tried many different medical treatments, all for nothing. There was no escaping the wheelchair. Your legs did have some minor function, but they were far too weak to carry your weight properly. The world felt like such an unfair and hostile place after all you had gone through. All this just further created contrast between you and your sister. You couldn't help but be envious of her. Her life seemed to roll forward without hiccups of any kind, whereas you struggled with each step. Nevertheless, the two of you continued, if not on the same path, then on the same lane at the very least, as you both entered the same university in Bremen. Naturally, you were studying botanism and natural sciences, and your sister studied new computer sciences and engineering. You both were tremendously relieved. You had finally moved out of your parents' sphere of influence. Like always, you and Rayla were the polar opposites. You had trouble getting acquainted with other students, but your sister, on the other hand, was already leading the student council. Try to steal the affection of the professor. Just concentrate on your own studies. She was getting very familiar with one of the university professors. Well, let's learn from our previous lesson. You learned advanced botanism. Just as you expected, your sister and the professor had an obvious connection. Oh, I'm so sorry, I skipped it. Either way, you didn't think too much about it. It wasn't all bad anyway, as you made good friends with the professor through your sister. Your student life continued smoothly, you were constantly ranked top of your class, and the nature seemed to lift its veil of secrets the further you got into your studies. Your sister did even better at school. Apparently she was practically a genius in her field. She took part in a special student exchange program between Bremen and the Eastern Union. She would get to see the world while you were stuck in your laurels. Nothing new there, you pondered. In any case, the time had come for you to choose where you would specialize. Folklorist side, toxicology. You learned toxicology. You graduated, started your own research in botanism while also working at the biggest greenhouse in Bremen. What should have been a brand new start in life felt more like you falling into place to gather moss, living your life through your sister's amazing tales. Her research abroad seemed to open many doors for her. The Eastern Union hired her to work in top secret facilities. You would receive letters from her frequently, always from a different country. She could never fully reveal what she worked on, but she did say that despite working for the army, her inventions would be used for the betterment of mankind, not for war. It all sounded incredible and you were genuinely happy for her. Really. Only the letters came to a halt all of a sudden. You wouldn't hear from Rayla for months. After 6 months, your parents got information that Rayla had been accused of treason. She had committed serious crimes against Bremen Empire. That's at least the official story. By the time you heard of this, she had already been in an undisclosed Bremen prison for months. You felt helpless. There wasn't much you could do. The next time you heard of her was when you read bad news about the terrorist group called Nameless Liberty Underground, breaking her free from prison. What had your sister gotten herself into? A terrorist organization? The news really bothered you. You had definitely heard of the Nameless Liberty Underground before. But where? Then you remember the professor Rayla had been seeing during her school years had mentioned the organization. You returned to the university to confront the professor, only to find out that he had been executed several months prior. He too had been accused of a treason and had been sentenced to be hanged in the middle of a battlefield. Something weird was definitely going on. He got to search through his office and found several letters from Rayla. Apparently the two had been in letter correspondence for long after Rayla had graduated. In the last letter from her, Rayla had a cryptic writing about a cube. Eastern Union had been desperately trying to replicate the cube, but to no avail. Whatever that meant. Rayla was worried that the operation in Prehebo was what Kaiser of Bremen Empire was after. There's still time before you could get here. I still have time. Those were Rayla's last words. Upon further investigation, you found out that Prehebo was a medium-sized city in the country of Bohemia. That is the last known location of your sister. And that is where you decided to hide without delay. With a real adventure ahead of you, how do you prepare for the trip? This is interesting because I'm pretty sure that when we talked to her earlier, she said she was a local, so she was lying. Find something to read for your travels, stock up on herbs, stock up on food. Let's find something to read. Alchemilia Volume 1. That's maybe good for her. Unfortunately, if you find Alchemilia, you can still find duplicates. It would be really nice if finding one book meant that you can't find it again. Maybe that will be the case in this game. Anyway, now we go through a dream sequence and we're fine. We can maybe skip it. Okay. Doze off. Sleepy sleep. Don't skip the dream this time? Oh no. Why? Isn't it kind of the same, guys? Is it different for each character? Okay. I just don't want to burn myself out. Use the C quick key to get on and off your wheelchair. Wait, what? Well, that's horrible. What the hell? Oh, you can go fast as well. I think it's different for Olivia. Oh, how interesting. Thank you, guys. I'm so sorry. I just didn't want to waste everyone's time. All right. This is so interesting, man. I love that we have a character. We can rest for a bit? I thought we didn't have the option. Okay. Oh, she's so pretty. Right. So, I wonder if she already had these by default. She has a knife, shirt, wheelchair. Oh wait, she has wheels! That's so interesting. One winged necklace. You and your sister both have one. It increases the magical defense a little bit. That might be important, maybe later. Alright, so... Ooh, wait a minute. So blue herb and red herb. I have special things that I can craft with them. Poison hemlock, dark blue root. Oh, this is huge, guys. Those stupid plants that I couldn't identify, I will be able to identify them with this character. Oh, that's a big deal. So that must be the best course of action for now. You interrupt the discussion. Oh, the Sleeping Beauty woke up. Yep, still around. We were kind of waiting for you, actually. You must be just as cool as the rest of us. The train left us all here at the outskirts of the city. No, I'm pretty sure you're wide awake now. You could always pinch yourself. Okay. Let's just skip the introduction. It seems that Bella, the mechanic girl, is not in the party this time. Very interesting. I'd rather not talk about it. Don't worry about it. The reason why I brought it up, well, we all had the same nightmare. I bet he knew something. Okay. Off we go. I can't believe we died, dude, in just one fight. God, man. This does seem like a really useful ability. One thing that we definitely have a lot more of is plants compared to other items early on. So I wonder if normal plants will also like heal more. Let's check our skills, see what they do. Okay. Alright. Done. Monologue with the moon. Okay. So, skills. Short circuit. Electric lock to open locked doors. Relatively simple in practice. Advanced botanism. The skill to condense the effective properties of herbs and plants to maximize their potential. Teaches you the recipes for condensed blue and green herbs, as well as lavender. Toxicology. The skill to condense effective properties to different poisonous plants. Teaches you the recipe. So these things don't do anything, they just teach me recipes. That's it. Right. So, that's pretty simple. Okay. Let's go. So, I can talk to these? No, I can't. Oh, damn. That's disappointing. Maybe it's the orange ones that are further up. Okay. Little by little, I guess. Some food, that's it. Rotten meat, lovely. Damn, this music is really unnerving. Wait, you're not sure what this plant is? Are you serious? Girl, you went to college. Oh, I guess they don't teach you every plant in college. God damn it. Alright, I'm already regretting it. Guys, we're gonna... we're gonna hope that the short circuit skill opens that door and it leads us into a armory or something with like 5 different types of guns. It's not looking too good otherwise. Okay, stuck to it. Oh, this is very important, by the way. This is for the old gods. So if we get an old god circle, we could... Old god sigil, we could bring it here. And we need chalk too. What is that? What on earth is going on? Let's just talk to him just in case. It triggers something. Right, so this is a dead end with some plant. Let's go and do it. Oh, maybe this is poisonous plant. Hold up. Are you serious? Oh, I'm so disappointed. Chad, do you think that if I get some book about local flora and fauna, maybe I can learn what it is? What's the point of highlighting these plants, man? It's just bait. You just baited me into thinking this would be a useful skill. No. Alright. So... This is the woods, man. Oh, you're joking. I cannot go upstairs. I cannot go upstairs with my stupid wheelchair. That's gonna get me killed at some point, isn't it? Oh my god. If I hear the door open, I'm gonna scream. Oh. Okay, we're in the house of the woodsman, by the way. I tried to take a nap in the upstairs and found out the hard way that that is a really bad idea. Very specific key. Yeah, I'm just gonna get whatever I can from upstairs and just be done. Okay. Yeah, do not sleep here. Maybe if you kill him. Alchemia Volume 2. Hey, that's great. Chair teleported up? No, it's foldable. So I can... I don't know if you can go down. I imagine so. Oh, yeah. A little bit aggressively. Let's read it. Okay. Intermediate level of alchemy. Yellow plus oil, highly flammable, antidote for the poison. Oh, nutritious liquid. Cool. Please Dude, I'm so ready to scream. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Christ, dude. I couldn't avoid him. Alright. Do not mention the irony of running in a wheelchair, alright? I won't hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Oh, Christ. Please tell me this isn't a dead end. I know it isn't. Because I've reached this place from a different spot before. I really cannot interact with his plants, huh? Okay. This is rough, man. I think this seems to be one of 2 different routes that you can take into this town. And it seems to be by far the most dangerous one. But, eh. That's good. This is a toilet, and you can pick their toilet paper. And that's it. Also, you can jump inside. Anybody feel like doing it? If we find a saving point, I'll do it real quick, alright? I'm curious to see what happens. Look from the other side. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I'd love to explore and maybe see if I can find another party member or something. Like we did earlier. Right now I feel really weak. What is this? Red herb. Okay. How do I... Ah, there you go. Bit awkward. Navigation. I believe this connects back to the woodsman's house. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Lord. Oh, no. Get the hell away from here, dude. Oh, my God. You know, the town seems lovely, dude. I'm sure there are some beautiful restaurants in here. Let's see the locals. Oh. Oh, they're so welcoming, guys. They're coming out to meet me. That is just wonderful. Okay. Keep in mind, we have no other weapons. We have... What if you unequip it? Do you just go on the ground, like, if you take it off? Oh, my God. They love my wheels. Oh, not the woman with the knife, please. Oh, Christ. This is a dead end? Please, no. Ottoman lantern? Bone saw? This thing's terrifying, by the way. Oh, God, no, it's after me. Run. Oh, God, thankfully, I've seen Fast and Furious several times. And I managed to squeeze past the danger. God, this was awful. Oh, God. I really don't feel comfortable entering any combat whatsoever right now. Right, luckily, seems like we're done. Now, down in this basement, there's some very problematic individuals. But we've learned that you can kind of kite them a little bit around. Oh, Christ. Okay. Yeah, extremely charming. Yeah, I'm finding so much money, dudes. That's wonderful, dude. If we find the market, we're set. We can just buy all the food and stuff. Come on. Nice. Bayonet? Hey. That's not what I think it is. What the hell is the bayonet? I guess it's a type of part for weapons? We'll figure it out. Recipes. Glass shard. Damn. Let's read these recipes real quick. Meat pie and vegetable pie. Cool. That's good, I guess. I don't think there's anything here. No. I'm out of here. Oh, God. Oh, Christ. Oh, wait. That's... Okay. That's a party member. Hold up, I'm gonna try to run. I might be able to recruit him. Hold up. Hey, buddy. You're the soldier boy. Hey, are you okay? Uh-huh. You're joking. It's funny, because we've been here before and we didn't find him, so... Alright, you think the maniac that we left back there has forgotten about us? We are praying. You finished praying. Okay. Occult grimoires. Okay, I think this one we found every time, so... Yeah, or maybe it's like a pool and the first one you find is always this. Okay. Alright, let's get lucky again, please. Come on, heads. Tails. Got them. Alright, so how do we climb a ladder with a wheelchair? Oh, damn. Alright, well. It's really just as simple as that, huh? I wonder where the boy went. He's not here. We don't want to rest here. We know what happens. It would be lovely if we could. Maybe we just need to kill one dude and then it's fine afterwards, but... Yeah, maybe it's worth finding out if we have a second party member. Oh. Damn, this girl is strong, dude. Are you sure your sister was the athletic one? Rusty Pipe, hold up. That is quite a lot stronger. And it gives you Silent Hill 3 energy and vibes, so... That's wonderful. Right, did we have a small key or... Am I misremembering? Wait, glass shards make someone blind? Is that what it is? Interesting. Yo. Let's slow this down a little bit. So, yeah, we've learned that this house is really wonderful and definitely treats its guests. Wait, what? This time there's no one here to receive us. How interesting. Skin Bible, Sylvian. Anatomia. Last Frontier. Truth Under the Moonlight. Okay. Doesn't seem like we can talk to the ones that are like against the wall. Recipes, Volume 2. Very nice. Alright, alright, real quick. Might as well. Goulash, mushroom stew, awesome. Anatomia, medical science. Symptoms: concussion, fracture or broken bone, bleeding wounds, mild poisoning, poison, toxic, severe poisoning. Infected wound on arm, infected wound on leg, blindness or other eye trauma, severe mental trauma, severe physical trauma, nausea, sickness, confusion, withdrawal symptoms, severe withdrawal symptoms, irritation, burn, temporary paralysis, different stages of hunger, different stages of fear. Alright, well, we knew most of that, thankfully. Did we check this one out? And there's one more book that we haven't opened yet. Okay. Sylvia, the goddess of love, lost and creation. She created men and women at the dawn of time. This can be a really good find, Chad. No anal bleeding in this game, thankfully. Thankfully! That was my favorite part of the first one, guys. You're right. Once she realized her children would never return the same amount of affection back to her, her love took a more twisted form. Sylvia forced mankind more to her liking and closer to her own image. The love magic. Associated with Grogoroth, the god of destruction, and their offspring Binushka, this time without an S, without an H, the god of nature. Do I learn the mark now? I know where to carve it. Wait, why didn't I learn the mark this time? When I read the other books, it gave it to me. Huh. Interesting. You did learn it? Or did I just miss it? In the broad daylight, we adopt social role. We put on a mask. Do we hide our face to avoid judgment of the people, or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? A sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thoughts. Only in the darkness of the night does the true vile nature of men get revealed. Despite what lowly thieves covering in the shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. Interesting. Do they have a key? Or no, I think I don't. Alright. Beat that goddamn door with a pipe. Guess not. So interesting. Sorry. Oh my god. Just starting to feel a little hungry. Alright, stay away from the left side. Yeah. Oh, finally. Just only a little bit hungry. Let's also check all these new recipes, huh? Oh, nice. We should definitely craft one of these. Wait, should we? Huh. We know what this does. We don't know what some of these other ones do, so maybe just craft these first, just to double check. Condensed blue. Recovers a great amount of health. That's great. It's probably better, right? Plus 125. Wow, that's huge. Okay. A strong occult book written in the medieval times by Enki and Carrion. Ah, hey, thank you for bringing that out in the chat. I might have missed that description. That's cool. Hey buddy, you alright? Oh Christ, oh Christ. It's the Dark Priest. He seems very strong, guys. Do I fight him? Let's talk to him. Please let me run, for the love of God. Okay. Oh, he's quite scary, guys. It's really good to know that, hey, the priest is here at least. I could actually kind of juke him, could I not? There's a bit of a hallway here. Yeah. Oh no. He got stuck on the door. Now I'm trapped. Honestly, I have no excuse. I knew that could happen. I knew exactly that that was a real possibility when I came in here. I am now stuck. I am now stuck, am I not? Shit. Wait. Wait, no, he's not here. Maybe he despawned. Oh god. Do I take my chances? No, let's leave. Very fast. He's got like an aggro zone. I don't know how to explain it. He kind of disappeared otherwise. It's possible? Okay. Oh god. This poor man again. Oh, shit. No. Good. Yes. I got a booby trap. Hold up. A makeshift trap made from a case of landmine. While not very damaging, can be used to stun opponents momentarily. Oh, that's good. Okay. I'm scared, man. I'm really scared. Wait, I have an idea. Could I talk to this barrel? There's enemies nearby? Oh, actually, I know about this. We've been in this room before. Okay, let's get the hell out. These guys will shoot me. And they're not fun at all. You don't think he can shoot me through the wall, right? That would be pretty mean. God, I hope not. Okay, we kind of made it back and looped back to the slightly safer part of the town. Let's see what happens. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, this guy, we actually kind of not have to fight last time, so... Let's hope this is still the case. They don't really get super aggressive or anything. Okay. Lavender. Carrot. Bonsa. Come on. Give me something awesome. Nice. Bremen chestplate. Wow. A bit more defense. Oh. We also have eyeglasses. I forgot this is a thing. They increase the accuracy? Okay. Slash, pierce, blunt, fire 98%. Wait. Wait. Does this mean that if I get attacked by fire, it will block 2%? If I get attacked by slash, it will block 35%? Or I will only take 35? Yeah. So it's kind of like the opposite somewhat. Wait, I will only take 65? Yeah, no, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It tells you what percentage of damage you will take. For example, fire, I mean, it's like 2% only. So essentially, the lower, the better. Right? That's it. It's a little bit counterintuitive. But the lower, the better. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense, actually. Oh my god. Let's go talk to this guy, if nothing else, just to unlock his quest line or something. So we found the priest. Alright, I feel like I'm starting to piece the location together a little bit. It's just really hard to know how tough some enemies are for first glance. Like, you know, you don't have a health bar, like, you'd really have no idea what's going on in general. So, it's a little scary. Okay. We could maybe go and pick this up real quick. Luckily, these enemies are not super tough or super fast. Right. Why don't we check... I forgot. Why don't we check this area here, see if we can find a doctor. The good doctor. And if he'll join us, that would be lovely. Then again, if I go down there, he'll leave me anyway, so... Oh, man. Jesus. Okay. Oh, we don't fight the doctor this time! This is so interesting. Well, you're welcome. Poor miserable sod. Wow. Let's hit him with a pipe. Damn. So, revving up only one time doesn't give me 2 turns. It just makes my next attack a bit stronger, right? So, a bit stronger than 2 turns. If it's 2 turns, do the 2 turns also have the extra strength? Or do they only have the extra strength from, like, the second? Does everything carry over? Like, in case, for example, it was a door. I know doors you can grab, but, yeah. Oh, okay. Bonk. Shit. Hit it in the head. Damn. Don't smoke, guys. It's bad for you. Right. Actually, before I go back to the train, I will probably heal. I'm going to go into this little, what's it called, basement, because we do have the short circuit ability. I'm gonna talk to this just in case it triggers any information later. We might be able to open that electronic door. Let's see. Lavender, wheat flour, nothing here. Okay. Toolbox, bone saw. Broomstick, nothing else. Sea ration. Gunpowder. Pressure plate. Use short circuit. Oh, that was goddamn great. Is this like a war bunker or something? Scrap metal. Scrap metal again. Right, we're gonna maybe find the most horrendous monster down here, so be ready for anything, chat. Damn. Not bad, huh? Gunpowder. I feel like we are not meant to go here first. The crazy shit stud. What is this? Sewers. The smell of filth and feces is almost too overwhelming. Okay. Alright. Good to know. Was it a simple key? Did it say a simple key? Okay. We'll remember that. Might be handy later. Not super thrilled about exploring this, but right now. Alright. Oh man, I can't believe the poor woman that has no functioning legs is doing better than every other character so far. Quick. What is this? What is this generally? I cannot tell. For the life of me. What it is I'm looking at. Oh? What is this? A dusty projector. If you had any film, you could play it here. Wow. Anything here? I really like the isometric sideways. Like, it is really difficult to make a room in RPG Maker in this angle. So, it's very cool, man. Come on. Nice! Ammo. Okay, well. We don't have a rifle, but we know we can find one, so that's great. Alright, seems like that's it for now, right? Yeah. This place was a bit smaller than it looked. Okay. Alright, guys. Off we go. I love the realism of not being able to go upstairs with your wheelchair. I don't know if it's necessary for gameplay, but yeah, I don't know if it was a great addition gameplay wise, but hey man, really makes you feel like you're immersed in the character. Hold up, I can actually go up here. Have I done this before? I'm not sure I have. Paprika. Goat hoof. Alright. There are some maniacs over here with guns and whatnot, aren't there? Watch out. Hey guys on the train, I have some stuff to tell you. She's weak from hunger? God bless her. Her mind is also really bad. Wow. Why don't we give her some beer? Does it tell us how much it heals? Oh, it's part of healing actually. Mine heal 30. Alright. Treat yourself, girl. Items, food. Get some carrots or something. It's a little annoying to just use these items individually, but hey, whatever. She's still weak from hunger? Come on, eat a turnip or something. Oh, Christ! Oh, Jesus Lord. Let's get the hell out of here, man. Nothing there. Alright, recipes. Turtleneck shirt. Oh, you can turn it into a cloth fragment. Nice. Oh, we could make egg, dried meat, and wheat flour into a meat pie. Turnip, carrot, that's probably a vegetable one. Oh, we can also take dried meat, tomato, paprika into a goulash. Wow, sounds delicious. Green herb and red herb into mixed herbs. Mixture of green herbs that is especially potent. What does that mean? Anything else we can craft? Oh, this is nutritious liquid, right? Oh no, it's yellow vial. Color mucus. Smells very salty. It might just be edible. Yeah, didn't it say that this is called nutritious thing? So is it just food, is it? Am I stupid? Wait, no. What? What does each color herb do? Red enhances others and heals a bit, I think. At least in the first game. Blue heals and green is for infections. Huh. Alright, good to know. We really do need to do something about the hunger. The one thing that I don't like is I don't want to eat and waste it, if that makes sense. Because some of these meals heal so much. So, I don't know what to do. Yeah, they don't tell you how much they actually heal you. So, hi coconut crab, thank you. Welcome. What do I do? Good enough for now. Alright. Oh, blue. Very nice. We still really don't know what this plant is. Unbelievable. Here's the crucified guy, poor thing. I can't pick that part either. I don't imagine I can interact with him, right? Okay. More green herbs. Let's go back to the train, see who's on it. I love rolling around, dude. This is actually so fun. I think this is my favorite character so far. I cannot interact with the main one, can I? Right, so I cannot use a Sylvian one on this circle, but there's one where I might be able to. He's looking flushed by your questions. No problems, alright? What do you think of this situation? Pretty much like everyone, I think it's annoying. Why so quiet? It's more peaceful that way. Wow, you really don't say a lot. The sleepy one, what's your story? Are you going to stay and wait here? Oh, this is the girl that was from Pre-Heal anyway. from studies. I've been studying occultism for 6 years in Vatican City. Wow, Vatican City exists in this world. I feel like slitting my wrist right now. Hi, Chippy. Enjoy your meal. What is that circle? Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, we just heard all about this, so. Right, last time we were here, someone closed the door, you remember? Let's see who. Yeah, someone with a short hair. Interesting. Who could that be? Chippy scare me? Yeah, he just came from his little walk, and he's been fed, and he's eating. He's eating furiously. Alright, let's save our progress. Actually, let's not save our progress. Let's come back and save our progress in a minute. Let's first see if we can summon some gods and, I don't know, get some advantages from that. Because I think if I pray to Sylvian, I might find a healing spell or something. That could be really good. Hey, you guys want to see my dog? I think you might want to come in for a treat. Okay. Was it up here? Hi, love. Thank you. Hold up. You guys want to see dog? Hold up 1 second. Okay. Hi, Chippy. Hello, honey. Where do you go? Where are you? These are my... You're on this side. That's unusual. Hello, perro. Whoa, whoa. Hold up. Paw, please. Thank you. Gentle, gentle. Alright. Oh, he's just devoured it. Oh, you go eat it outside. Good boy. He's like going around walking with it. Okay. Alright, let me click back on the game and return. Perfect. Do not accidentally restart. That would be devastating, please. Right, so this is a circle of the old gods, I'm pretty sure, right? So, with some chalk, draw the sigil. Your affinity with the Sylvian has increased. You feel rejuvenated and whole again? Wait! Does that actually heal you? Interesting, wow. Right, so why don't we go and save now? Unfortunately, we don't have any soul stones or whatever, so we probably can't unlock any spells, but we can at least see what it looks like now. Oh, insane effects for RPG Maker? Yeah, this game is very impressive, man. I think this is probably... I don't want to say the limit of what RPG Maker can achieve, but it's probably going to be one of the best RPG Maker games out there, right? And I've seen some really creative ones, man. Okay. Back to the train, and we'll sleep there. And if we die after this, chat, we can leave it here for today. We actually have made good progress. Oh, what do you think happens if I draw the wrong sigil? I'm really interested. Okay. Yume Nikki does some insane shit in RPG Maker 2000. That one's even harder because without some special crypts, I don't think you can customize it so much. What is going on? But I think visually this game is very, very crazy. Since the 14 of you are in such late addition to the party, your days are already running short. The festival will see its climax in just 3 days. What happens in 3 days? My master has a short attention span. If any of the other 13 contestants are still around when the midnight hits on the day 13, well, I guess we will just have to wait and see. However, it is not advised to wait until that. I don't understand this at all. I assure you the others will understand in time. Early bird catches the worm in this festival. Enough about that. Let us proceed to the services I can provide. Alright. There are 14 souls left. Head to the tower. Let the blood spill. Alright, the Hexen. Oh, look! Do you guys think I could be... Yeah. I would be able to unlock pheromones, which is not amazing. Magic defense +1. Loving whispers or healing whispers would be awesome though. So let's keep doing that, right? Brain flower. We don't know what that is. Roots that reap. Photosynthesis. Magic attack. Greater photosynthesis. Spontaneous combustion. Oh my god. Scorch earth. Hearting. Yeah, some of these we know about. Wow, this menu is also really cool, by the way. Yeah. You know how this menu works? It probably puts you in a physical map. And you move... Like, it changes your characters from... This is how you do things in RPG Maker, by the way. You take the character and change its sprite into this little circle. And this is probably my player character right now. You know? And depending... Then you have a set of commands that take your coordinates. And if it says coordinates X13 and Y44, then it highlights which thing you have, which is interesting. Yeah. I love it. Oh yeah, sadly we can't do a lot yet, but let's save our progress. Alright, awesome. Wakey wakey. I hate flashbangs. Right, I want to see what happens if I draw the wrong symbol on the wrong thing. I want to see if I'm gonna get combusted. Oh, okay, so I think the downside is that you waste it. Yeah, you waste it. You don't get the benefit and you cannot recycle it. What if I leave? Yeah, okay, so you don't want to do that. Let's just reload. Okay. Who's the girl in the intro? We don't really know yet. Okay, cool. Would you rather commit Fear and Hunger if I like classic survival horror? You could honestly go straight into the second game, maybe. It is a little bit more accessible. The first one is a little bit... I don't know. I personally like it. If you like challenges and stuff, I think you might enjoy it. But... it's a little hard to say. It's a very peculiar game. I feel like I like the challenge and I like replaying it and stuff like that. And I think with some guides, both of these games, well, I don't know about the second one, but I imagine it's the same. With guides, you can make the experience a little bit nicer. Like, watch, even after I started playing a little bit, and I had out to play 2 or 3 times, I watched some videos that gave me some basic tips, and that alone was also really helpful. There really doesn't seem to be so much else to do here. Yeah, I assume this was a coast, but it might not even be a coast, it's just a lake. Okay. I can't believe the doctor isn't here, man. Do you think he might be here now? Oh, he is! What? Oh. Huh. Well, this is great. It's just such a shame. Alright, Daniel. Could I just strip him of items? Doesn't really matter though. We have a better body anyway, right? Yeah. What happens if I try to go up a little staircase with my wheelchair and a character following me? I'm curious. Of course. Okay. I mean, we could start killing them, I guess. They might drop some medical diagnosis. I wonder if we diagnose absolutely everything, if he would somehow decide to stick around. I think not, however. Bonk. Dan must have some nice physical attack, because he does more damage than my other party member systems. 2 shillings. Okay. Okay, we could do this fight, maybe. Since just the 2 of us. This is rough, by the way. I don't think he has that much HP, I figured out, so just attack the body, maybe. Nice! That was a high roll. Nice. Beautiful. Right. So... Okay. Bye. Right. He's gonna leave us anyway, so we're just doing this to trigger this next cutscene. Right, so they are theory crafting whether or not the army could have done some experiment here. But this looks nothing like anything they've ever seen before. Any idea what's wrong with these people? Not really. Want to tag along? Maybe a bit later. Okay. This girl, no matter what we do, will not come with us. Right, so the guy that we saw earlier, where do you reckon we'll find him? Dude, I don't know where to go, man. That guy looks like a weird gorilla. Let's wait for him to turn around to the right, maybe. They seem to follow a pattern, yeah. I really don't know where to go, man. Oh, Jesus, the bird trap. Yeah, this house was very dangerous. I wonder if the guys have pissed off or... Oh, no. Wait, I could lure them into a bear trap. I never thought about it. Or I could run past them. Okay, this is bad news, bears. Please, let it be enough. Nice. That was a crit too. We can take a small tackle. I hope nothing else. Good. Oh god. Let's run. Good. Did we ever get to talk to this? Yeah. Oh, wait! Oh, every time I see these things, I could have picked them up. Okay, that's a big reveal. So... I mean, causing blindness might be good. I don't know if it's worth wasting. The fact that they can move diagonally is pretty scary, man. Yeah. I don't know what to do about this. We simply don't have the ability to break this. Maybe with a crit. But... you can press W to rev instead of selecting the option each time. Oh, thanks. I will keep that in mind, that might be useful. I think I need maybe 300 or something. Okay. Alright, there's maybe one more thing I can think of doing, but... Really. That's it. We could try sleeping in here. Maybe I need to kill the guy outside. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we'll just... Oh. Yeah, that guy will definitely come in and check on us. We could go in this big manor. Oh my god, the priest is outside. Alright. Wait. Oh! Wait, this is so strange. Good afternoon, miss. You're a newcomer to this town too. We just got a new mayor to the old town. I'm sure he's thrilled to start his business immediately. Please, he's waiting at the dining room. Alright, so last time I might have disrespected him and he might have eaten me. The thing is, he does seem like the fella that would eat me no matter what, so I'm a little scared. Why don't we check this room first? I could draw another circle here. This is also old gods, so... Wait, that actually healed me. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this willy-nilly, huh? Maybe I should be doing this after our fight or something. God damn it. I need to remember that. That's really powerful, though. Oh, nice. 3 matches. 2 shillings. Reinforced our lock tightly. Shall we? Mayor's Manor. Oh. We're on the other side. What does this connect to? Oh! Leather armor. Yippee! You think it's better than whatever the hell I have right now? I mean... Slightly better against fire? Way worse against everything else. So, yeah. No. Thanks. Okay. Manor key. Oh. Wooden chest. Alright. Heads. Nope. It's a very ominous hole down there. You think that key might open whatever the hell was up there? I don't think I need to get rid of that, by the way. Let's see. Oh, huge. Newspaper article. Books about economy and leadership. They're not gonna help you now. Thanks, game. Alright, let's have a little read, shall we? It is a week-old newspaper article about the supposed end of the Great War II. 2 of the biggest powers in the Western world, the Eastern Union and the Bremen, settle for peace after the last aggressive push by the Bremen troops, happening just days prior to the treaty. The Bremen troops seized power in a small city of Prehebo located in central Bohemia, just west from Lake Verdite. The last push was considered especially aggressive and it is widely considered to have advanced the peace agreements on a larger scale. Another major factor behind the peace was the jointed assaults against the Eastern Union on both the western and eastern fronts. From the west, the remnants of the Kingdom of Rondon. From the east, the Kingdom of Edo continued their campaign after the prior defeats. Okay. Alright, let's see what happens if we rest here. You hear heavy breathing through your sleep. You're assaulted by the priest. Alright, fellas. Let's try to kill him. Do we have anything that would be insanely good? Small fire attack has been really bad in my experience. I'm a bit hungry. Oh, that's not good. The glass? Oh, yeah. Where are they? Do I need to aim at its head, maybe? Oh, I could miss. Oh. He's blinded. His eyes are bleeding. Wait, that's good. Uh-oh. Oh, that's good. That's not great. My limbs! Day in, day out. Oh my. Let's get you down, my friend. No way I'm still alive somehow. There, it's not much, but at least you're patched up now. Oh, they're back already? Listen, I'll create a diversion and lead those poor people elsewhere. You have to get yourself out of here in the meanwhile. Here are your clothes and equipment. Get dressed quickly. I know it's a lot to ask, but do try your best, yeah? I'll find you later, just try to survive until then. I'm off. Good luck. You should have saved Sylvan Circle? Wait, I could have saved there? I didn't know that. It doesn't matter, we can reload, it's not a big deal. This is insane, actually. Oh wait, you can actually scroll down more typical... Oh, I see. Oh. Oh. I get it. Oh, the bayonet is actually a whole rifle? We can't equip it though. Yeah, it's not a hard type of weapon, I guess. Right, wow, this is bad. The good news is... we do have nice healing items. And how's my hunger? 48%. Okay. We're fine now. Holy ish. Man, I'm actually alive. How the hell did that happen? Isn't that actually kind of insane, guys? Smell of mold. Well, blinding that guy didn't seem to do so good. Don't know what we're gonna do. Black matter with you. What is black matter, I wonder? Healing. What is black matter? Oh, maybe it's a accessory? No. What the hell is it? Can you just lock the door with the same key before you sleep this game? Huh. Interesting idea. Oh my god. That lady's gonna scream and be horribly obnoxious, isn't she? 2-story house. Oh! Seems like I could make a circle here or something, no? Maybe I can find the soldier kid. Also down here. Oh! This is for the new gods. So, that's no good. Or the newer gods. The ascended ones. Skin Bible, chapter of Venushka. Oh, interesting. Wait. What would that be considered, actually, Venushka? Shit. It's a son of one of the older gods, but... maybe it will tell us. It's also written by Enki. The cycle of destruction and creation is seen in its purest form in nature. Thus it comes as no surprise that the very god of nature, Venushka, is an offspring of the two older gods, Grogoroth and Sylvian. Like the nature of mankind, the nature of Venushka too can change from fiery raging volcanoes to serene grasslands. The similarities between the nature of mankind are fitting, as both grew up sucking the many bosoms of Sylvian after all. Both were born for the same loins. Venushka and the representation of all humanity, all mere the ascended ones, are considered equal. Neither of the two are Stanstaller. What is Venushka's? What is Venushka's is for the men to reap, just as the nature reaps are old and weary. The mark of Venushka reaches the otherworldly offense of its wielder. The text includes sigil and instructions. What is he considered an old god, guys? Question mark? I know I can figure it out by trial and error. I'm just kind of curious. Interesting. It says on the item description? Really? Oh, nice. Shoot. Okay. I like this little heartbeat indicator that an enemy is nearby. It's a nice touch. Right, so could we possibly... There's no reason to stay in this house anymore. Did we ever go upstairs? We did not. Wait. Did we? I don't think so. Small key, please. Small key, please. Also, we're out of coins. God damn it, man. Oh, thank you, Alex. That's a nice explanation. So this should count as an old god, then. If I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. Oh, nice. Some extra items. All of the enemies here have been pretty much taken away from August. Wait. Eagle and two-tailed lion. Hey, isn't the guys from before? Beggar. No, it's different. Trying to get you behind to the own tower of pre-heal, are we? The Nas man, O Kaiser, blocked the place off. It's off limits. Who got the gate keys? The old mayor of the old town got one. He meddled with them army boys. Although I heard the mayor kicked the bucket. A new one just got there now. Not that we've got elections. The other key is with the men of Kaiser. They got some business at the forest. Shady business. Oh, maybe it's the rifle people. Not really. The Bremen army cut up the town off? Hey, most certainly they did. And here I thought the war was already coming to an end. What's going on here? Same as always, nothing changed. Once a shithole, always a shithole. I never actually saw this part of the town. Did I? Oh, Christ. Oh, not this pig-faced bastard. Oh, hell no, dude. Oh, he's so quick. Oh, God! Talk to him. There's no way, there's no way. This doesn't look so good, guys. Uh-oh. Okay. This doesn't look so good. We didn't craft another one. I think we need to escape. Of course. Alright guys, I think this run is pretty promising. I don't know what the implications were of like dying to the priest there, but we were doing that as a bit of a YOLO anyway. I think tomorrow when we play this again, I will actually reload this save, because it's actually a fairly promising one. What do you think? Yeah. Don't worry, Magnolia. Don't worry, Anus. We will retake it from here, I think. Yeah, this is really brutal, man. So far, we've seen Doctor, we've seen Mechanic. We have not seen the Boxer. We've not seen the Journalist, and we've not seen the Yellow Mage. And also the Occultist, but yeah, we've done the other 4, I guess. How are you liking Olivia? Honestly, her personality is really cool. I like her the most, I think, so far. And the ability to create something that heals for 120, that's crazy. And seems very accessible too. The Mechanic Girl is great. I just feel really lonely, man. Without finding a party member, it's awful, dude. It's really awful. Oh, hi, Gilly, man. It's gonna take me a little bit. I have a big video of all of my Fear and Hunger runs stitched together, but unfortunately the rendering failed. I'm gonna try it again today, see what happens. Yeah, so wish me luck. I'll be uploading that. Thank you so much, everybody. And don't worry, I'll play the other characters. If my run seems really bad, I'll play the other characters. I'm sure I will. Thank you guys for your patience. Thank you. Thank you all for your help. And please be sure next time I play it to go a little bit easy on the back seating. If I ask a question or something, that's all good. But be sure not to tell me, guys, go here and get this item and talk to this and then do that and then kill this enemy, which you can do by doing this. It's okay if we figure things out slowly. I think it's a bit more charming, right? If we do it that way. Thank you so much, guys. I love you all. See you again tomorrow. More of the same. Bye-bye.